Huang Shiji's sudden attack caught Wuxia off guard. He retreated to the side and gave them some space. Yu Zhenghai was in no hurry. He was calm as he stood with his back straight. His left arm was on his back as he parried the attacks with his right hand. Bam! 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 Huang Shiji continued attacking with his palms. The afterimages and their radiance were dazzling. Despite the high-speed attacks, Yu Zhenghai dealt with them easily and calmly. Huang Shiji was flying horizontally now. His attacks grew faster and faster, stirring up a gust of wind and leaves. The disciples from Penglai Island stood near the flying chariot and did not interfere. They merely observed in silence. Similarly, the members of the Nether sect observed in silence as well. It was enjoyable to watch elites battle, after all. From the landing point of the flying chariot, Huang Shiji kept attacking. Yu Zhenghai retreated as he parried the blows. When he was at the edge of the steps, he raised his palm. His hand suddenly enlarged. Earth Shaker. An energy saber seemed to appear out of Yu Zhenghai's palm before it turned into the shape of a crescent moon. He brought the blade down. Boom! Huang Shiji had to stop his attacks. He flipped backward and landed on his feet. The battle ended. Both opponents barely used 20% of their strengths. This was not even a warm-up. Even so, the outcome was clear. Huang Shiji said with a smile, "I'm surprised to see that your cultivation base has improved further. I can say the same about you. What's the matter? Am I not welcome here?" Huang Shiji asked. Yu Zhenghai laughed. "I can't be happier to see you. Come inside." They entered the Great Hall. Inside the Great Hall, Yu Zhenghai addressed Huang Shiji and said, "This is my wise brother, Wuxia." Wuxia cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, senior." Huang Shiji nodded in approval. "I've heard about the Evil Sky Pavilions, Mr. Seventh, Wuxia. You're in charge of the Darknet and have an information network that spans the land under the heavens. Your sources are everywhere, around the Emperor and also among the common folk. Now that I've met you, I see that you live up to your reputation." "You flatter me, senior," Wuxia replied. At this moment, Xianxia carried a brocade box and walked over as he said, "This is the lotus-severing survival pills that Senior Huang requested the core Yang sect to refine." He presented the brocade box with both hands. Yu Zhenghai took the brocade box and placed them on the table. Xianxia was a loyal fan of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Ever since the battle at Liang Province, the person he wanted to meet the most was the Evil Sky Pavilion's first disciple. Now that he was presented with such a wonderful opportunity, he would not let it slip past his fingers. He had to keep himself in check in case he lost control and showered Yu Zhenghai with flatteries. As he looked at Yu Zhenghai, as expected. "What did you expect?" Yu Zhenghai did not seem to mind Xianxia's words. "You're as majestic, big, and tall as I've imagined. As expected of the Evil Sky Pavilions, Mr. First," Xianxia said with a hint of awe. "Reward him." Yu Zhenghai waved his hand. A Nether sect disciple beckoned Xianxia over to receive his reward. Xianxia took a few steps backward and said with a smile, "Thank you very much." The moment he retreated, Huang Shiji said, "I heard that the Evil Sky Pavilion's master has already attained the 9-leaf stage a long time ago?" "That's right." Yu Zhenghai did not withhold the information from him. After all, the more powerful the Evil Sky Pavilion was, the more fearful people would be of it. "By the way, you may not believe me, Sect Master Yu," Huang Shiji calmly said. "However, when I passed by the Heaven Worship Platform, north of Jing Province, I ran into a 9-leaf elite." Upon hearing this, Wuxia widened his eyes in shock. He was the first to react. "A 9-leaf elite? My master went to the Heaven Worship Platform." Huang Shiji shook his head and said, "It wasn't your master." Yu Zhenghai frowned. There was another 9-leaf elite? He was almost invincible as he swept his way through the empire because he was a peak 8-leaf elite. His peers might not even be able to defeat him. Only his master, Ji Tiandao, could subdue him. Now that there was another 9-leaf cultivator, did this not mean his plan might fail at the final and crucial moment? He asked, "Who is it?" Xianxia, who had returned to the Great Hall after obtaining the reward money, chimed in. Mr. First, I can attest to that. The person's surname is Lu. I don't think anyone knows about his origins, seeing that he's a recluse elite. The leader of the Nethersex Four Great Protectors, Hua Chongyang, was at the Heaven Worship platform as well. You can verify this with him when he returns. His surname's Lu? Yu Zhenghai's expression was grim. Things were getting complicated. They could not even determine if that nine-leaf elite was a friend or a foe. At this moment, at least, he did not seem like a friend. Huang Shiji said with a sigh, I didn't expect another nine-leaf cultivator to emerge so fast after we enter the lotus-severing era. Do you know where the man's current location is, Brother Shiji? Yu Zhenghai asked. Huang Shiji shook his head. I don't dare question such an elite. Yu Zhenghai was visibly disappointed. Xianxia said, the first seat of the Azure Dragon Hall seemed to be acquainted with Nine-Leaf Lu. There's a young girl with them as well. The girl who knows the tongue and tune of beasts, Wuxia said. Is that why you sent your subordinate to the Heaven Worship platform? To retrieve this girl? Sect Master Yu? Huang Shiji asked in confusion. That's right. That girl is gifted in tune and can command beasts. If we have her help, Jing province will be in the bag. What a shame, Yu Zhenghai lamented. I see, Huang Shiji said. Brother Shiji, you've been living in seclusion on Penglai Island for a long time. Now that the 9 provinces are in chaos, why don't you seize this opportunity and lend me a helping hand? Huang Shiji did not agree to Yu Zhenghai's request immediately. Deep down, he wanted to make Penglai Island more secular. Otherwise, he would not have protected a minor sect such as the Koryang sect, nor would he leave Penglai and come to the Nethersex territory. All he needed was a chance. If he agreed to the proposal prematurely, he would be selling himself short. Yu Zhenghai said in a powerful and resonating voice, if you help us, Brother Shiji, Penglai will become the greatest sect in the future, and there'll be a place for Penglai in the divine capital. Deal, Huang Shiji replied. Yu Zhenghai smacked the table and said in a clear voice, Men! Yes, sect master. I wish to hold a banquet to welcome Brother Shiji, Yu Zhenghai said. Congratulations! Xianxia said loudly as he cupped his fists. Wuxia did not expect things to proceed so smoothly. He stood up and walked to Yu Zhenghai's side. He was about to speak when Yu Zhenghai patted his shoulder and said, Wise brother, you must be tired. You should go ahead and rest. I'll take care of the rest. Eldest senior brother. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Yu Zhenghai's face was flushed, clearly in high spirits. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was merry when a disciple hurried into the hall. Sect Master, the Azure Dragon Hall's first seat has returned. Bring him here, Yu Zhenghai said. The people of the Penglai sect looked outside the Great Hall. The sun had already set at this time, so they could only vaguely make out 3 figures slowly walking toward them. When the lights from the Great Hall shone on the 3 individuals, the entire Great Hall immediately became as silent as a graveyard. An old man could be seen holding the hand of a young lady who looked like a fairy. Hua Chongyang, on the other hand, walked at the back as though he was an attendant. Since the people from Penglai sect had seen the old man before, they knew who he was. For a time, they stood in stunned silence as they looked at the old man. We meet again. Lu Zhou was the first to break the silence. Lu Zhou's "we meet again" pulled everyone back to the present. Xianxia was rather quick-witted. He was the first to rush up to Lu Zhou and bowed as he said, Greetings, Senior Lu. I didn't expect to meet you here. Lu Zhou ignored Xianxia. He calmly looked at Yu Zhenghai, who was seated in the Great Hall. This was the first Evil Sky Pavilion's disciple. Then, he saw his 7th disciple, Wuxia, seated to Yu Zhenghai's left. Huang Shiji rose to his feet immediately and bowed along with the Penglai sect disciples. He said, Greetings, Senior Lu. Rise. Lu Zhou waved his hand. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai and Wuxia stood up, wariness apparent in their eyes. Both of them studied Lu Zhou, wondering who he was. Since Huang Shiji accorded such respect to him, They did not dare to neglect their manners. Both of them cupped their fists together at Lu Zhou. They did not beat around the bush and asked in unison, "Where are you from, senior?" Lu Zhou could no longer say he was from Penglai. How could he use that excuse again? However, before Lu Zhou could reply, Hua Chongyang stepped forward from behind, bowed at Yu Zhenghai and said, "Sect Master? Senior Lu has lived in seclusion for many years in a mountain and seldom concerns himself with the trivial affairs of the world. The person beside him is Miss Conk from the Heaven Worship Platform." Lu Zhou did not care if Hua Chongyang helped him explain his origins. After all, he finally met Yu Zhenghai. Miss Conk's appearance shocked Yu Zhenghai and Si Wuya slightly. They looked at her. For a time, they could not understand what their relationship was. Hua Chongyang immediately bowed again before he walked to Yu Zhenghai's side. He whispered into his ear and recounted the day's events. When Yu Zhenghai heard there was a possibility of a nine-leaf elite joining his cause, his eyes widened in surprise. He smiled immediately and said, "So, it's Senior Lu. We're honored to have you visit the Nether Sect, Senior Lu. Please have a seat." Lu Zhou led Miss Conk into the hall and sat down. "Are you the Nether Sect's Yu Zhenghai?" Lu Zhou asked. Yu Zhenghai said in a slightly smug tone, "Yes, I've studied in the Evil Sky Pavilion. My master is Ji Tiandao. He's also a nine-leaf expert like you." Upon hearing this, Shun Liangshou said in a fawning manner, "That's right, Sect Master Yu. The Evil Sky Pavilion's master is truly a heroic figure of the times. The sun and moon pale in comparison to his nine-leaf avatar. Sect Master Yu is the Evil Sky Pavilion's first disciple and controls the greatest fiend sect under the heavens. Now that the 9 provinces are in chaos, the Nether Sect merely act as the situation calls for. We will surely restructure the rivers and the mountains." Lu Zhou turned around and looked at Shin Liangshou. "Is Ji Tiandao that powerful?" Something stirred in Yu Zhenghai's heart. He noticed the old man's wariness. A nine-leaf expert could only be kept in check by another expert of the same rank. Shun Liangshou eagerly replied, "The Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch is not only a nine-leaf expert, but he has 9 outstanding disciples as well. The youngest of them, Miss Ninth Ci Yuaner, entered the nascent divinity realm in just 5 years. I don't think anyone has ever managed this feat, and I don't think anyone ever will. Mr. First and Mr. Second are full-fledged 8-leaf cultivators. They're one easy step away from becoming 9-leaf cultivators." Yu Zhenghai nodded in satisfaction. "I didn't reward you for nothing. You're quite glib. Keep on talking. If the 9 disciples are so outstanding, I wonder just how amazing the Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch is?" After praising his idol to the high heavens, he thought he should not just continue with the praises. He needed to say something to balance the praises and also to cast Senior Lu in a better light. Talking was an art. If one could talk well, one would be able to reach great height. He continued to say, "Naturally, you're an outstanding individual. Now that the Lotus Severing era is in full bloom, cultivators are pursuing the 9-leaf stage, and the major sects are working toward this at full force. Anyone who's at the forefront of the new era is surely an exceptional person. Moreover, you've been keeping a low profile for such a long time, Senior Lu. You must be really modest. In this aspect, old Senior Ji would do well to learn from you." Yu Zhenghai chimed in, "It's true that my master likes attention. I hope everyone here doesn't mind." Lu Zhou frowned slightly. He now understood why the outside world would heap the blame of all the crimes the rascals committed on the Evil Sky Pavilion. Due to his disciples, his name was pushed to the top of the blacklist. When the Penglai sect's Huang Shiji saw such a good opportunity to entice Lu Zhou to their cause, he said, "We've known each other a long time now, Sect Master Yu. Initially, I wanted to help you take down Jing Province, but if Senior Lu is willing to lend a hand, the Penglai sect will willingly be under Senior Lu's command." Lu Zhou did not respond to them immediately. He looked at Wuya, who was next to Yu Zhenghai, and asked, "What about you?" Si Wuya had been keeping mum all this while. Nobody knew what he was thinking. Lu Zhou allowed Si Wuya to leave the Evil Sky Pavilion because he wanted to see what choices Si Wuya would make. From the looks of things, Si Wuya seemed to have made up his mind. Si Wuya smiled and said, "Since you're here, Senior Lu, I'm sure you have something that you want as well. Let's hear your conditions." Everyone shifted their attention back to Lu Zhou again. Si Wuya was right. How could they have forgotten about this? Let alone Jing province. If they had the help of a 9-leaf elite, they would have a chance at taking down the divine capital. What conditions could satisfy such an individual? Something stirred in Yu Zhenghai's heart. He felt slightly nervous as he looked at this old man. "I want the whole world," Lu Zhou said. The others were shocked. Silence descended on the great hall. After a long pause, Yu Zhenghai said, "Senior Lu, surely you're joking?" He had been working so long to conquer the world. To him, this 9-leaf Lu's words sounded hostile and grating. "My appetite and ambition have always been big," Lu Zhou said nonchalantly. "Senior Lu, your cultivation base is profound. My master." The moment he said the words "my master," Lu Zhou placed his hand lightly on the table next to him. Crash! The table shattered immediately. The others jumped back in shock. Lu Zhou slowly rose to his feet. He looked at Yu Zhenghai and asked, "Are you worthy of mentioning your master?" Yu Zhenghai asked, "Why would you say that, Senior Lu?" The others furtively retreated back. They could sense an odd atmosphere in the air. The jasper saber on the saber holder inside the great hall was buzzing. Hua Chongyang's expression changed. After all, he was the one who brought the old man here. How could his 8-leaf sect master defeat a 9-leaf cultivator? He fell to one knee and hastily said, "Please calm down, Senior Lu." Lu Zhou ignored him completely. He looked at Yu Zhenghai. His voice was low and brought with it a great pressure as he said, "You want the world, but I want the world as well. Why? Are you reluctant to give up on your ambitions?" Yu Zhenghai would never hand the fruits of his labor to someone else on a silver platter. Si Wuya said in a deep voice, "Senior Lu, are you going to make an enemy out of the evil sky pavilion?" The nether sect disciples inside the great hall fanned out and drew their swords. Shun Liangshou's lips trembled slightly. Then he said, "Senior Lu, please think this through. Who dared to make an enemy out of the evil sky pavilion?" Lu Zhou asked, "So what if I am?" As soon as he said these words, the jasper saber shot out with a bang into Yu Zhenghai's hand at lightning speed. Yu Zhenghai gripped his jasper saber tightly. His palm was wet with sweat. Huang Shiji was stunned. He did not expect this turn of events. Naturally, he should be aligning himself with the nether sect. He truly did not expect 9-leaf Lu was so bold as to make an enemy out of the evil sky pavilion. What am I supposed to do? Yu Zhenghai had never liked indecisive people. "Brother Shiji, this has nothing to do with you. If you're afraid, you should leave right now," Huang Shiji said with a sigh. "Just as well. Since I made a choice, I can't possibly give up halfway. Penglai Island will stand with the nether sect." "Good. It means a lot to hear you say that, Brother Shiji." The jasper saber in Yu Zhenghai's hand shone with a golden radiance. Si Wuya frowned deeply. Their battle would start at any moment. He said again, "My master Jitian Dao is on his way here." This was the greatest countermeasure they could use against 9-leaf Lu. Unfortunately, Lu Zhou did not seem to care at all. "Young man, you're too green." As soon as Lu Zhou finished speaking, he moved his hand. He decided to launch a preemptive strike. The jasper saber flashed brightly before it shot toward Lu Zhou. When the jasper saber approached Lu Zhou, a bluish radiance could be seen between his index and middle fingers. He brought his fingers together. Bam! The energy saber scattered, and the jasper saber fell into Lu Zhou's hand. It was deathly quiet at this moment. A 9-leaf cultivator was outrageously powerful. The others felt their scalps tingle when they witnessed his strength. He casually stopped a heaven-grade weapon with his bare hands. Where would they find the courage to act recklessly after witnessing this? If a 9-leaf elite went all out, not a single person here would survive. Who would be bold enough to move? Yu Zhenghai was a peak 8-leaf cultivator who lived up to his name. Although that strike was not his most powerful attack, It was not a technique that any ordinary person could deflect with their bare hands. He gulped. "I'll kill anyone who moves, and I'll kill their entire family as well." The voice resonated loudly in the great hall. Lu Zhou's words were clearly meant for Huang Shiji and the Nether sect disciples. With this bold claim, the atmosphere turned even tenser. Fear rose in everyone's heart. Even the bravest among them were cowed by these words. Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, "Apart from you, Xianxia, everyone, get lost." The atmosphere was heavy. Huang Shiji had never felt such a pressure. Although he was an 8-leaf expert with a high social standing, he had no choice but to lower his head at this moment. Everyone in the great hall was stunned. When Lu Zhou saw everyone remained unmoving, he said, "Stay here if you want to die." Yu Zhenghai's eyes widened. They were bloodshot. He looked at his jasper saber between Lu Zhou's fingers, afraid to make a move. He knew the Nether sect would fall if he made a move now. "Get out," Yu Zhenghai said. The others pulled long faces. "Sect master, eldest senior brother." Yu Zhenghai glanced at them as he said, "I'm the master of this sect. Even if the skies were to fall, I'll carry it on my shoulders. Get out now." His thunderous voice reached everyone's ears. He understood now. 9-leaf Lu came to rain on his parade. Eldest senior brother. Si Wuya wanted to say something else. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai waved his arm. A powerful blast of energy pushed Si Wuya out of the hall. Feeling helpless, Huang Shiji cupped his fists at Yu Zhenghai and left the great hall. The others had no choice but to leave the great hall as well. It was meaningless to make unnecessary sacrifices. Yu Zhenghai understood this. Lu Zhou turned to look at Conk. He noticed that she was unaffected by the sound wave. At this moment, there was a blur of movements as Yu Zhenghai leaned forward. Countless palm seals sailed toward Lu Zhou. "Even if you're a 9-leaf cultivator, I'll still fight." Bam! 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 As Yu Zhenghai attacked, a crushing aura washed over Lu Zhou. He raised his hand and struck with his palm. The script's Imperial Order combine with a blue palm seal shot out. Bam! Yu Zhenghai's countless palm seals immediately scattered as he reeled back. His mind was blank at this moment. It only took him a move. Is this the power of a 9-leaf cultivator? There was a time when he thought he could also enter the world of the 9-leaf stage. He did not think the 9-leaf stage was much more powerful than the 8-leaf stage. After all, when he was young, he had once killed a 5-leaf cultivator when he was only a 3-leaf cultivator. After one rise above the 7-leaf stage, there were rarely instances of defeating a higher rank cultivator. The difference of a single leaf was as great as the distance from the clouds to the ground. Although Yu Zhenghai knew it was impossible for an 8-leaf cultivator to best a 9-leaf cultivator, the fact that he was defeated with a single strike dealt a huge blow to his confidence and self-esteem. Boom! Yu Zhenghai crashed into the wall of the great hall. There was now a huge hole there. At the same time, he slid for a long distance before he stopped. The Nether sect disciples outside the great hall, Huang Shiji and Si Wuya, stood there in stunned silence. A full-fledged 8-leaf cultivator could not withstand a single hit from a 9-leaf cultivator. Lu Zhou stepped forward and walked through a hole in the wall. He was now behind the wall of the great hall. The night was pleasing, and stars dotted the dark skies. "Stand up," Lu Zhou said. Yu Zhenghai bit back the pain and slammed his palm on the ground to bring himself to his feet. Thud! Yu Zhenghai had barely risen half a foot when he crashed down again. He was shocked. "Where's my cultivation base?" He attempted to circulate the primal qi inside his Dantian sea of qi at once. He discovered it empty, as if it was bound in a cage. Lu Zhou moved closer. His aura was that of a lofty and unshakable mountain. Yu Zhenghai could barely breathe from the pressure. Boom! Yu Zhenghai suddenly stomped his feet and charged at Lu Zhou like a wild beast. He flailed his fists in a savage manner. Bam! 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 Lu Zhou parried the blows with his palm. Punches without a cultivation base were like mere rocks. How could he be a match for Lu Zhou now? Bam! 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 Yu Zhenghai attacked wildly. When Lu Zhou was bored of parrying, he pushed forward. Boom! Yu Zhenghai reeled back again. He rolled on the ground, surprisingly uninjured. Lu Zhou was shocked. Was this the characteristic of the Wuxians? Outwardly, he looked down at Yu Zhenghai and asked, "Is that all you've got?" Yu Zhenghai gritted his teeth. He struggled and pushed himself off the ground with a single hand. "I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your master." Another huge palm seal was launched. At the same time, a pair of shining golden wings shot toward Lu Zhou from behind. The pair of wings spanned dozens of feet. Thousands upon thousands of energy needles shot toward him. Lu Zhou flipped his palm. Unnamed morphed into a shield. His energy gathered around the shield and formed a light shield. Boom! It deflected all the energy needles. Wuxia immediately gave up on the attack and continued flying forward. Trying to take him away, Lu Zhou struck with his palm again. Another strengthened binding cage card emerged. Unlike the binding mantra, this bore the symbols of the Imperial Order. It struck Wuxia at lightning speed. He fell to the ground immediately. His cultivation was sealed. He flipped over and retreated until he was next to Yu Zhenghai. "Eldest senior brother. I'll hold him off. You should go." Yu Zhenghai sighed. "My wise brother, you're a fool. While there's life, there's hope. That won't do. The Nether sect cannot do without you." Lu Zhou looked at the two of them. He shook his head and said, "Are you still thinking of running away after being hit by my palm seals?" He got closer. At this moment, Wuxia finally realized both of them had lost access to their primal cheese. He trembled inwardly. Ding! Captured the rascal Yu Zhenghai. Reward: 1,000 merit points. Having experienced this several times, Lu Zhou was not surprised. With the effects of two strengthened binding cage cards, it was only natural that Yu Zhenghai and Wuxia were unable to break free. This was the second time Wuxia was hit with this card. It seemed like the effects were just as effective. When Lu Zhou used the first strengthened binding cage card, he infused it with some of the heavenly writing's extraordinary power so that he would not be harmed by Yu Zhenghai's energy. He felt fortunate that things were still within his control. He kept these two cards especially for him. Wuxia parted the front of his robe and lowered his head to look. Under the dim moonlight, the words Imperial Order were especially eye-catching. This was not bind as he had expected. He said in shock, "The Celestial Master's sex technique?" However, he did not think the old man before him was a member of the Celestial Master's sect just because of this. This technique reminded him of his master's binding mantra. Both techniques shared quite a lot of similarities. He looked up and studied the old man again. Lu Zhou stepped forward. When he was about 3 meters from them, he looked at Wuxia and asked, "You wish to die as well?" Before an expert, all plots and schemes were meaningless. Wuxia said, "If I stood by idly, I would be doing a disservice to my eldest senior brother, the Nether sect, and the teachings of my master." Wuxia's actions surprised Lu Zhou. He remembered what Zhu Honggong told him. Wuxia had rescued Zhu Honggong, Yu Shangrong, and Yu Zhenghai. Now he was still trying to save Yu Zhenghai. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai stood up. He placed a hand on Wuxia's shoulder, pulled him back, and said in a deep voice, "I've told you. This has nothing to do with you. Why must you be this stubborn, eldest senior brother?" Wuxia asked with a frown. "Listen to me on this." Yu Zhenghai's expression was dark as he sternly said, "Get lost." Yu Zhenghai pushed Wuxia to the side again. He had no other choice. It was not easy for the Nether sect to rise to its heights today. He had already come up with a countermeasure. This was nothing but a branch. Worst-case scenario, he could just give it up. As long as there was life, there would be hope. Yu Zhenghai was no stranger to death. He had been bullied many times in the past. He met Lu Zhou's eyes and said, "One should answer for one's actions." "Very well." Lu Zhou placed a hand on his back and extended a hand before himself. "I won't bully you. I won't be using any primal chi. If you can defeat me, I'll spare you." Yu Zhenghai was slightly stunned. He did not know why this old man would target him. He had no quarrel with him. He was baffled. Whoosh! Yu Zhenghai charged forward with a punch. Lu Zhou sidestepped him and tackled him with his shoulder. Bam! Yu Zhenghai flew to the side. Ding! Punished Yu Zhenghai. Reward: 500 merit points. Is that all? Lu Zhou's achievements in body tempering was not inferior to Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai had experienced countless setbacks and sufferings. Under his master's watch, he had converted his past experiences and misfortunes into motivation to work harder. Could he not defeat an old man without his primal chi? No. Yu Zhenghai got to his feet again and charged. His fist whooshed through the air, and his attacks rained down on Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou dealt with the attacks calmly. He parted the winds of the punches with his fierce palm strikes. As the saying went, for ounces could move 1,000 caddies. Bam! Yu Zhenghai reeled again. Ding! Punished Yu Zhenghai. Reward: 500 merit points. Again! Yu Zhenghai cried out, enduring the pain. The cycle repeated itself over and over again. Huang Shiji and Hua Chongyang did not leave. At this moment, they walked into the hole on the wall as well. They stared at the scene before them with their mouths agape. So, this is how a 9-leaf beats up an 8-leaf. Huang Shiji said incredulously. He felt as though he was watching a senior beating up a junior. It did not seem like the old man was trying to look cool. I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't see it myself. But why would Senior Lu pick on Sect Master Yu? The two of them exchanged a glance. Miss Conk poked her head out between them and watched the battle. Huang Shiji glanced at her before looking at Hua Chongyang. Hua Chongyang understood what he was thinking. He said, no, if they took Conk hostage, they were only sealing their fates. Moreover, the Penglai sect and Nether sect would be dragged into this. Moreover, he could not bring himself to do such a thing. Bam! Yu Zhenghai kept reeling. He kept losing, but he kept fighting. He struggled to his feet and said through gritted teeth, again! This scene reminded Yu Zhenghai of the terrifying training process of the body-tempering realm when he first joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. That was a memory he could never get rid of for the rest of his life. His master had trained him with a regime that was 100 times stricter than what the others were subjected to. His training continued regardless of the seasons, whether it was freezing cold or sweltering hot. Ji Tiandao had tempered his body and will day after day, year after year. It was normal for him to be beaten up. Staying inside an icy cave naked and being exposed to the scorching sun were regular components of his routine. Perhaps it was due to his body. He successfully tempered his body and entered the mystic enlightening realm in 10 years. It would not be an exaggeration to say the hardships he went through were equivalent to the collective hardships the other 8 disciples went through, if not more. The two of them fought for what seemed like hours. Yu Zhenghai had lost count of the times he was sent flying. Bam! Yu Zhenghai was sent flying again. Senior Lu, I'm begging you. Thud. Surprisingly, Si Wuya fell to his knees at this moment. Without a second word, Hua Chongyang ran to Si Wuya's side and fell to his knees as well. Yu Zhenghai was lying on the ground, panting heavily as he looked at the night sky. He was exhausted. He no longer wished to move. He felt as though all his internal organs were injured. Lu Zhou sighed. Hang in there. I can't let this rascal off so easily. With or without primal chi, his old bones were not made to withstand long battles. He had underestimated this rascal's tenacity. He looked at Si Wuya and asked, You're kneeling for him? Please spare the sect master, Senior Lu. Hua Chongyang prostrated himself. When he heard this, Yu Zhenghai suddenly shouted, All or nothing. He charged toward Lu Zhou like a bull, advancing with much greater strength than before. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Just how much strength does this rascal have? The Wuxia tribe, huh? Should I act shamelessly? Yu Zhenghai did not have any complicated thoughts in his mind. Once he had a goal or target, he would not give up until he got what he wanted. He leaped to the side with the aura of a mountain bearing down. Whoosh! Instead of retreating, Lu Zhou advanced. He looked up and raised his hand at lightning speed. As the saying went, for ounces could lift 1,000 caddies. Yu Zhenghai suddenly backed away, laughing. You've been tricked. He pushed both his palms down. Lu Zhou suddenly felt Yu Zhenghai had the force of 10,000 ounces. Was this another characteristic of the Wuxia tribe? His finger shone with a blue light as he said in a deep voice, "Rise." He pushed up, holding Yu Zhenghai up with his hand. The others were shocked. Similarly, Si Wuya and Hua Chongyang looked at this scene in shock. Yu Zhenghai knew how heavy his technique was. He was almost certain no one could withstand his attack without using primal qi. How is this possible? In just a blink of an eye, Lu Zhou tossed Yu Zhenghai, and Yu Zhenghai sailed through the air again. Yu Zhenghai fell to the ground with a loud crash before he rolled around. He felt as though the world was spinning at this moment. Lu Zhou said, "Trying to trick me?" When Yu Zhenghai came to a stop, he endured the pain and looked at Lu Zhou, clearly frightened. It did not work. He lost again. He had lost completely. Fear washed over Yu Zhenghai's heart. He thought he was peerless in body tempering. Why was this old man so outrageously powerful? He felt despair rising in his heart as well. It seemed like everyone was as significant as an ant in front of a 9-leaf cultivator. At this point, you can do whatever you want with me, be it to kill or to flay me alive. He had never felt this kind of despair before. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Lu Zhou tapped the ground lightly with his foot. Primal qi surged. When the primal qi rippled out, everyone present felt their hearts sink. This was the end. A palm strike sailed through the air at this moment. The palm shot at Yu Zhenghai at lightning speed. Nobody attempted to block this attack from a 9-leaf cultivator. At this moment, all of them thought Yu Zhenghai was done for. Yu Zhenghai looked at Lu Zhou, who was lunging at him through the air. His consciousness wavered. This strike reminded him of his master. In the end, he closed his eyes. Forget it. Death ends all troubles. At this moment, he felt incredibly relaxed. Everything would become the past eventually. He was born with nothing and would not bring anything with him when he died. Why should he stubbornly cling to his life? Whoosh! A breeze caressed Yu Zhenghai's face. He expected the palm strike to split his head, and the troubles and pain would disappear in an instant. However, nothing happened. I'm still alive? His thoughts were still with him. He could still control his body. He could still move his fingers. The entire place was silent. No one dared to move. Yu Zhenghai opened his eyes. He saw a hand in front of him, only a fist away from him. It did not follow through. He asked in confusion, "Why?" Lu Zhou retracted his palm. "I'm acquainted with your master. I'm only here because of another person's request." Yu Zhenghai, Si Wuya, Hua Chongyang, and the others were shocked. Inside the great hall, Xianxia and the others who were slowly making their way toward them heard this as well. They pulled long faces. After all this trouble, 9-leaf Lu was on the Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch side. They knew each other? That was quite a fright they had. Yu Zhenghai asked, "Did he ask you to come?" "He did." Lu Zhou nodded. Yu Zhenghai frowned deeply and said, "If he sent you here to teach me a lesson, I'm afraid that I'm going to have to disappoint you." He struggled to his feet with great difficulty before he said, "I won't submit even if it means I have to die." Lu Zhou appeared puzzled as he asked, "Do you hate him so?" "Hate?" Yu Zhenghai shook his head. "A teacher for a day is a father forever. As a disciple, I have no right to hate my master." "What if he has his own reasons for his actions?" Lu Zhou asked. "Who's going to care about my reasons, then?" Yu Zhenghai asked loudly, clearly agitated. Preposterous. Lu Zhou wanted to curse at him. However, without the memory crystal, he could not be sure about the truth. If things were truly like what Yu Shangrong, Si Wuya, and Yu Zhenghai had said, there was no doubt he was in the wrong. However, he had a feeling there was more to the matter. He could not think of a reason or motive for Ji Tiandao to commit those acts. Although he was a brash and hot-tempered person, it did not make sense that he raised and nurtured 9 outstanding disciples just to kill them. Lu Zhou's remark calmed Yu Zhenghai down. Yu Zhenghai sighed and said, "I admit, I'm not doing his kindness justice." Lu Zhou turned to look at Yu Zhenghai. At the end of the day, Yu Zhenghai's current cultivation base was given by Ji Tiandao. Senior Lu, may I have a word? Yu Zhenghai made an inviting gesture. Lu Zhou turned back to glance at Miss Conk. Miss Conk looked at Yu Zhenghai and smiled. Don't give up, all right? Under the moonlight, her pure and simple smile with her curt advice made Yu Zhenghai tremble. Don't give up. There were many things that he had yet to accomplish. How could he easily think about giving up? Yu Zhenghai said, look after her. I'll kill anyone who dares touch her. This surprised Lu Zhou. His rascal was not as shameless and despicable as he thought. The two of them walked into the forest. The moonlight grew dim. Thud. As soon as they entered the forest, Yu Zhenghai fell to his knees wordlessly. Lu Zhou was taken aback. He didn't recognize me, right? It should be impossible for him to do so. As a transmigrator, his personality and temper were very different from Ji Tiandao's. With the appearance alteration card and the fact that the two of them had not been in contact lately, there should be no way for Yu Zhenghai to recognize him. Even someone as intelligent as Si Wuya could not recognize him. How did Yu Zhenghai recognize him? Senior Lu, please give me 6 months, Yu Zhenghai said. Lu Zhou asked skeptically, 6 months? What do you mean? Since you're here on my master's request, I'm sure my master will listen to you, Yu Zhenghai said. Of course, Lu Zhou said proudly. When I met Brother Ji, you were still playing with dirt. That's why. I humbly ask you to give me 6 months, Senior Lu. 6 months later, regardless of whether I succeed or fail, I will surely go up the mountain and own up to my sins, said Yu Zhenghai earnestly. 6 months. Lu Zhou was in no hurry to answer his question. He knew he could easily take Yu Zhenghai away if he so wished at this moment. However, if he did that, who would deal with the imperial family? Previously, he had no intentions of looking for trouble with the imperial family before this, but time and time again, the imperial family had provoked the evil sky pavilion. Is world dominion that important to you? Lu Zhou asked. It was not a good thing for cultivators to be overly covetous of power and position. Scenes of the past surfaced in Yu Zhenghai's mind before he replied, It is. Lu Zhou looked at Yu Zhenghai and said, I can spare you, but you'll have to answer my questions. Let's hear them, Senior Lu. First, where's your master's memory crystal? Rongxi. Lu Lan. Yu Zhenghai answered curtly. Where is it, exactly? I don't know. Second, what's sealed within the memory crystal? This was one of the answers Lu Zhou wanted to know the most. Since he could not find it at the moment, he chose to ask about it for now. Yu Zhenghai replied in a slightly uncertain tone, It should be the same as Yun Tianluo. As for the other memories, nobody knows. Lu Zhou nodded and asked again, Final question, why are you so cold toward your master? In other words, what drove a wedge between the both of them? Yu Zhenghai answered, I'm not being cold. I merely have no choice. Oh? Just because you're from the Wuxia tribe? Or is it because you've had a hard life since young? Lu Zhou asked. Yu Zhenghai was shocked. He looked up at the old man before him, dumbfounded. Lu Zhou said, I've heard something from Yu Shangrong. Is Brother Ji trying to study the 9-leaf stage through both of you? Yu Zhenghai did not expect the old man to know this much about the evil sky pavilion. After a moment of silence, he nodded and replied, That's true. All right. Lu Zhou increasingly felt that the matters between the 9 disciples and Ji Tiandao were becoming more and more complicated. At this very moment, a melodious tune from a flute reached them from the Nether Sect branch's great hall. The melody was mellow and pleasant. Many pairs of blue eyes appeared among the trees. The flute sounded louder and louder. It was full of vigor. The beasts inside the forest crept closer. The lady who knows the tongue and tune of beasts? Yu Zhenghai said in shock. The melodious tone complemented the quiet night. On its own, the tone was pleasing to the ears. However, taking into considerations that it could make beasts malleable to its will, it no longer seemed harmless and beautiful. The beasts slowly crept closer. Lu Zhou raised his feet slightly and stomped. The land shook. A ripple of radiance spread into the surroundings. The vicious beasts immediately scampered and disappeared into the night. You sent Hua Chongyang to the heaven worship platform, so you can use this girl to take down Jing province? Am I right? Lu Zhou asked. Yu Zhenghai knew this was not something to boast about. How could a sect master like him use an innocent young girl for his own gains? However, those who did great things would not fret over such trivial matters. They had to make some allowances here and there. Yes, he replied. I'm curious about her identity as well, Lu Zhou said. Yu Zhenghai felt slightly guilty when he remembered Miss Conk asking him not to give up. Up until now, this was his life's motto. He had experienced and endured many hardships growing up. The Wuxians migrated due to the war and were wiped out because of it. He witnessed the deaths of his brothers but was powerless to do anything. He was sold to Lulan by traffickers as a manual laborer. He was treated as a plaything by the aristocrats who sliced his body until he bled to death. Not giving up was the only thing that kept him going to this day. And yet, he intended to use Miss Conk? How could he not feel guilty or regretful? In the end, he said, 6 months. 6 months are all I need. Do you resent your master because he tried to use you to attain the 9-leaf stage? Lu Zhou asked again. This question made Yu Zhenghai fall silent. He was thinking of an answer. Matters were complicated. Many details had already been lost in the sands of time. After thinking about it for some time, he said, Wuxian cultivators can only die thrice. To tell you the truth, I've already died twice. He sounded calm when he said this as though it was nothing important. Lu Zhou's gaze fell on Yu Zhenghai along with the moonlight. He could hardly imagine this was the first disciple he recruited. He vaguely remembered that Yu Zhenghai joined hardships he endured. He had a single goal, and that was to keep getting stronger. He asked, confused, was the first time in Lulan? Yu Zhenghai nodded. The second time is by Ji Tiandao's hands? Lu Zhou mentioned his host's name instead of referring to him as Brother Ji or your master. Yu Zhenghai's second death was what he was most curious about. Yu Zhenghai was whisked away by Si Wuya after his death. That was how the personal diary came to be. Early in the 3rd month of the 154th year of Emperor Yongqing's reign in Great Yen, my master was meditating on his golden lotus and lost control for a time. He started spouting unintelligible words and would go on and on about the 9-leaf stage. In the middle of the month, I was sparring with second junior brother at Heaven Mountain's Phoenix Lake. My master exploded in a fit of rage, and the 3 of us battled it out. The battle lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. We moved north from Heaven Mountain's Phoenix Lake, passed by Cloud Rage River and Scarlet Orchid Mountain. In the end, my master bested both of us, Yu Zhenghai said. He paused for a moment and sighed before continuing. My master returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion after the battle, while second junior brother and I recuperated there. While we rested, we had a quarrel that lasted for 3 days. Second junior brother left in anger. When Lu Zhou heard this, something stirred in him. The things Yu Zhenghai was telling him could not be found in his memories. According to what Yu Shangrong said and coupled with the inferences made based on available information, Ji Tiandao had sealed all memories related to the 9-leaf stage. What did Ji Tiandao see that made him seal his memories? Lu Zhou's gaze fell on Yu Zhenghai. Was the battle spontaneous? It did not make sense for 3 people to suddenly fight for no reason. Yu Zhenghai shook his head, indicating he did not know the answer to this. Seeing Yu Zhenghai's calm expression, Lu Zhou said, So, you died because of him. It's related but unrelated at the same time. Yu Zhenghai smiled wryly and shook his head. What do you mean? Someone sneaked up on me and attacked me when I was heavily injured. It's too insignificant to mention, Yu Zhenghai said. Who attacked you? Yu Zhenghai shook his head. Thank you for your concern, Senior Lu. But I must deal with my own matters. Just as well. There was no use to press Yu Zhenghai about this. Lu Zhou decided to let him do what he wanted. He had gained a rough understanding of the events in the past. Yu Zhenghai had spoken about this easily and in simple terms. However, nobody knew just how many hardships he had to endure. Yu Zhenghai's temper and character meant that he did not like to grumble or bow his head at another person. This was the kind of person he had been since young. Lu Zhou was surprised by Yu Zhenghai's actions today. It was clear Yu Zhenghai truly wanted to rule the world. After thinking about this for some time, he placed his hands on his back and turned around, walking to the edge of the forest. He did not answer him directly. Senior Lu. Yu Zhenghai was perplexed. Although I'm an old friend of your master, I cannot make decisions on his behalf. Yu Zhenghai stood up and said, in that case, please pass on the message for me, Senior Lu. Lu Zhou stopped walking. Without turning back, he said in a deep voice, know your place. Yu Zhenghai was stunned. Yu Zhenghai was only a disciple. Was this the attitude he should be assuming while talking to his master? How dare he ask a senior to pass on his message? When Lu Zhou arrived at the place where the battle took place a few moments ago, he looked at the moon. The sound of the flute had stopped. Xianxia emerged from the hole in the wall. Against the moonlight, he bent his back and nodded as he spoke. You have some shocking techniques, Senior Lu. It's truly a sight to behold. Lu Zhou glanced at the bootlicker and said, Xianxia. Xianxia was overjoyed as he said, I didn't expect you to know me, Senior Lu. I'm overwhelmed by this favor. At the same time, he felt pleased with himself. Being at the top of the whitelist was not without its perks. Huang Shiji was an 8-leaf expert, and yet, Senior Lu did not recognize him. He could not help but feel proud when he thought about this. Have you joined to Penglai sect? Lu Zhou asked. No. Xianxia said with a bow. I've joined the Core Yang sect. I was escorting old Senior Huang to deliver the survival pills. You should give more thought to what you should and shouldn't do, Lu Zhou said. Xianxia found these words vaguely familiar. Suddenly, he cried out, Old Senior Ji has said that same thing before. Oh, if only old Senior Ji is as approachable as you, Senior Lu, Xianxia said. At this moment, under the moonlight, Huang Shiji, Miss Conk, Si Wuya, and Hua Chongyang appeared near the hole in the wall. Lu Zhou noticed that Miss Conk was holding a short flute. She seemed to like it very much. Yu Zhenghai emerged from the forest as well at this time. He walked forward with the moon behind him. Everyone's eyes darted between the 9-leaf expert and the 8-leaf expert. Lu Zhou did not look at him. Approachable? Yeah. Senior Lu. Your face. Xianxia was rendered speechless as he witnessed a shocking scene. Under the moonlight, there seemed to be a slight distortion on Lu Zhou's face. Lu Zhou cancelled the effects of the appearance alteration card. There was a brief flash of light before the black-clad, white-haired and slender appearance of a teacher with a stern aura appeared before everyone. Ah! Xianxia staggered backward. His eyes were full of fear. Old SS Senior Ji. Xianxia was stunned. How did his appearance change? What's this? What happened? Si Wuya shuddered as he looked at Lu Zhou. It was not surprising if the other could not recognize Lu Zhou, but it was impossible for him not to recognize his master. How else could it be but his master standing in front of him? He stammered in a hoarse voice with an incredulous expression on his face. Master. In hindsight, everything was clear. After all, how could there be so many 9-leaf elites showing up all of a sudden? Who else could easily use the Celestial Master's sex talismans? He should have realized this sooner and could not help but lament his stupidity. In fact, the thought that Senior Lu was his master did cross his mind for a fleeting moment. But he quickly dismissed that thought since the old man did not resemble his master at all. Huang Shijie, who was in shock, quickly bowed. Brother Ji, it's you. Well met. Well met. You changed. Conk smiled. Hua Chongyang's reaction was similar to Xianxia. He stumbled back and fell on his butt. He was inwardly beating himself for bringing a wolf into the sheep's den earlier. Even worse, now he found out he had brought the Patriarch of the Evil Sky Pavilion here. What was happening? Everyone was stunned. They felt as though they were having a mental breakdown. Lu Zhou could tell he had reverted to his true appearance. His beard had grown longer. He did not pay attention to everyone's shocked expressions. He only said indifferently, It's only an insignificant skill. Out of everyone present, the person who was most shocked was none other than Yu Zhenghai, who was standing behind Lu Zhou. His eyes widened in shock, and he felt as though he had been slapped a few times. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He asked in a tentative and respectful tone, "Master, it's you?" A hint of reluctance and incredulity could be heard in his voice as well. Before Lu Zhou replied, he turned tail and ran without saying another word. I should run. Swoosh! Yu Zhenghai sped toward the forest. It was exhausting to run without primal qi. He was physically tired, but more than that, he was mentally tired. To think that old geezer even knows how to alter his appearance. Why didn't I think of that? He vanished among the trees in just a blink of an eye. The others were dumbfounded. Hua Chongyang and his subordinates were stunned as well. Was this still their majestic and impressive sect master? Everything happened too quickly. The others could not keep up with the turn of events. Lu Zhou did not pursue Yu Zhenghai. Instead, he beckoned at Miss Conk. Conk. The song. MHM. Miss Conk seemed to enjoy the feeling of being useful. She brought the flute to her lips at once. The melodious and familiar tune filled the air. Sound was, naturally, faster than a human running. Without his cultivation base, Yu Zhenghai could not have outrun sound even though his physique was superior to ordinary humans. Deep within the dark forest, many pairs of glowing green eyes appeared. Yu Zhenghai immediately stopped in his tracks. Even without his primal qi and cultivation base, he did not think much of these vicious beasts. He said in a deep voice, "Get lost." Some of the weaker beasts did not dare to approach him. On the contrary, the strongest beasts continued to advance on him. Beasts were beasts after all. In their eyes, humans were one of the most delicious food in the world. The beasts pounced at Yu Zhenghai. Boom! 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 Yu Zhenghai swung his fists wildly as fought the wild beasts. Lu Zhou and the others heard the sounds of fighting from the forest. However, he did not seem bothered by it. He looked at everyone and said, "He deserves it." Xianxia was close to tears. He prostrated himself on the ground at once and said, "Old Senior G, why do you have to do this? This was not funny at all." Xianxia wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He was in much pain. If old Senior G could alter his appearance, why did he spend so much effort to memorize the appearances of the features of the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion? How meaningless. "You're moved." Lu Zhou looked down at Xianxia. How could Xianxia not be moved? He was so moved that he nearly cried. Smack! Smack! Xianxia began to slap himself. The others sighed inwardly at the sight. This served as a reminder for them not to judge someone by their appearances in the future. Meanwhile, the melodious sound of the flute did not stop. The moonlight was getting brighter. Wuxia glanced at the dark and thick forest. He suppressed the shock in his heart and said, "Master, I'm worried eldest senior brother's life will be in danger if we don't rescue him soon." "It doesn't matter." Lu Zhou shook his head. "You underestimate him." Inwardly, he thought to himself, "He's tougher than a bull when he fought me earlier." If Yu Zhenghai could not even withstand the attacks of these wild beasts, it would be the biggest joke ever. Wuxia gulped before he said, "Master, you could have just come if you have business with him." Why? Lu Zhou felt it was a waste of time to answer this question. The answer was obvious. If he did not alter his appearance, Yu Zhenghai would have run off at the get-go before he even came knocking. If he could meet Yu Zhenghai, how was he supposed to capture him? Wuxia realized his question was redundant. Therefore, he no longer asked. Lu Zhou raised his hand and said, "Conk." "Oh." Conk stopped playing. Lu Zhou gave Conk an admiring look. It was a shame this young girl could not control her own talents. However, there was no rush. He could slowly nurture her if she decided to cultivate in the future. If she's someone the Taishu Academy and Henku branch want as a disciple, should I accept her as my disciple as well? Prior to this, Lu Zhou had never thought about accepting any more disciples. However, now that he thought about it, it did not seem like a bad idea. At this moment, Huang Shiji cupped his fists and said, I didn't expect this young girl to be this gifted. She'll certainly become someone great if she's taught well in the future. Huang Shiji thought about the 9 disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion. They were already outrageously talented. Now, another genius was likely to join the Evil Sky Pavilion. He lamented the unfairness of the heavens and wondered when the Penglai sect be graced with some quality disciples. Nevertheless, he could only grumble inwardly. How would he dare to verbalize his thoughts? Lu Zhou looked at Conk with a satisfied expression. In any case, this matter was not important now. He had to deal with the matter at hand first. Boom! 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 The sound of fighting resonated from the forest before it abruptly stopped. Lu Zhou looked at Si Wuya and pushed with his palm out before a palm seal shot toward Si Wuya. In just an instant, Si Wuya felt the mantra on him had been lifted. Overjoyed, he said, Thank you, Master. He rose to his feet immediately, preparing to help Yu Zhenghai. Wait, Master, do you remember what I've said? Lu Zhou asked. I do. In that case, have no regrets. I won't. Si Wuya bowed at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve. Si Wuya understood what Lu Zhou meant. He turned around and flew into the forest. In truth, Lu Zhou had long known the decision Si Wuya would make. At the end of the day, as their master, he would have to let them go out to the world and learn on their own. Children needed to be given the independence to explore once they come of age. What would the consequences be? Nobody knew. Whether they would succeed or fail, it was all a part of life. Shortly after, Si Wuya returned with Yu Zhenghai on his back. Yu Zhenghai was covered in bruises and bumps, unconscious. At this moment, Lu Zhou looked at Yu Zhenghai. Name, Yu Zhenghai. Identity, Wuxian. Human. Realm, nascent divinity tribulation realm. If it were not for the appearance alteration card, it would have been practically impossible for him to meet Yu Zhenghai, judging by how quickly he had run earlier. Everyone sighed in relief. Compared to an unfamiliar 9-leaf expert who appeared out of nowhere, the disciples of the Nether sect and Penglai sect preferred to face Ji Tiandao. After all, he was the master of the sect master of the Nether sect master. This meant, in a way, he was in the same camp, right? Lu Zhou brought Conk back into the great hall through the hole in the wall. The others followed. Hua Chongyang patted Xin Liangshou's shoulders and said, Are you coming? Xin Liangshou said after looking up, Go on ahead. I'll slap myself a few more times to hammer it into my memories. Suit yourself. Hua Chongyang felt regretful and helpless as well. If it were not for him, the old senior would not be here at all. However, at this juncture, there was no other way but to plow on. Hua Chongyang entered the great hall. Si Wuya was still carrying Yu Zhenghai as he said, Master, eldest senior brother is injured. I'll take him back. Lu Zhou extended a palm. Palm seal struck him. Si Wuya, initially, thought his master intended to strike him. However, after a while, he discovered his master had merely lifted the mantra that suppressed Yu Zhenghai's cultivation base. Thank you, master. Si Wuya left the great hall through the main entrance with Yu Zhenghai on his back and headed to the resting room. Inside the room, Si Wuya tossed Yu Zhenghai on the bed. He said with a sigh, I've already told you that master isn't a simple character, but you wouldn't listen. As he spoke, he flipped his palm and channeled some of his primal chi into Yu Zhenghai's body. Si Wuya continued to say, You should be grateful that master is the one who showed up today. If it were some other 9-leaf cultivator, do you think he would have been satisfied with Jing province alone? After channeling his primal chi into Yu Zhenghai's extraordinary 8 meridians, Si Wuya was baffled. There are no internal injuries? Forget it, you aren't so cowardly back then. Even the young lady's tune could subdue you. Then, he said with a sigh, Here lies the great sect master of the Nether sect. After sensing Yu Zhenghai's condition had stabilized, Si Wuya rose to his feet and left the room, closing the door behind him. The room was plunged into darkness immediately. Yu Zhenghai's eyes snapped open immediately in the darkness, and he sat up straight. His heart was thumping wildly in his chest. He stood up and walked to the door. Then, He fell to the ground and tried to peek through the narrow slit before he patted his chest. Soon after, he returned to the bed and sat down slowly with a soft sigh. I didn't want to do this as well. He tried to circulate the primal chi inside his Dantian sea of chi. He was surprised and puzzled to find that his cultivation base was no longer restricted. However, he was still cautious and did not recklessly circulate his primal chi. The 9-leaf stage was no laughing matter. Yu Zhenghai laid down, acting as though he was asleep. Inside the great hall, Lu Zhou looked at everyone. For a long while, nobody said anything. At this moment, Si Wuya walked into the great hall. Greetings, master, Si Wuya said with a bow. Eldest senior brother's condition has stabilized. Lu Zhou looked at Si Wuya. Knowing Si Wuya had made up his mind, he asked again, You're determined to take down Jing province? Si Wuya fell to his knees immediately. Master, currently Jing province city is an impregnable fortress. Eldest senior brother is at his wit's end. I proposed we lay siege on the city with vicious beasts. At this juncture, everyone glanced at Miss Conk, who was seated at the side. That's a good idea, but do you know how much primal chi and how high one's cultivation base are needed to control these beasts? Conk isn't a cultivator. Conk? Although Si Wuya had guessed this young lady was the person who understood the tongue of beasts, he was not aware that she was not a cultivator. It was not enough for her to know the tongue of beasts. When the beasts fought, they could be easily frightened by powerful cultivators if nobody spurred them on. He looked at Conk with a slightly shocked expression. She isn't a cultivator? Then he shook his head and said with a sigh, In that case, we can only think of another way. When Shu can't be easily dealt with, Lu Zhou said. Naturally, Si Wuya knew Wen Shu was not a simple character whom they could easily defeat. At this moment, Huang Shiji cupped his fists and said, I sympathize with sect master Yu. The Penglai sect is willing to lend a helping hand to the Nether sect. Lu Zhou looked at Huang Shiji. Huang Shiji was startled. I'm not asking for anything in return. I'm purely helping a friend. Nobody believed him. However, Lu Zhou replied, All right. Huang Shiji. Lu Zhou stood up, looked at the night scene and said, Si Wuya. Yes, master. Lu Zhou infused some primal chi into his voice and said loudly, I'll give him 6 months. After 6 months, whether he succeeds or fails, he has to be brought to me, dead or alive. Yes, master. Ding. Discipline Yu Zhenghai. Reward, 200 merit points. Based on this, it was obvious Yu Zhenghai was only feigning unconsciousness. In fact, Lu Zhou had no plans of dragging Yu Zhenghai back to the mountain with him this time. The Nether sect was ready to carry out their plan. Yu Zhenghai was too far into his quest to conquer the divine capital to turn back now. Moreover, Si Wuya had also made his choice. As their master, he had to be reasonable. As for the matters between master and disciples, he decided to leave it at the back of his mind for now. Rascal! Why are you playing dead for when I punched you so softly? Lu Zhou raised a hand and said, Conk! MHM. Conk slid off her chair and nimbly walked to Lu Zhou's side. I want to take you back to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Will you come with me? Upon hearing this, Si Wuya was shocked. He asked, Master, are you accepting another disciple? It had been more than 5 years. It had been a long time since Ji Tiandao last accepted a disciple. He did not expect his master to accept a disciple now. If the Evil Sky Pavilion opened its doors, throngs of people would swarm there. Who knows? Lu Zhou said ambiguously. When Huang Shiji and the others saw that Lu Zhou was leaving, they stood up. Master, it's getting late. Why don't you spend a night here and leave tomorrow? Si Wuya asked. Ding. Disciplined Yu Zhenghai. Reward, 200 merit points. That rascal is truly a rascal. He doesn't want me to stay here. At this moment, Conk grabbed Lu Zhou's arm and happily, I'll go to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou turned to look at Conk and said, What if we stay here for a month? Ding. Disciplined Yu Zhenghai. Reward, 200 merit points. This time, Conk did not nod, but she did not reject the idea as well. Lu Zhou could see she would rather not stay here. Forget it. Lu Zhou took Conk's hand and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. The Darknet's information network covers the lands under the heavens. Does that include the western regions where the other tribes live? Si Wuya replied confidently, I dare not boast, but it's the truth. In that case, use every resource at your disposal to locate a woman with the surname Luo. Lu Zhou said, 300 years ago, Yun Tianluo became the leader of the three sects because of her help. Yes, master, said Si Wuya with a bow. When Huang Shiji heard this, he exclaimed in shock. A woman with the surname Luo. 300 years ago. Lu Zhou looked at Huang Shiji. You've heard of her? Huang Shiji nodded and said, It just so happens that I have. Tell me what you know. If Lu Zhou had more information about the Luo woman, it would be relatively easier to look for her. Huang Shiji said, 300 years ago, I attained the 8-leaf stage out of pure luck. At that time, I knew nothing about the 8-leaf stage. Peng Lai was in turmoil and I had to take charge. Hence, I visited the three sects and asked Yun Tianluo for advice. Lu Zhou did not know Huang Shiji was acquainted with Yun Tianluo as well. Back then, the three sects were in the limelight. After becoming an 8-leaf cultivator, Yun Tianluo rose to the peak. From that moment on, the three sects officially opened their doors to recruit disciples using Yun Tianluo's name and swiftly grew stronger. It was common for the other sects to have discussions about cultivation with Yun Tianluo at the three sects. Naturally, not everyone was lucky enough to be given such a chance. At the time, Yun Tianluo mentioned a woman with the surname Luo. He said that he obtained her cultivation method and improved by leaps and bounds. Naturally, I didn't believe him wholly. After leaving the three sects, I heard there truly was such a person. She has one special ability, Huang Shiji said. What is it? Si Wuya said. The more information they could glean about it would make their search easier. She's gifted in tunes. Huang Shiji said solemnly. I had a wonderful conversation with Yun Tianluo. I couldn't get the woman he mentioned out of my mind ever since. Hence, I ordered my Peng Lai sect disciples to look for her. Then, I heard rumors that she is gifted in tune. She frequently sits at the seashore while playing the zither. Someone once saw the fish and beasts of the sea responding to her music as they leaped around happily. The others were in wonder. Lu Zhou glanced at Miss Conk. Was this trait not similar to Miss Conk? He said, Conk has the same talent as well, but it's not surprising. There are members of the other tribes in the west who know the tongue of beasts. Huang Shiji turned and looked at Conk as he said. Then, a tidal wave washed over the shore. The Luo woman disappeared with the waves. I reckon she's dead now. However, it was easy for a powerful cultivator to walk on air or the waves. How could she drown? Si Wuya asked. Anything else? The Luo woman is legendary, but she keeps a low profile. I don't know anything else about her apart from that, Huang Shiji said. What about her name? I don't know. The others sighed helplessly. Hua Chongyang said, Indeed, she resembles Miss Conk. Although Conk seemed to have only understood half of the conversation, she nodded and said, Yes. One of them was a legendary figure 300 years ago. The other was a 16-years-old young lady in her prime. Alas, there was a high chance the former was gone now. Huang Shiji said, This young girl is talented. If she starts cultivating, I'm sure she has a bright future ahead of her. Similarly, Lu Zhou felt this young girl had great potential as well. Si Wuya bowed at Lu Zhou and said, Master, I'll look for this Luo woman with all the, whether she's alive or dead, I'll give you an explanation. All right. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded in satisfaction. It was getting late. It was time for him to leave. Just when he was about to turn around, Huang Shiji seemed to hesitate over speaking up. In the end, he stepped forward and called, Brother Ji, wait up. What is it? If you have the time, will you visit Peng Lai as a guest? Huang Shiji asked. It had been a long time since he had visited Peng Lai Island. Penglai Island had always been referred to as a great island. The place derived its glory from the throngs of talented cultivators they produced over the years. Unfortunately, Lu Zhou still had many matters to attend to and did not have much strength or energy to spare. Hence, he said, the Penglai sect rarely concerns themselves with worldly affairs. You, the master of the island, actually came all to Jing province. Are you trying to say the little island of Penglai isn't enough to satisfy you anymore? Huang Shiji was taken aback. He said at once, we have no choice. Truly, we don't. Nothing came for free in this world, after all. Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, play your role well. Don't covet what's not yours. Huang Shiji dared not retort. He said at once, thank you for your teaching, Brother Ji. The other Penglai sect disciples bowed. Thank you for your teaching, old Senior Ji. Who would dare to speak against a nine-leaf cultivator? Si Wuya was relieved. Ever since Huang Shiji appeared, he was worried the most about people being greedy and covetous. What if his eldest senior brother could not satisfy their demands? However, with his master's words, it would serve as a deterrence. No matter how ambitious they were, they still had to act restraint. After stepping out of the great hall, Lu Zhou surveyed his surroundings. Si Wuya followed him out and said, it's only a branch. The environment lives much to desire. It's all right. If the situation permits, I'll come again, Lu Zhou said. Ding! Disciplined Yu Zhenghai. Reward, 200 merit points. You're always welcome here, master, Si Wuya replied. Ding! Disciplined Yu Zhenghai. Reward, 200 merit points. They made small talk for a moment before Lu Zhou decided to live. He summoned Bayan. Conk and Lu Zhou leaped onto Witzard's back and they flew away. The members of the Nether sect and Penglai sect sighed in relief. Si Wuya wiped the sweat off his face as well. Hua Chongyang fell to his knees at once. Mr. Seventh, please punish me severely for my incompetence. I won't feel at ease if the punishment isn't harsh. Si Wuya sighed, shook his head and said, punishment is a must, but not now. The battle of Jing province is about to begin. Atone your sins with merits. Hua Chongyang said, I will do my best. Si Wuya looked at Huang Shiji. Senior Huang, you must be tired. Why don't you spend the night here in the branch? It's nothing. Huang Shiji led his disciples and left. When everyone had left, Si Wuya made his way to Yu Zhenghai's room. A short while later, he stood outside the room and called out, eldest senior brother, master has left. It was quiet. There was no reply from the room. Eldest senior brother? No reply. Master has left, honest. Si Wuya found this strange. He found no issues when he examined his eldest senior brother's body with his primal chi moments ago. After his master unsealed his cultivation base, he should have been awake by now with his recuperating abilities. While he felt puzzled, there was a voice rang from up above. Tell Yu Zhenghai that I'll remember his actions of using the Evil Sky Pavilion's name. Ding! Disciplined Yu Zhenghai. Reward, 500 merit points. Si Wuya shuddered. He turned around at once. He looked up and saw Witzard hovering in the skies. Yes, master. Conk was seated before Lu Zhou on Witzard's back. His master's movements were truly unpredictable. Who would be able to figure out his thoughts? When Si Wuya looked up again, Witzard had already vanished in the horizons. Then, he looked at his eldest senior brother's room that was as silent as a graveyard. He gave it some thought before saying, looks like eldest senior brother is seriously wounded. After saying this, he left. The room was completely dark and silent. Yu Zhenghai opened his eyes after Si Wuya left. He looked at the ceiling, continued to sleep. Early the next morning, Si Wuya stood outside the room again. He bowed and said, eldest senior brother. There were still no movements. Okay, this is going too far. Si Wuya sighed. Eldest senior brother, I've come up with a good plan to take down Jing province in 7 days. Slam! The door was pushed open by a surge of primal chi. Yu Zhenghai walked out with his hands on his back. Eldest senior brother, Did you rest well yesterday? I had a long dream. I don't feel comfortable. Xianxia stretched his limb. A dream? Wuxia understood and said, You've been stretching yourself thin these days, eldest senior brother. Why don't you leave the management of the sect to me for a couple of days and concentrate on resting? That's a sound idea. Thank you, wise brother. Xianxia raised a hand and sent a palm seal into the air. From the nearby stable, Kuei came sprinting toward him. Xianxia leaped onto its back and said, See you in 2 days. Safe journey, eldest senior brother. Moo! Kuei mooed and left in the air. At this moment, Hua Chongyang came running over in haste. He placed a hand on his forehead. After observing for some time, he wondered, Why is the sect master in such a hurry? Wuxia ignored him and made his way to the meeting hall. The Evil Sky Pavilion. Duanmushang, Zhao Yu, Zhu Honggong, and little Yuaner surrounded Miss Conk. It seemed like they worried she was going to run away. Master has said that we're not to frighten or bully her. Zhu Honggong smiled at Conk. One of them sighed. At his age, why did Master suddenly bring a child back? Do you think that she's his daughter born out of wedlock? Zhu Honggong muttered under his breath. Bam! Ow! Third senior brother, what was that for? Zhu Honggong asked. Do you have a death wish? Talking trash behind Master's back like that? Duanmushang looked solemn. You're right. Third senior brother. Zhao Yu moved in front of Conk and waved at her. With a faint smile, she asked, What's your name? Conk. She held a flute in one hand and a conch in the other. Her real name is Conk? Zhu Honggong asked with a smile. Little Yuaner leaped to Conk's side and compared their heights. She found they were about the same height. Then, she circled around Conk as she asked, Where's your house? Far away. Conk pointed east. Little Yuaner leaped back. She pulled at the hem of Zhao Yu's clothes and said, Senior sister, I don't think she's too bright. Conk blinked and asked in confusion, What's not bright? I'm saying you're stupid. Stupid. The others understood now. Indeed, Conk was not too bright. Little Yuaner giggled and said, That won't be a problem. I'll protect you from now on. I'll smash the heads of anyone that bullies you. Thank you, Conk said. Let's go. We'll have some fun. MHM. The two young girls held hands and ran down the mountain. Duanmuzhang, Zhao Yu, and Zhu Honggong were baffled and stunned as they stared at young girls' retreating backs. Were they not supposed to question Conk together? Why did little Yuaner defect at the last minute? Inside the Eastern Pavilion, Lu Zhou sat with his back straight on the rush cushion as he looked at the points on the system dashboard. Merit points, 54,680. He had gained more than he expected from his trip to Jing Province. He merely gained several thousand merit points from killing the Taishu Academy's Jiang Reni, the Henku branch's Zhang Kan, and the Jing Province's Deputy General Ning Han. The remainder of the points were basically from Xianxia. Just how uncomfortable is that rascal in my presence? I should pay him a visit whenever I'm short on merit points. Lu Zhou looked at the disciplining missions on the dashboard while he was at it. The mission of disciplining his 8 disciples appeared on the dashboard. They were almost complete. He noticed there was another mission at the bottom. Searching for the Luo woman. Status. In progress. What secrets does this Luo woman hold? Where is she? Since something came up in the system, this meant the person was still alive. What was left now was to slowly search for her. Lu Zhou glanced at his merit points again. He was wondering if he should buy a golden lotus leaf. It was slightly impractical for him to accumulate merit points and purchase the Thousand Realms Whirling Avatar. He noticed the reminder beside the Thousand Realms Whirling Avatar. He had to be above the 8-leaf stage to purchase it. In other words, he had to be at the 9-leaf stage. The Thousand Realms Whirling was still far away. However, it was too much of a waste to purchase a golden lotus leaf at this point. He could sprout leaves through cultivation from the 1-leaf stage to the 5-leaf stage. He noticed the reminder beside golden lotus leaf as well. He could save the merit points for a time where he would need it more. When he thought about this, Lu Zhou muttered, "Lucky draw. Ding. Spent 50 merit points. Obtained reversal card X5. A good start." However, Lu Zhou got 10 appreciation messages when he did more draws. Then he gave up. He closed the system dashboard. He crossed his palms and placed them before his Dantian's sea of qi. Primal qi flowed along his extraordinary 8 meridians. His Dantian's sea of qi was like the source of a fountain. Primal qi surged and filled his sea of qi. The speed of his cultivation was much better than when he first transmigrated here, as he had expected. Lu Zhou cleared his mind of distracting thoughts and began cultivating. Meanwhile, Conk and little Yuaner wandered around. "The Eastern Pavilion is where my master lives. It's best to avoid that place if there's nothing urgent. Otherwise, you'll just be asking for a beating. That's the Southern Pavilion. Most of my senior siblings live there. Oh, there's also 3 old men and an old woman. That's the Western Pavilion where the other disciples and the others stay. The books, weapons, and cultivation methods are kept in the Western Pavilion. That's the Northern Pavilion. It serves as a warehouse and a storage room," little Yuaner explained. "Behind the Northern Pavilion is the back of the mountain." Little Yuaner brought Conk to the back of the mountain. At this moment, they saw Yu Shangrong leaning on the trunk of a huge tree with the longevity sword in his hand. He had a faraway gaze, clearly lost in thought, as he held a letter in his other hand. "Who's that? He looks strange," Conk asked curiously. Little Yuaner giggled and said, "Don't mind him. He's been on the treetop for several days now." Her voice barely faded when Yu Shangrong kept the letter in his pocket. He did a flip in midair and landed before the 2 of them. Little Yuaner stuck her tongue out. She lowered her head and said, "Second senior brother." Yu Shangrong smiled. He caressed her head and asked, "A guest?" "Hello. I'm Conk." Conk extended her hand and smiled sweetly. "Hello, Conk? What a good name," Yu Shangrong praised. Little Yuaner pulled Conk away and ran toward the back of the mountain. She said, "Second senior brother, Master brought her here. I'm supposed to show her around." "Master?" Yu Shangrong looked at Miss Conk suspiciously. Apart from looking pure and naive, there was nothing special about her. His master rarely brought people back to the mountain. Why would he do it now? Before he could ask any further questions, little Yuaner and Conk had already left for the back of the mountain. Yu Shangrong did not dwell on this. He pushed away from the ground and flew toward the waist of the mountain with movements as nimble as a swallow. Meanwhile, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng saw little Yuaner and Conk and exchanged a look. "A newcomer. Don't point at her. Once bitten, twice shy. Let's not act rashly this time, no matter what happens." "Understood. I'll listen to you this time, Brother Zhou. We'll avoid her as best as we can." The 2 of them turned around and left without any hesitation. Night fell. Lu Zhou felt that his Dantian Sea of Qi was being filled with primal qi. Perhaps he had been raising his realm and cultivation base with the avatars before this. He had never spent any of his saved primal qi. It had only increased. There was now a substantial amount. "Can I achieve a breakthrough?" Lu Zhou wondered. With ample experience and skills, it seemed possible for him to attempt to sprout a leaf with this amount of primal qi. When he first transmigrated here, Lu Zhou had a hard time cultivating due to his body. He had made it this far by relying on his item cards. Now that his body had been strengthened, the speed of his cultivation was much better than before. Item cards were just item cards, after all. A fake 9-leaf elite could fool the masses for a time but not forever. With the dawn of the Lotus-severing era, people had begun to cultivate diligently. Apart from the trillions of humans, they were also the other tribesmen. Surely there would be geniuses who would eventually attain the 9-leaf stage. If he did not have true strength, how was he going to face the future that was unfolding at a magnificent scale? Lu Zhou flipped his palm. When the resonance sounded, a miniature avatar materialized above his palm. It was a 1-leaf golden lotus nascent divinity avatar. The single leaf seemed lonely. Perhaps he too used to putting on an act. When he finally saw this one lonely leaf, He could not help but feel extremely weak. Lu Zhou shook his head. This was not the time to lament at his weakness. He focused on the golden lotus and circulated the primal qi within his Dantian sea of qi. The avatar changed. Golden rings of radiance appeared on the avatar and moved down. Sprouting a leaf was like nurturing a tree. When the nutrients and conditions were right, the plant would sprout and grow. The more leaves it had, the better the plant would grow. Sometimes, Lu Zhou wondered about the names of the 9-leaf and 10-leaf stage as recorded in the books. There were also records of the next realm after the nascent divinity realm, the mysterious heaven realm. In that case, why were there so many cultivators stuck at the 8-leaf stage, unable to move to the 9-leaf stage? What were the secrets contained in the world of the 9-leaf stage? Countless predecessors must have peeked into the realm before. However, they were all buried under the tides of history. Secluded inside the Evergreen Palace, the Emperor Lu Gu was also working hard to sprout leaves. Lu Gu, who commanded the Divine Capital and the Imperial Guard, was well equipped to sever his lotus and to cultivate as quickly as possible. The attendant hastened all the way into the Evergreen Palace with a platter in his hand. He passed through layers of defenses and entered the study. He kneeled on the ground and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, the Big Dipper Academy has refined another leaf-sprouting pill." Lu Gu, who was sitting on the floor with his legs crossed, opened his eyes and looked at the pill on the platter. One pill. It takes a long time to refine a leaf-sprouting pill. Huge amount of labor and resources are needed. President Zhou said they did their best. The attendant's voice was shaking as he spoke. There was a moment's silence. Then Lu Gu raised his hand and brought the leaf-sprouting pill toward him. "Here's my decree. The Big Dipper Academy is to focus all its resources on refining leaf-sprouting pills. The Imperial family will supply all materials needed. All resources, except the Imperial Guard, are to be made available to them." Understood. The attendant left the study reverently. The room was silent again. Lu Gu raised his hand. When his primal qi surged, an avatar appeared. The brilliant golden avatar illuminated the entire room. There was no golden lotus under the floating avatar, for bright golden leaves were spinning around the avatar. Lu Gu nodded in satisfaction. He raised his hand and sent the newly refined leaf-sprouting pill into his mouth. He clenched his fist. Boom! The avatar dispersed. The effects of the pill should be kicking in soon. He was just about to start cultivating when his eyes snapped open. He shouted, "Men!" An attendant started. He ran into the room, bumping into the walls and doors as he stumbled into the study. He looked up and saw a fuming Lu Gu. "Why, Your Majesty, the leaf-sprouting pill's effect isn't strong enough. What's the reason for this?" Lu Gu asked. "Your Majesty, President Zhou himself refined this pill and packaged it before sending it here. This is the best pill of all the leaf-sprouting pills," the attendant said nervously. Lu Gu frowned deeply, puzzled. Could this be due to my improved realm? The higher the realm, the more difficult it was to improve. This was the general rule that never changed since time immemorial. However, the effect of this pill was outrageously weak. After pondering on it, Lu Gu said, "You're dismissed." Understood. The attendant felt suspicious as well. However, he naturally dared not question the emperor. He hastily retreated from the room reverently. Outside the Big Dipper Academy, an academy disciple carried a chamber pot and walked out of the academy. "Make way, make way." The academy disciple continued walking. Several disciples covered their noses and gave way. "That reeks. What's wrong with you? Can't you do this when no one is around?" The academy disciple looked up with a chuckle and said, "I am sorry. Why haven't I seen you before?" The sour-faced disciple walked over. "I'm new. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing this." "Is that so? Let's see your pesa." If this were in the past, he would not have bothered with such a lowly character. However, this was a unique time for the Big Dipper Academy. Strict measures were in place. They could not allow any careless mistakes. Everyone coming in and out of the academy had to be checked. "Sure. The academy disciple with the chamber pot produced a peza and passed it to him. Mr. Ri, why does this peza look so new? Of course, it's new. After all, I've only just carved it earlier. Swoosh. A cold light glinted in the air as the separation hook drew an arc across his neck. Mingshi covered his mouth. With the chamber pot in one hand and the corpse in the other, he scurried into an alley and vanished. A moment later, in a forest more than 10 miles from the Big Dipper Academy, Mingshi took a pill and sniffed it. This fucking stinks. Oh wait, it's the smell of the chamber pot. Is this the leaf-sprouting pill? I wonder if I can eat it while I still have my golden lotus? The Big Dipper Academy is vast, but they sure are stingy. I've practically turned this place inside out, and this is the only one I found. He did not consume the leaf-sprouting pill. Instead, he packed it away and left the forest. Meanwhile, the 10-pill refinement rooms in the Big Dipper Academy were in chaos. Hundreds of academy disciples searched the academy as they hovered in the air. A few hours later, the academy disciples gathered outside the main pill room. President, we couldn't find it. We've searched everywhere. The north, south, east, and west. We found nothing. The final pill must have been substituted and stolen by someone. Zhou Yukai frowned. His eyelids twitched out of anger. He said in a deep voice, "Shameless scoundrel. This is too outrageous. Calm down, President." The others cried out. Zhou Yukai suppressed the flames of rage in his heart and said, "Put a lid on this. We'll act as if this didn't happen." "Ha! You'll obey my orders." "Understood." The academy disciples bowed. Inside the Evil Sky Pavilion's eastern pavilion, Lu Zhou glanced at the descending radiant circles. He could feel that his avatar was getting stronger. Finally, whiz, under his coaxing, a corner of the avatar's golden lotus sprouted a new leaf. The new leaf shone with a dazzling brightness. "It's done." The radiance faded away. 2 leaves were now slowly spinning around the golden lotus. Technically, this was Lu Zhou's first experience of sprouting a leaf through his own effort. It felt more exciting compared to purchasing avatars. It took him half a day to accomplish this. Lu Zhou's cultivation base was now officially in the 2-leaf nascent divinity realm. Lu Zhou called up the system dashboard. He looked at the prices of the item cards. As he expected, the prices of the item cards had increased by 1,000 merit points. The current prices of the item cards meant that it was no longer practical to hoard them. Lu Zhou had the heavenly writing's extraordinary power. So long as he continued to meditate upon the heavenly writing scrolls, it could be used to replace the Deadly Strike card. If he had no other choice, he could still buy the Deadly Strike card at a high price to save his own life. He glanced at the golden lotus leaf again. 50,000. Should I buy it? Raising his own cultivation base was much more important than anything else. The problem was if he spent his merit points, the process of sprouting leaves for him in the future would be slower. Since he could sprout leaves by cultivating now, he should not give up on the wonderful opportunity. Hold it together. In the end, he did not purchase the golden lotus leaf. Lu Zhou stood up and walked away from the screen. He looked at the parchment drawing on the table. He noticed a few new islands in the oceanic region in the northeast. A slight hint of excitement stirred in him. This meant the map was giving him new clues. Penglai Island? Could this be where the Luo woman is? Lu Zhou remembered what the Penglai sect master, Huang Shiji, told him about the Luo woman. Did he withhold some information like the source of his knowledge? Was it a coincidence that Huang Shiji also became an 8-leaf expert 300 years ago? Did he also receive help from the Luo woman? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Lu Zhou opened the system dashboard to have a look. A new mission was listed under the Heavenly Writing mission column. Search for the Open Earth Scroll. Open Earth Scroll? Up until now, Lu Zhou had mastered 4 heavenly writing powers. They were the sound technique that was the power of speech, the aerial attack that was the power of muting, the mimicry technique that was the power of past lives, and the healing technique that was the power of immaterial existence. He had expected there to be a fifth power, but he did not expect it to be the open earth scroll. He was still lost in his thoughts when a voice rang from outside. "Greetings, Master." Lu Zhou regained his senses and emerged from the eastern pavilion with his hands on his back. When he saw Ming-Shi with one knee on the ground, he said, "You're back." Inwardly, he thought to himself, "He's like a feral child." Ming-Shi looked around for a moment. When he was certain his master was not going to reprimand him, he said, "I went to the Big Dipper Academy." "The Big Dipper Academy?" Lu Zhou was puzzled. Ming-Shi presented the leaf-sprouting pill with both hands. "I found this. A leaf-sprouting pill. A treasure. I took it just for you, Master." Lu Zhou took the leaf-sprouting pill and sniffed it. The medicinal smell was strong. Then, he tossed the pill to Ming-Shi and said, "You keep it." "Master, I searched the entire Big Dipper Academy. I even went through their chamber pots." No. I've misspoken." Ming-Shi hurriedly put the leaf-sprouting pill away. "This is to be used after one's golden lotus is severed." "Understood." Lu Zhou noticed that Ming-Shi's loyalty was steadily above 80%. Perhaps it was due to him not reprimanding Ming-Shi for going to the Big Dipper Academy on his own accord. In any case, there was no need for Ming-Shi to do that. At this moment, Xianxia walked into the eastern pavilion and said, "Greetings, Master." "What is it?" "Jing province is in turmoil. I'd like to have a look," Xianxia said. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. He knew that Xianxia and Xianxia had never seen eye to eye. They had always been at odds with each other. Xianxia wanted to attack Jing province, and Lu Zhou gave him 6 months to do it. What would Xianxia do there with his 3-leaf cultivation base? "Old second," Lu Zhou said apathetically. "Yes, Master. I forbid you from fighting with Xianxia within these 6 months. Can you do that?" Lu Zhou asked. Ming-Shi was shocked when he heard this. Since when did his master become so forgiving? It seemed like his master was being merciful toward his eldest senior brother. Xianxia was taken aback. He met his master's gaze and said, "You misunderstood me, Master. Indeed, there are times where the saber and sword will exchange blows, but sometimes they can be in sync as well." Ming-Shi. Lu Zhou studied Xianxia's face, gauging his reaction. He noticed that Xianxia was still holding on to the diary. He roughly understood what was happening. Then he said, "What about your 3-leaf cultivation base?" Xianxia straightened his back and said in a nonchalantly confident tone, "With my sword in hand, I have nothing to fear." Lu Zhou felt speechless. It seemed impossible for him to change Xianxia's temperament. In the end, he calmly said, "In that case, you should go." "Thank you, Master. If there's a threat to you, you should prioritize your life," Lu Zhou said. "I've met countless dangers throughout my life. My enemies are the only ones who would choose to preserve their lives," Xianxia said. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Xianxia sensed something was amiss with the atmosphere. Hence, he bowed slightly and said in an acquiescing tone, "I'll remember your words." Ding! Disciplined Xianxia. Reward, 200 merit points. He won't listen to me if I talk to him normally. I'll have to put on a stern expression every single time. "Go then." Xianxia nodded. He turned around and left the eastern pavilion. Second senior brother. Second senior brother. Ming-Shi called out as he ran after Xianxia. "What's the matter?" Xianxia stopped in his tracks and looked at Ming-Shi in confusion. "A leaf-sprouting pill." Ming-Shi presented the pill with both hands. He wanted to subtly get into his second senior brother's good books. Xianxia looked at the pill indifferently before he said with a smile, "You should keep such a precious item for yourself." After he finished speaking, he flew up and descended the mountain with movements as light as willow and vanished in a blink of an eye. Ming-Shi was still holding the leaf-sprouting pill in his hands as he muttered under his breath, "Is this thing worthless? Did I go through all that trouble for nothing?" And Mr. Fourth? Zhou Jifeng walked over to have a look. "Just spit it out. Nobody wants the pill?" Zhou Jifeng was practically drooling. You want it? Thank you, Mr. Fourth. Zhou Jifeng hastily bowed. You're out of your mind. When did I say I'll give it to you? Ming-Shi put the leaf-sprouting pill away. Zhou Jifeng. Ming-Shi did not return to the Eastern Pavilion. He decided to return to the Southern Pavilion to rest. It was at this moment he saw little Yuaner and Conk walking toward him. The two girls were merrily chatting away. HM? A newcomer? Ming-Shi walked up to them. He greeted little Yuaner. Little junior sister. Little Yuaner saw what he was holding and said, Fourth senior brother? Did you bring some delicious snacks for me? Conk merely smiled at him. This is Conk? Little Yuaner replied. Conk? Ming-Shi felt shocked. He circled Conk with a smile and sized her up. Nobody knew what was going through his mind. Fourth senior brother. What's this? A leaf-sprouting pill, Ming-Shi nonchalantly replied. Let me see it. Ming-Shi passed the leaf-sprouting pill to little Yuaner. He stood at the side and observed Conk. Little Yuaner opened the bag and took it out to have a look. The sparkling and translucent leaf-sprouting pill was aromatic. This was little Yuaner and Conk's first time seeing a leaf-sprouting pill. They were naturally curious. Conk was clearly attracted by the pearl-like leaf-sprouting pill. Here. Little Yuaner placed the leaf-sprouting pill in Conk's hand. Conk received it carefully and held it against the sunlight. The two girls continued whispering to each other. Can this be eaten? It's something to be eaten, like sweets. Little Yuaner was admiring the leaf-sprouting pill. Oh! Conk looked at the candy-like translucent leaf-sprouting pill as an urge to eat it rose in her heart. There was no child that could resist the allure of sweets. After all, she raised her hand and placed the leaf-sprouting pill into her mouth. It melted instantly. Ming-Shi walked over at this moment. When he saw her clean and empty palm, he said in confusion, Where's my leaf-sprouting pill? I ate it, Conk replied innocently. Ha! It's sweet and salty. And hot. After saying this, Conk shut her eyes and fell to the side. Ming-Shi. After a cultivator had severed their golden lotus and consumed a leaf-sprouting pill, the pill would stimulate their Dantian Sea of Qi to produce large amounts of primal Qi to raise their cultivation base and stimulate the growth of a new leaf. The leaf-sprouting pills were difficult to refine, and the materials needed to refine them were rare. The only lab rats used during the early stages of the pill's development were cultivators who had entered the nascent divinity realm. Although this was Ming-Shi first time seeing a leaf-sprouting pill, his common sense told him that ordinary people should not eat this pill. Otherwise, the effects would be adverse. As soon as he saw Conk falling, he quickly extended his hand and sent a surge of energy to protect her. Then, with his other hand, he quickly sealed her meridian points with rapid taps. Fourth senior brother. What's happening to Conk? Little Yuaner seemed slightly anxious now that she discovered something was amiss. Initially, Ming-Shi wanted to reprimand little Yuaner. However, he did not have the heart to do it when he saw her expression. Bring her into the room. Ming-Shi and little Yuaner quickly brought Conk into little Yuaner's room in the southern pavilion. Little Yuaner was beside herself with worry. She asked, Is she going to be all right? Ming-Shi could not guarantee that, so he only said, Calm down. He pushed his primal Qi forward. An energy seal supported Conk. He channeled his Qi through his palm and sent it into her extraordinary 8 meridians and into her internal organs. He could sense the intense surging of the medicinal effect in her body. He was shocked to discover it was growing more and more intense. It was no wonder she had fainted since she was unable to withstand it. She's immortal, Ming-Shi exclaimed in shock. If she had the slightest bit of cultivation base, he could have helped her by routing the primal Qi from the pill into her Dantian Sea of Qi and help her break through to avert the danger. However, since she was immortal, the pill's effect had nowhere to go and was ricocheting around her internal organs. He knew this could not go on. Medicine was 3 parts poison. Moreover, even cultivators would be in agony after consuming this pill. One had to know cultivators had to endure harsh body tempering processes. Their extraordinary 8 meridians had been tempered as well. A grand cultivator in the nascent divinity tribulation realm was much more powerful in terms of physical strength even without help from their primal chi. Without hesitation, Mingshi kept channeling his primal chi. Mingshi sensed that the pill's effects were moving toward her Dantian sea of chi. Her life would be in danger if this went on. He had to stop this. Mingshi dared not let his guard down. He used his primal chi to stop the pill's effects inside her extraordinary 8 meridians. He blocked the entrance to her Dantian sea of chi. At this moment, Conk grunted. Blood trickled out from the edge of her lips. Little Yuaner started in shock. She said hastily, "Fourth senior brother, I'll go get master. I'll go get master." Mingshi did not stop her. He focused on protecting Conk. Little Yuaner ran out of the room. Mingshi did everything in his ability. Saving someone was much more difficult than killing someone, especially when it was something as unexpected as what he was dealing with now. Soon enough, his forehead was drenched in sweat. Soon enough, Lu Zhou arrived outside the southern pavilion. The female cultivators around bowed at him. Bam! Lu Zhou waved his arm. A blast of energy opened the door, and he entered the room. "Master!" Mingshi looked sheepish. "I didn't intentionally do this. She was too quick. Don't worry. She'll be fine soon." Lu Zhou looked at Conk. Her condition did not seem promising. A pained expression could be seen on her face, and there were bloodstains on the edge of her lips as well. Most importantly, white fumes were rising from her body. These signs showed that Conk's outlook was not good. "Move aside." "Understood." Mingshi moved to the side at once. He wiped his sweat away and remained bowing. He dared not move. His heart raced as he looked at Conk furtively. "You better survive, young lady. Otherwise, Master will beat me to death for sure." Lu Zhou walked to the bed. He placed 2 fingers on her wrist and channeled some primal chi into her body. Conk's extraordinary 8 meridians were in a mess. The pill's effects were restless and impacted her Dantian sea of chi. Without experiencing body tempering beforehand, mortals had no place to store the primal chi from the pill. They would only end up imploding and dying. He raised a palm. A faint blue light shone from between his fingers. To visit many places without having to move, reaping many benefits. This was the 4th heavenly writing power, the power of immaterial existence. When the power entered Conk's body, the pill's effects were immediately nullified by Lu Zhou's power that was stronger. Lu Zhou did not use too much of his extraordinary power. He merely used a small portion of it. Healing could not be done overnight. However, as he healed her, he discovered more and more about her unique and intriguing characteristics. That can't be right. Mingshi was beside himself with anxiety. He was worried something bad and unexpected might happen. He hastily pulled little Yuaner to the side and asked softly, "Where did this young girl come from?" Little Yuaner honestly told him what she knew. Upon hearing little Yuaner's words, Mingshi was certain Conk was immortal. He felt more at ease now. "It's fine. Even if something were to happen, it won't be a big deal." At this moment, the blue light suddenly flashed blindingly bright in the room. A powerful blue lotus instantly enveloped the entire southern pavilion. Mingshi was shocked. Lu Zhou was standing in the center of the blue lotus. He was pressing down with both palms. The petals of the blue lotus seemed alive between his fingers. Under the sunlight, the blue lotus's radiance seemed exceptionally brilliant. A powerful surge of life energy rippled out from the southern pavilion into the surroundings like a tide. The first ones to notice this strange phenomenon were the 4 elders of the Old Age Pavilion. Lung Luo, Pan Litian, Hua Wudao, and Zhuiyushu walked out of the room. The 4 of them looked at the dazzling blue lotus. "What's happening? I've never seen the pavilion master unleashing such a grand healing technique. I'm afraid he must have encountered a trouble." The 4 of them frowned slightly. Without saying another word, Lung Luo raised his palm. 100 Tribulations Insight. Lung Luo's avatar did not have a golden lotus. Even so, 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar was still 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar. It was not something that a 10 Worlds Avatar or below could compare to. He sent his avatar into the air. Elder Lung, what are you doing? Panlitian was puzzled. I understand now. Hua Wudao unleashed his avatar as well. Similarly, it did not have a golden lotus. His 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar flew into the air. Panlitian shook his head. Just as well. I should be the first one to help. He joined his palms, and his avatar materialized. He pushed upward, and his 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar flew up as well. The 300 Tribulations Insight Avatars did not have golden lotuses. Zuiyushu was shocked. You've all severed your golden lotuses? What's wrong with that? The three of them looked at Zuiyushu. They could sympathize with Zuiyushu. After all, she had just joined the old age pavilion. It was expected that she would not immediately sever golden lotus. An unnatural smile could be seen on Zuiyushu's face as she said in an exhausted tone, I didn't think any of you would really sever your golden lotuses. Then, she slammed her staff on the ground. Whiz! The script seals on her staff floated out. The script seals looked like bricks that stacked on top of each other into 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar. The three elders looked at it at the same time. They were inwardly amazed by it. There were many ways to form an avatar in the Confucian societies, just like the Taoist societies. However, this was an impressive method. There were advantages to using unconventional methods. One could usually catch one's opponents off guard. The downsides were the might and speed were not as great as the conventional method. They noticed that Zuiyushu's avatar did not have a golden lotus as well. The four avatars did not have golden lotuses. The four elders exchanged glances and smiled. At the same time, they positioned their avatars so that they covered the southern pavilion before they flew toward Little Yuaner's room. Their avatars grew. Although they severed their golden lotuses, and they were now smaller. 100 Tribulations Insight Avatars were still an impressive sight and would strike fear into the hearts of the people who saw it. The four shining and golden giants, 3 males and 1 female, surrounded the blue lotus leaves. Power seemed to pour down from the sides like 4 waterfalls. The golden radiance and the blue lotus merged as one as they descended. In the northern pavilion and the western pavilion in the Evil Sky Pavilion. The female cultivators who were sweeping the stairs halfway up the mountain looked up at the blue lotus and the 4 avatars. All of them stopped what they were doing to look at this impressive sight. The 4 humanoid avatars were the size of a mountain as they supported the leaves of the blue lotus. Power was leaking from 4 directions. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng looked up at the 4 avatars as well. A tidal wave of power fell from the skies. What's that? Such intense vitality and primal chi. The duo had been stuck in the divine court realm for a long time. This avalanche of primal chi and life energy made their Dantian sea of chi stir. They exchanged a glance before sitting down on the ground, no longer caring about what was happening at the other end. After all, they could not be of any help. They were better off seizing this opportunity to achieve a breakthrough. Not going to form a golden lotus? Nope. Both of them came to an agreement on their cultivation method. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou poured all of his heavenly writings' extraordinary power out. This was the most extraordinary power he had used to unleash the power of immaterial existence. Unlike the previous occurrences, he was now using it to save someone. Previously, it had only been used to kill. Visit many places without having to move, reaping many benefits. Heavenly writings' chant swelled and rose in volume as it entered the blue lotus. Mingshi was dumbstruck. Was his master out of his mind? Why would his master go so far as to save a young girl he barely knew? At this moment, he saw the 4 avatars around the blue lotus. The 4 elders' 100 Tribulations Insight Avatars. Little Yuana ran out and looked at the golden flashes of energies in the skies. Primal chi and the heavenly writings' extraordinary power complemented each other. The golden and blue shone down the mountain with increasing intensity like an expanding ocean. The trees grew abundantly at the halfway point of the mountain, and the withered plants around the gazebo were revitalized. Birds and beasts chirped and roared in joy and leaped in excitement among the trees. At the foot of the mountain, even the plants were rejuvenated. The withered trees at the places where the battle with the Grand Shaman, Ba-Ma, had taken place were given a new lease on life. Everything was growing again. Inside the southern pavilion, Princess Yongning walked out of her room as she endured the uncomfortable sensation in her body. She was stunned when she saw the impressive sight, standing riveted to the spot. She widened her eyes and muttered, "Pretty." She heard Si Wuya mention that the evil sky pavilion could not be violated. He had also mentioned the evil and unclean aspects of Golden Court Mountain. However, how could she believe someone else's words without witnessing it for herself? Now that she had witnessed this, she disregarded the rumors she had heard. If she could, she wanted to throw away her status as a princess and stay here forever. Cultivators around Golden Court Mountain stopped to look at the impressive scene. The citizens of Tongzi Town laid down their hoes and stopped their labor as they looked at the flashes of light in the distance. Although they could not get a clear look, the golden and blue radiances usually meant something positive. This time, it made them feel fearful but respectful at the same time. Under the support of the 4 avatars, the huge blue lotus nearly covered the entire evil sky pavilion. The 4 pavilions were filled with the blue lotus energy. "I can't hold it anymore." Hua Wudao was the first to speak. "Just a little longer," Lung Luo said encouragingly. "Who's the pavilion master trying to save anyway? Does he have to cause such a huge scene? Regardless, our objective is to help the pavilion master." The 4 of them exchanged a glance and nodded. All of their faces, without an exception, were glistening with sweat. Maintaining 100 tribulations inside Avatar for a long time was no small feat, after all. It was incredible that they could even hold out for so long. A moment later, the 4 elders began to sway on their feet. "On my count, we'll retreat together," Leng Luo said in his deep voice. "It would be too much for them if they kept this up. They would be hurt." "All right." Leng Luo's avatar shifted slightly. Lu Zhou sensed movement in the skies, and he gauged his extraordinary power again. In a few short breaths, he would run out of extraordinary power. Everything hinged on this final moment. He could meditate again to replenish his extraordinary power. However, if this young girl were to die, her secrets would die with her. Whiz! The heavenly writing's power was at its maximum output at this moment. The 4 avatars retreated at the same time. As they retreated, a leaf appeared on them. They sprouted leaves. No way! They sprouted leaves at the same time. The 4 avatars sprouted leaves simultaneously. They were now in the one-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm. What a majestic sight it was to behold! Sprouting a leaf signified that they had grown stronger again. The 4 avatars grew larger as they sprouted their leaves. From their 10-foot height, they grew to 20 feet at the same time. The 4 elders were, naturally, overjoyed. Again, Hua Wudao asked hesitantly. Since they had a breakthrough, it meant they could now keep going. However, Zui Yushu said, "There's no need for that." She recalled her avatar from the skies and said again, "The pavilion master is stopping." The others felt it as well. If the pavilion master stopped, it was meaningless for them to continue. At the same, their avatars vanished. The blue lotus faded out of sight as well. The 4 elders staggered backward. Although they had a breakthrough, it did not mean it was any less taxing on their bodies. "Let's adjust our breaths here." Similarly, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng had a breakthrough as well. However, their breakthroughs were not as impressive. They were rookies among nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivators. Although they formed 100 tribulations inside avatars at the same time, and their cultivation bases were similar to the elders of the Old Age Pavilion, the actual difference between their strengths was as different as heaven and hell. The commotion of their breakthroughs was completely overshadowed by the blue lotus. In any case, they had gotten the help they needed and were now officially in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Inside the room of the southern pavilion, everything was silent. Lu Zhou had done everything he could. He stroked his beard as he looked at Conch before he placed 2 fingers on her wrist. After a brief examination, he frowned deeply. Perhaps he was terrified by this huge disturbance. Mingxirin fell to his knees with a thud and said, "I've made a mistake. I didn't mean to harm her." When little Yuan saw this, she raised her hands, pouted, and wiped away her tears. Lu Zhou looked at the two of them and reprimanded them. "Be quiet!" "Oh!" The two of them shut their mouths at once. Lu Zhou did not have the time to listen to them. He sensed the extraordinary 8 meridians in Konk's body had been completely connected. Her Dantian's Sea of Qi had been activated. How's this possible? Lu Zhou thought he was hallucinating. He examined her again. After his examination, he confirmed that Konk was now a mystic enlightening realm cultivator with 5 connected meridians. He really could not figure it out. A normal cultivator would have to undergo body tempering first. Body tempering cultivated the muscles, bones, and tendons. The body had to be tempered from the inside out, including the extraordinary 8 meridians. When the conditions were right, the cultivator would enter the mystic enlightening realm. After connecting 5 meridians in the mystic enlightening realm, one's senses would be greatly sharpened. A human's body was a container. When the container's quality was raised, it would be more tolerant to the havoc wreaked by primal qi. Primal qi could be condensed into energy that protected the cultivator as they breathed and moved. This was how it was for a cultivator. Nobody could skip this step, and yet, Konk had easily entered the mystic enlightening realm. Lu Zhou used every heavenly writing's power to preserve Konk's extraordinary 8 meridians. However, they were merely preserved. He could not help her undergo body tempering or cultivate. Having used his power over and over again, he knew this very well. However, Konk had easily and naturally entered the mystic enlightening realm. Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he thought about this. He really could not make sense of it. What happened? Mingxirin remained kneeling on the ground, too afraid to speak. Little Yuaner, on the other hand, stopped crying. She was now looking at Konk. Lu Zhou could not seem to find the answer to his question despite his 1,000 years of experience and knowledge. He stood up and mumbled, "Incredible." Mingxirin looked up at his master in confusion as he asked, "Master, how's she doing?" He furtively looked at Konk, who was lying on the bed. He could sense that Konk was still breathing and smoothly at that. She did not seem to be in any danger. When Mingxirin saw his master frowning and lost in thought, he stood up of his own accord, walked up to the bed, and placed 2 fingers on Konk's wrist. His eyes widened. He could not believe it and examined her pulse again. Good heavens! The results were the same. He stuttered, "A mystic enlightening?" He leaped backward and said in an alarmed tone, "Master, is she a spy sent by the other sex? Did she intentionally hide her cultivation base and strength?" Without waiting for a response from Lu Zhou, Mingxirin shook his head and refuted his own guess. "No, it makes no sense to send a mystic enlightening cultivator." Little Yuaner was shocked and puzzled. "Fourth senior brother, is Konk dead?" "She's not dead. She's doing fine. She's now in the mystic enlightening realm," Mingxirin replied. "Mystic enlightening realm?" Entering the mystic enlightening realm directly without undergoing body tempering. There was no doubt Konk had entered the mystic enlightening realm, but Lu Zhou could not figure out how for now. This was truly strange. If she were from the modern world, it could be considered as her skipping a grade. In fact, she was even more terrifying than those grade skippers in the modern world. A grade skipper merely learned faster compared to other students. Essentially, they still have a foundation. However, Konk had no foundation whatsoever, but she directly skipped the body tempering process and directly entered the mystic enlightening realm. Even the outstandingly talented little Yuaner was not capable of this. Lu Zhou was still lost in his thoughts when the 4 elders appeared in the courtyard. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." Lu Zhou stopped thinking. He calmly said, "Come in, all of you." The 4 elders entered the room. They glanced around and could roughly guess what happened. At the same time, they looked at Konk, who was lying on the bed. "What happened?" Zuyushu asked, puzzled. Allow me. Mingxirin raised a hand. He seemed enthusiastic about recounting something so sensational. He stood before the four elders, cleared his throat, and said, "Genius, a super genius, a peerless genius." She directly entered the mystic enlightening realm. Don't look at me as if I'm some lunatic. What was he talking about? They could not understand Mingshi Yin's words. Only when Mingshi calmed down and properly recounted what happened did they understand. All of them clicked their tongues in wonder and amazement. There had never been a cultivator who entered the mystic enlightening realm without undergoing body tempering. The four elders took turns walking to the bed to examine Konk's extraordinary 8 meridians. Even the knowledgeable four elders were baffled by this strange occurrence. They could not understand it. The four of them frowned, lost in their own thoughts. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked at the four elders. "Elder Pan, any ideas?" Pan Litian's wizened face twitched. He said with a smile, "I'm sure Elder Leng knows. I won't embarrass myself." Leng Luo said in a hushed tone to Hua Wudao, "Elder Hua, you answer this." "Me? I think it's better to leave this to Senior Zhua." Hua Wudao hastily stepped backward. Zhua Yushu frowned. "These 3 old men are bullying a woman. How could they do this? This shameless lot." However, Zhua Yushu did know something about this. "Hence," she said, "I don't think that she has never undergone body tempering." When the others heard this, they looked at Zhua Yushu. "What makes you say that?" Lu Zhou asked as he stroked his beard. Zhua Yushu looked to the side before speaking with the air of a female tutor. "You've preserved her meridian vessels with some unconventional method, Pavilion Master. With the addition of the powers from the 4 of us, it's not impossible for her to complete body tempering in a short amount of time under those conditions. But her bodily functions aren't strong. She's no different from Immortal," Mingshi Yin said, still perplexed. "The Pavilion Master's power and our powers complemented each other. When we activated her Dantian Sea of Qi, our powers canceled each other out, which led to this outcome." Zhua Yushu cupped her fists at Lu Zhou and said, "Of course, these are only my speculation. It's no small feat to enter the mystic enlightening realm under such conditions." Pan Lydian said, "In that case, this young girl might be a rare cultivation genius who only shows up once every 1,000 years. "Indeed," Zhua Yushu said. Mingshi Yin rolled his eyes at them, speechless. After going on for so long, they had reached the same conclusions he did. At this moment, Hua Wudao stepped forward and said with a bow, "Pavilion Master, I'm willing to take her on as a disciple. I'll do everything I can to teach her everything I know. Please agree to my request, Pavilion Master." Leng Luo said, "You're going to teach a young lady to fight with your tortoiseshell technique? I think this young lady is suitable for the Dao invisibility technique. I guarantee that she'll become the next 8-leaf Dao invisibility elite." Pan Lydian said in a disapproving tone, "I don't think that there's much difference between the Dao invisibility technique and the tortoiseshell technique. With her talent, she should be learning about energy seals with me. Becoming an 8-leaf cultivator is nothing. I hope that she'll become a 9-leaf cultivator." Zhua Yushu joined the Evil Sky Pavilion late. However, when she saw a young talent such as Konk, she felt an urge to teach her as well. She was a female as well, and she resented the Confucian Society's patrilineal inheritance. She felt that it was a waste for her to bring all that she learned to the grave. I. Before Zhua Yushu could finish her sentence, Lu Zhou raised a hand and calmly, "That's enough." The room fell silent. Nothing was for certain yet, and they were already fighting over a potential disciple. When Lu Zhou looked at the elders, none of them dared to speak. "I have my arrangements for her. Let's call it a day." The 4 of them bowed and left the southern pavilion. Outside the southern pavilion, the 4 of them sighed and shook their heads. "What a shame that a genius such as her can't become my disciple," Pan Lydian sighed. "Let's not think about it anymore. With the Pavilion Master around, we won't get the chance." The others were taken aback. That made sense. How could they have forgotten this? Inside the room, Lu Zhou looked at the unharmed Konk. Indeed, he thought about accepting her as his disciple, but accepting another disciple would not benefit him further. In fact, it would only distract him. According to Ji Tiandao's sequence of recruiting his disciples, the 9 disciples were somehow related to the poem. In that case, if the 10th disciple's name was Conk, did that not mean that everything would deviate from the original plan? Look after her, Lu Zhou ordered. Yes, master. Lu Zhou decided to focus on unraveling the mysteries behind Conk for now. Why couldn't the eye of truth see through her? How did she directly enter the mystic enlightening realm? Where did she come from? Where would she go? 2 days later, the Battle of Jing Province began. With the support of the Penglai sect, the Nether sect launched an all-out attack against the city under Yu Zhenghai's leadership. Huang Shiji and Yu Zhenghai, 2 8-leaf elites, attacked Jing Province city with Hua Chongyang and the other Nether sect elites. Jing Province was in turmoil. In less than 3 days, Jing Province's garrison was pushed back. The Nether sect rode on the momentum and occupied the general's mansion. Inside the general's mansion, Yu Zhenghai was in a more positive mood than he was before. He said to Huang Shiji, who was next to him, "Thanks to you, brother Shiji, that we're able to defeat Wenshu." Huang Shiji waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. Your great dark heaven memorial, sect master Yu, has truly widened my horizons. The way you shook the lands with a swing of your saber is amazing. Everyone said that Yu Zhenghai's cultivation base was profound. However, few had witnessed him in action." After the battle at Jing Province, Huang Shiji had to admit that even though he was also an 8-leaf cultivator, it would be difficult for him to defeat Yu Zhenghai. "If you have any requests, brother Shiji, please feel free to speak. I will do my best to fulfill them," Yu Zhenghai said. Huang Shiji initially had many requests, but when he thought about Ji Tiandao's 9-leaf golden lotus, he said, "There's no need to thank me. We're just friends helping each other out." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Brother Shiji," Yu Zhenghai cried out, "I'm fine. That old brigand Wenshu couldn't beat me directly and resort to a sneak attack. How despicable." At this moment, Hua Chongyang hurried into the mansion. He cupped his fists at the 2 of them and said, "Report, sect master. We've searched every corner of the formation. The old brigand Wenshu has gotten away." When he heard this, Yu Zhenghai said in a deep voice, "Find him even if it means turning the city inside out." "Yes, sect master." Hua Chongyang bowed. Meanwhile, in a channel north of Jing Province, 5 battered armored men were running. "General Wen, this way. If we follow this channel that runs between the huge trees, we'll reach Measure Heaven River that's 50 miles away. I've prepared a boat there." An old man was sandwiched between them. His armor was damaged, and his face was wounded. This was one of the 8 great commanders who guarded Jing Province City and the Confucian Society elite, General Wenshu. Wenshu glanced at Jing Province City. Then he shook his head and said, "I won't rest until I get my revenge." The moment he said this, a calm and gentle voice rang from above a tree. "My apologies." Wenshu and his entourage were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bow. To begin with, they felt fortunate enough to have survived the Battle of Jing Province. They were all injured to varying degrees. Therefore, the sudden voice startled and frightened them. "Who's there?" "General Wenshu, look out." A green-robed swordsman with a long sword in his hands perched on a branch of a huge tree. He looked down on everyone with a lofty bearing. He said with a smile on his face, "My apologies, but you must remain here. You are..." One of them found this swordsman's appearance extremely similar to a certain legendary individual. "He's Yu Shangrong, the sword devil Yu Shangrong," someone cried out. Wenshu's heart sank and thumped wildly in his chest. Even in peak condition, he was merely slightly stronger than Huang Shiji. There was no way he would be a match for Yu Shangrong or Yu Zhenghai. He had heard about the grand battle between the 2 8-leaf elites in Radiant Cloud Forest as well. The epic battle was well known in the cultivation world. It was clear that sword devil Yu Shangrong, whose name struck fear into the hearts of those who heard it, was as strong as Yu Zhenghai. He continued staring at Yu Shangrong, who was perched on the tree warily and in trepidation. I can't panic. I must pull myself together. In the end, he cupped his fists together and inhaled, gathering his primal chi. He said, Your reputation precedes you, sword devil. Forgive our lack of hospitality. Yu Shangrong calmly said, My sword never kills someone without a name. Apart from Wenshu, the lot of you should leave. I'll give you 3 breaths to do so. The remaining 4 soldiers exchanged a glance. Wenshu frowned. He hastily said, Fleeing before the enemy is a death offense. The 4 soldiers were not fools. How could they deal with Yu Shangrong? Fleeing before the enemy? Aren't you doing exactly that, you old geezer? We're sorry, General One. What could they do in 3 breaths? The answer was simple. They could run for their lives, of course. 4 of them did not hesitate. They turned tail and ran immediately. In just a blink of an eye, they vanished among the trees. They could not be blamed. After all, they were unaware that Yu Shangrong had severed his golden lotus. Who would not cower in fear before the 8-leaf elite, Yu Shangrong? Wenshu furrowed his brows. His expression was dark. He suppressed the unpleasant feeling in his heart as he cupped his fists together again and said, I heard that you're at odds with Yu Zhanghai, the sect master of the Nether sect. To be honest, I've fought with him for 100 rounds earlier. If you find him now, I'm sure you'll be able to easily defeat him now. Still perched on the branch, Yu Shangrong smiled faintly and said, It looks like you don't understand me at all. Ha! So what if I defeat him now? It won't be a glorious victory, Yu Shangrong said tonelessly. Wenshu relaxed and said, I'm also injured. Dear sir. Yu Shangrong lowered his arms to cut Wenshu's words off. With the scabbard in his right hand, he tossed it up lightly and caught his longevity sword. With a push of his left hand, a blast of energy sent the scabbard flying. Bam! The scabbard was embedded into the tree. The scarlet longevity sword was raised before Yu Shangrong. Alas, you'll have to die. After saying this, Yu Shangrong patted the sword. With movements as light as a swallow, he flew toward Wenshu on his sword. Wenshu's expression turned grim. He retreated at once while shooting multiple talismans from his palms. Bam! 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 Both of them started fighting. Yu Shangrong appeared calm. He held his longevity sword behind him as he walked toward his target. Wenshu kept sending out talismans and script seals as though he was facing a great enemy. This was the Sword Devil after all. This was the Evil Sky Pavilion's Mr. Second, Yu Shangrong, whose every move was to kill. He was given the moniker Sword Devil for a reason. Therefore, despite being seriously wounded, how could he hold back when facing such an opponent? He had to forcibly muster all the strength he had left in him to fight for his survival. Wenshu's eyes widened. He had been sending more and more talismans and script seals out, and yet, the Sword Devil evaded all of them and danced around his attacks, unharmed. At this moment, the Sword Devil was fast approaching him. Yu Shangrong swung the longevity sword. Bam! 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 Several talismans were parried by the longevity sword. The sword shadows were densely packed that they looked like a blur. When Wenshu saw that the Sword Devil was finally upon him, he shouted, Open! A round energy seal blast rippled out into his surroundings. His 8-leaf avatar appeared and grew in size. Boom! The trees in the vicinity of a few dozen meters fell. However, after a few breaths, Wenshu's avatar vanished. He felt the pressure had alleviated slightly. Where's the Sword Devil? Wenshu looked up cautiously. He saw Yu Shangrong gracefully flip in the air above the cloud of dust that was stirred up. It seemed to him like he managed to push Yu Shangrong back. He found this hard to believe. Although he had used all his strength to attack, it should have been easy for the Sword Devil to destroy his avatar and kill him. It baffled him to see Yu Shangrong retreating at this moment. Meanwhile, Yu Shangrong avoided the shockwave from the 8-leaf avatar's appearance. When he landed, he advanced again at a much faster speed. Are you toying me? Wenshu asked, incensed and offended. He kept pushing his palm out as different talismans appeared between his fingers. A faint golden light could be seen swirling around his palms. He pushed forward. Yu Shangrong tapped the ground with his feet and shot into the air. His sword hovered beside him. Densely packed energy swords appeared in the air. Sword Devil's Destiny. Countless energy swords shot toward Wenshu. Wenshu scoffed. Is this all the Sword Devil's got? You'll pay for underestimating your opponent. He joined his palms together. His left index finger connected with his right index finger. Then, he stomped his feet on the ground before the golden light between his fingers flashed brighter than before. This was the best opportunity to unleash abandoned wisdom. All elements were in place. The Sword Devil was above while Wenshu was below. The angle was perfect, and the timing was impeccable. Wenshu would never give up on such a wonderful opportunity. A string of words hung above his hands. Abandon wisdom. This was the most powerful technique of the Confucian societies. The energy seals formed streamlined bullets above his fingers. Then he shot toward Yu Shangrong like a cannonball. The energy swords from the Sword Devil's Destiny collided with the energy seals of Abandoned Wisdom. Boom! 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 The Sword Devil's Destiny could not block Abandoned Wisdom. Yu Shangrong's expression remained the same. He did a 180-degree flip and retreated as he unleashed his avatar. Whiz! When his avatar appeared, it made for a shocking scene. Yu Shangrong merged with his avatar. His palms joined with its palms. The four palms advanced against Abandoned Wisdom. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. It was a move that could decide the outcome of the battle in an instant, but it seemed to be taking too long. The trees fell as the two opponents advanced to each other. They flew upward, one pressing forward while the other retreating. Wenshu caught a glimpse of Yu Shangrong's avatar's golden lotus before he burst into a peal of laughter. It seems like the heavens are on my side today. Who knew I'd meet the Sword Devil who has severed his golden lotus? You're seeking death. He felt invigorated and hopeful now that he had seen Yu Shangrong's lack of a golden lotus. The flames of his fury finally found an outlet. The radiance of Abandoned Wisdom shone between his fingers as he charged toward the four palms. Their energies collided. Boom! A horizontal streak of energy swept through the surroundings. Bam! 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 The huge trees around them were felled by the collision of energies. Their lines of sight were suddenly unobstructed now. Wenshu maintained the Abandoned Wisdom. Yu Shangrong's four palms were crossed as he parried the blow. Wenshu thought that Yu Shangrong would be heavily wounded from this, but that did not seem to be the case. Yu Shangrong was not only unharmed, but he still managed to maintain his avatar. A shocked expression bloomed on his face as he looked at Yu Shangrong incredulously. 3-leaf. Why, you're just a 3-leaf cultivator. How did you block that? Why is your avatar still here? His voice was trembling when he spoke. At this moment, the duo began to descend to the ground. You know too little about avatars, Yu Shangrong said nonchalantly. He looked at Wenshu as though Wenshu was a dead man walking. Wenshu felt his temper rising. He said contemptuously, So what? Even if I'm heavily wounded, I won't lose to a mere 3-leaf cultivator like... Swoosh! 3 leaves shot out at lightning speed toward Wenshu and slashed his neck, creating a neat wound before Wenshu even finished speaking. Both of them finally touched the ground. Wenshu's eyes were widened as he looked at the 3 leaves incredulously. Fresh blood was constantly gushing out of his wound. At this moment, the 3 shining golden leaves returned to the longevity sword's side. Rip! 2 of the leaves suddenly split into 2. They shone with a brilliant golden light. 5 leaves circled in the air and eventually flew toward the avatar before it finally disappeared under the glaring sunlight. Yu Shangrong stood with his back against the sun. His slender figure seemed lofty and untouchable. Wenshu could not see his expression against the glare of the sun. He could only hear Yu Shangrong say, I'm a peerless 8-leaf elite, always have been and always will be. The blood gushing from Wenshu's neck wound stained his chest. When he felt he could no longer breathe, he felt as though his soul was being grabbed by an invisible hand from his Dantian's sea of qi. It seemed like it was pulled up from his heart before it was briefly lodged in his throat, and finally, escaped his body. He fell backward. The sun shone on Yu Shangrong's face, illuminating his calm and stoic expression. Perhaps he was used to seeing such a scene, he only felt apathy. Yu Shangrong raised his palm. From the faraway tree trunk, the scabbard flew back to him, and he sheathed his sword. He suddenly wondered if his claim had been too audacious earlier. After all, there was still his invincible master. At this moment, Lu Zhou was meditating on the heavenly writing scrolls since he had used up all of his extraordinary power. The addition of 1,500 merit points left him puzzled. Among his 9 disciples, it was most likely that Yu Shangrong was the one who killed a grand cultivator. Yu Zhenghai had not yet returned, and Yi Tianxin was still banished. Wait, it could have been Mingshi Yin as well. During the battle at the Obedient Villa, Mingshi Yin had killed a 5-leaf cultivator when he was just a 3-leaf cultivator. However, Mingshi Yin did not leave the Evil Sky Pavilion. Who else could it be if not Yu Shangrong? A 3-leaf Yu Shangrong with the experience and technique of an 8-leaf cultivator would find it easy to kill a 5-leaf cultivator. Lu Zhou did not dwell on it too much and closed his eyes to continue meditating on the heavenly writing scrolls. After the battle, Jing Province City was no longer the flourishing city it was once. The streets were occupied by the Nether Sect members. Only some houses were damaged. In general, the battle did not cause much damage to the city. With an 8-leaf cultivation base, it was normal for cultivators to fight for days on end. If there had been no formation, it would not have been surprising for 2 8-leaf cultivators to demolish Jing Province City. It was clear that they had restrained themselves when they fought. Moreover, Jing Province City had activated its formation as well, shielding it from damage. At this moment, the Nether Sect disciples were everywhere. From the city walls to the city gates, flies buzzed about busily above the corpses strewn on the ground. The formation area was also occupied by the Nether Sect's cultivators. The smell of blood wafted through the streets to the top of the city walls. Inside the general's mansion, Yu Zhenghai, Si Wuya, and Huang Shiji were discussing their next move. Wise brother, Liang Province, Yi Province, and Jing Province are now under the Nether Sect's control. Should we advance north? Yu Zhenghai asked. Si Wuya was about to reply when Hua Chongyang walked into the room. He quickly said, Sect Master, we've found Wenshu's head at the northern city gate. Yu Zhenghai, Si Wuya, and Huang Shiji instinctively rose to their feet from the shock. Huang Shiji, an 8-leaf expert, frowned slightly and asked, Who did it? Hua Chongyang shook his head and replied, We're not sure. With his hands on his back, Yu Zhenghai said, Surely, it's the work of an elite since he's capable of killing Wenshu. Is there anything else? There's only Wenshu's head. However, based on the cut, it seemed to have been made from a sword. Hua Chongyang replied. A sword path elite? A smile bloomed on Yu Zhenghai's face as he said, Well, it's no surprise. After all, as the saying goes, a just cause attracts much support. An unjust one finds little. If I can meet this elite, I'll have to personally thank him. At the end of his sentence, his expression turned regretful as though he felt it was a pity he could not meet this mysterious elite who killed Wenshu. In his opinion, there was no doubt the other party meant to help the Nether Sect by displaying Wenshu's head near the city gate. Huang Shiji cupped his fists and said, You have the support of the people, Sect Master Yu. The world will one day belong to the Nether Sect. Hua Chongyang added, I've sent some men out north to investigate. Based on their observation, there had been a battle, and Wenshu seems to have unleashed quite a bit of power. However, his opponent's sword skills were amazing. No energy swords were wasted. He relied mostly on his sword and didn't leave many marks behind. Si Wuya said, puzzled, Apart from second senior brother, who else is capable of this? Yu Zhenghai shook his head and said, Wise brother, Wenshu has been heavily wounded by me. If it was second junior brother, Wenshu wouldn't have had the chance to react all. Can't be him. Moreover, knowing him, he would wish for Wenshu to survive. When the others heard this, they nodded in agreement. Si Wuya wondered if he should mention the matter about Yu Shangrong severing his golden lotus, but in the end he swallowed his words. At this juncture, it was very possible that his eldest senior brother did not want to hear about anything to do with severing one's golden lotus. The greater picture was more important. His eldest senior brother had nothing on his mind now apart from conquering the world. In the eastern pavilion of the Evil Sky Pavilion, after meditating on the heavenly writing scrolls for 5 days, Lu Zhou felt that his extraordinary power was nearly completely replenished. However, it was far from enough to merely meditate on the heavenly writing scrolls. Now that the barrier had been restored, and the world was intimidated by the presence of a 9-leaf elite in the Evil Sky Pavilion, this was the best chance for him to focus on cultivating. If he could progress from the 1-leaf stage to the 2-leaf stage, there was a chance for him to progress from the 2-leaf stage to the 3-leaf stage. Lu Zhou opened the system dashboard and took a look. Remaining life, 16,744 days. He had 48 reversal cards. That amounted to about 45 years of life. His bodily functions were not at their best yet. After thinking about it, Lu Zhou used 10 reversal cards. His lifespan increased by 4,000 days. Lu Zhou did not use the remaining reversal cards. His instincts told him the value of these cards might appreciate after the Earth Scroll was activated. Master! Little Yuaner's voice reached him from the outside. At this moment. Come in. Little Yuaner pushed the doors open and brought Conk into the room. Conk appeared slightly shy. Perhaps she was still shocked from consuming the leaf-sprouting pole. Let me see your hand, Lu Zhou said. Oh! Conk extended her hand in front of Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou placed 2 fingers on Conk's wrist. HM? Lu Zhou sensed that aside from her Dantian sea of qi directly activated, there were now some primal qi flowing through her meridian vessels. Things seemed to have gotten stranger. If she had not cultivated in the past, how could she have entered the cultivating state? She had never gone through the conventional body tempering process. The flow of primal qi was no laughing matter. If it condensed into energy, she would certainly be hurt. Lu Zhou lifted his fingers and stared at Conk intently as he asked, Conk, answer me honestly. Do you really know nothing about cultivation? Cultivation. Conk blinked her huge eyes. Lu Zhou flipped his palm. A miniature avatar appeared above it. 2 leaves spun under the avatar. Little Yuaner did not find this strange at all. It was no longer news to them that their master was skilled in controlling avatars of different realms. This, Lu Zhou said, is what cultivation means. I've seen this before, Conk said curiously. Is that so? 8 leaves, 9 leaves, and 10 leaves? Conk extended her fingers as she happily counted the leaves she had seen as she looked at the leaves under Lu Zhou's avatar. When he heard this, Lu Zhou felt slightly shocked. Where did you see it? Conk shook her head and muttered, I can't remember. Maybe I was dreaming. Lu Zhou felt speechless. Did she just claim that she had seen something in her dream? When he saw that Conk was back to normal, and there were no other issues aside from the tempering of her extraordinary 8 meridians, he said, Yuaner. Yes, master. Tell everyone to focus on their cultivation for the next 6 months. They're free to choose to sever their golden lotuses or not. Everyone should help each other out, but we must be quick about this. Also, nobody is to teach Conk about cultivation in any way. Little Yuaner understood the first part of the instructions. The second part left her confused. Just as little Yuaner was about to open her mouth to ask, Lu Zhou interjected, If there's nothing else, you may leave. Yes, master. Little Yuaner led Conk away from the eastern pavilion. The eastern pavilion was quiet once more. Lu Zhou was lost in his thoughts at this moment. If there were other 9-leaf cultivators or even a 10-leaf cultivator in this world, where would they be at this moment? The 10-leaf stage only existed in the old books, and there was the 1,000 Realms whirling avatar as well. Lu Zhou checked the system dashboard. The price of 1,000 Realms whirling avatar was 500,000 merit points. If he wanted to purchase 1,000 Realms whirling avatar, he would have to wait until he had reached the 9-leaf stage first. There was a long road ahead of him before he reached that stage. I should save my merit points, I can't spend them now. Lu Zhou closed his eyes and continued to cultivate with his legs crossed. Early next morning, outside the eastern pavilion, Zhu Honggong, old 8th, loitered around like he was an unemployed person. Morning, 5th senior sister. 5th senior sister. You look more beautiful than yesterday, Zhu Honggong said with an ingratiating smile on his face. Zhao Yu frowned. What is it, old 8th? Zhu Honggong looked around before he said in a hushed tone, 5th senior sister, have you severed your golden lotus? I haven't. Why? Zhao Yu asked. Just asking. Nut job. Zhao Yu gave him a complicated look as she walked away. Zhu Honggong continued to loiter around. When he saw little Yuaner and Conk strolling about, he called out to them, Little junior sister, 8th senior brother? Little junior sister, you look more beautiful than yesterday, Zhu Honggong said. Little Yuaner giggled. Really? Zhu Honggong walked up to her and asked in a hushed voice, Little junior sister, have you severed your lotus? I haven't. Why? Just asking, said Zhu Honggong casually. Little Yuaner rolled her eyes at him and said, You have too much time on your hands. Then she led Conk to the back of the mountain in a run. I knew it. Nobody has severed their golden lotuses yet. They think that they can fool me into severing mine first? Fat chance of that happening. I won't sever mine until everyone has severed theirs. Wait, if I sever it first, I can cultivate earlier than everyone. I can't put it off forever. Zhu Honggong looked at little Yuaner's retreating back as he stroked his chin. Finally, he made up his mind. I should look for 3rd senior brother and speak to him. Just when he was about to go to the training grounds at the halfway point of the mountain, a voice rang from behind him. 8th junior brother, come here. 4th senior brother? Zhu Honggong saw Mingshi waving at him nearby. His eyes brightened up as he walked over. He stood before Mingshi, bowed, and asked, 4th senior brother, have you severed your lotus? Why? Mingshi was not like the others. When he was asked this question, he immediately went on alert. Just asking. Forget that. I'll help you today. You've just formed your 100 tribulations insight avatar and have no leaves yet. The earlier you sever it, the better it is. Huh. Stop hesitating. Let's go. It's definitely more difficult for you to sever your lotus. It'll be easier with mutual help. I'll help you and you'll help me. That's how the 4 elders did it. Hey, I'm talking to you. Do you think that it makes sense? Mingshi asked. Yes, yes, yes. Zhu Honggong nodded. Indeed, he could not bring himself to sever his lotus. Then, Mingshi grabbed Zhu Honggong's collar and dragged him toward the southern pavilion. When they were in the room, he said, Show me your avatar. Don't worry, my separation hook is quick and precise. It'll be over before you know it. Mingshi flipped his palm. His separation hook hovered above it. A person without a heaven-grade weapon will have a hard time severing their lotuses. Lesser weapons like earth-grade and mystic-grade weapons, you'll have to hack at it a few times. Some of them had it worse. They couldn't sever it even after hacking away at it for half a day. Why are you sweating so much? Show me your avatar. Quick, don't dawdle. Swoosh. Zhu Honggong turned around and ran. He crashed through the door and ran out of the pavilion. Running away? Mingshi moved swiftly and activated his avatar. Whiz! Mingshi and his avatar appeared in front of Zhu Honggong. He grabbed him. I'm trying to help you. How dare you run away? What are you afraid of? Are you a man? You shouldn't be this cowardly. Look at 2nd senior brother, he's a true hero. He's so valiant. You should know that when 2nd senior brother severed his golden lotus, there was no such thing as a survival pill. 2nd senior brother is the true pioneer. Old 8, have more faith in yourself. Show me your courage. Zhu Honggong chuckled bitterly. He said through tears streaming down his face, I was just warming up. Then, with utmost reluctance, he summoned his avatar. As soon as his avatar appeared, he hastily said, Senior brother, wait up. Mingshi Yin's separation hook burst forth with golden radiance as he swung it at Zhu Honggong's golden lotus. Ah! A wail not dissimilar to a pig's squeal resounded through the entire southern pavilion. The instant the golden lotus fell to the ground, the upper part of the avatar melted back into Zhu Honggong's body. At this moment, Mingshi Yin scratched his head and asked, "Old Eighth, did you eat the lotus-severing survival pill?" Zhu Honggong. His eyes rolled back into their sockets, and he fainted. Mingshi Yin was speechless. He quickly took out a survival pill and put it into Zhu Honggong's mouth. Then, he took out a leaf-sprouting pill and did the same. After all that, he carried Zhu Honggong back to the room and tossed him onto the bed. Mingshi Yin muttered to himself, "You should thank me. The results of the Big Dipper Academy's latest research are now in you. Although this leaf-sprouting pill isn't as potent as the one Conk ate, it's of good quality as well. If you eat it with the survival pill, you'll be able to easily sprout one leaf." Mingshi Yin waited for a while longer inside the room. When he saw that Zhu Honggong's condition was stabilizing, he turned around and left. He had barely left the room when he saw Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng passing, clearly trying to reduce their sense of presence. "Hey, want to sever your lotuses? I'll help you for free," Mingshi Yin hollered at them. "Ah, no, it's okay. We don't need that. Good day, Mr. Fourth." Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng turned around and ran. Poor Mr. Eighth. So, that's how painful it is to sever one's lotus. It seems even more painful than dying. Both of them were relieved they had chosen the other alternative to cultivate. When he saw that the duo running away, Mingshi Yin shrugged helplessly. "Old Fourth, third senior brother?" Mingshi Yin turned around and saw Duanmu Shang walking toward him with the Overlord's spear in his hand. A determined expression could be seen on his face. "Old Fourth, I've thought about it for a whole night, and I finally have an epiphany," Duanmu Shang said. "What epiphany, third senior brother?" Mingshi Yin asked with an ingratiating smile. "Fellow disciples should help each other out. You help me sever my lotus, and I'll help you sever yours. What do you say?" Duanmu Shang was not someone who was afraid of pain. However, it was naturally better if someone helped him to sever his lotus. Now that most sects in the cultivation world are actively severing their lotuses and recultivating, we can't fall behind. Otherwise, the evil sky pavilion would be left in the dust. Third senior brother. I can help you sever your lotus. However, how do you plan to sever my lotus?" Mingshi Yin asked, feeling apprehensive. "With my Overlord spear, of course." Duanmu Shang continued to say, "I've reached great heights in my spear techniques a long time ago. I can unleash 100 energy spears in a very short amount of time. That'll be enough to sever your golden lotus." Mingshi Yin. Fourth senior brother. Why are you sweating so much? Don't worry, I won't hold back. I've been simulating various spear techniques in my mind lately. The best way. Before Duanmu Shang could finish, he felt a breeze against his face. Old Fourth, I command you as your senior brother to get back here." Mingshi Yin ran down the mountain at lightning speed. Who could fucking endure that? He decided not to sever his lotus. Being an 8-leaf expert for life did not seem too bad. Why must he attempt to reach the 9-leaf stage? That did not make sense, right? Why are there so many cultivators with impaired minds in the cultivation world? Many of them can't even reach the 8-leaf stage until the day they die. Why would they even sever their lotuses? Isn't it enough to strive to become an 8-leaf cultivator? Mingshi Yin flew toward the foot of the mountain at lightning speed. He landed on a branch and made himself comfortable before he fell soundly asleep. He was enjoying the soft caress of the wind when a deafening sound resonated in the air. The sound was so unique, and it traveled far and wide. Sitting on the branch, Mingshi Yin looked around. He saw a winged beast in the air speeding toward the mountain with a flying chariot in tow. What a huge beast! The bird had wings that spanned 50 feet each. Its feathers were dark crimson, and its eyes were as large as fists that shone with an eerie light. Mingshi Yin did not recognize this beast, but he was sure that it did not exist around human settlements. He was naturally shocked. Did it come from the four forests? Ming-Shi leaped into the air and went to meet the flying beast with the flying chariot. As he expected, the winged beast was headed toward Golden Court Mountain. Perhaps it was out of courtesy. The chariot did not fly high but maintained a low altitude. It reached the foot of the mountain in no time at all and slowed to a stop. Ming-Shi looked at the 5 people on the flying chariot. They wore scarlet clothes of foreign lands with embroidered hats and parted mustaches. The leader had a stocky build and eyes as sharp as a falcon. The leader looked up at Ming-Shi, who was hovering in midair. He placed his right hand on his left shoulder and said with a slight bow, "My friend, I'm an envoy from Roli. My name is Lanny, and I wish to meet the master of the Evil Sky Pavilion." Chirp! The huge flying beast raised its head, opened its thick and sharp beak, and cried out deafeningly. It resembled a giant falcon. It did not look very likable at all. It was common to see a flying chariot being pulled by a flying beast. However, it was only suitable to be used in sparsely populated cities. Flying beasts such as this one were difficult to tame. They could easily go berserk. Once they lose control, they would cause harm to humans. Moreover, this did not seem like an ordinary beast. Ming-Shi looked at the 5 individuals on the flying chariot before looking at the man who greeted him. "Envoy from Roli? It's an honor to meet you, sir." The mustache of Lanny, the Roli envoy, twitched when he spoke. He seemed like he was smiling, but at the same time not. "My friend, since you're near Golden Court Mountain, you must be a friend of the Evil Sky Pavilion. If you can introduce us, I will be forever grateful to you." Ming-Shi said nonchalantly, "You speak our language well. There's an academy to learn the language of Great Yen in Roli." "That's where I learned it," Lanny replied. Ming-Shi was perplexed. Roli was engaged in a battle with the Liang province. Their 2 nations were practically at war. Why did Roli send its men to the Evil Sky Pavilion instead of to his eldest senior brother or the imperial family? As the saying went, beware of suspicious folk bearing gifts. They are sure to harbor ill intentions. Ming-Shi scratched his head. He looked away and said, What did you say? I don't understand you." After that, he flew in another direction. "This is important. Please thoroughly think this through," Lanny said immediately. Ming-Shi hovered in the air after flying several meters away. He looked back and said, "How important is this? Are the skies falling?" Lanny was speechless. However, he said, "Not exactly." "Then, there's nothing to worry about." Then, Ming-Shi turned around, unleashed a grand technique, and vanished from their sight. Lanny was left staring at the Golden Court Mountain's barrier with a stunned expression. He did not seem angered. Contrarily, a smile could be seen on his face as he said, "I've spoken with many Great Yen people, but I've never met someone as unconventional as him. What an interesting fellow." "Chief, shall we force our way through?" one of Lanny's subordinates asked. "Are you out of your mind? This is the Evil Sky Pavilion. We're not here for a fight. Moreover, this barrier isn't ordinary. We won't be able to easily breach it." "What should we do then?" "Wait." In the afternoon, Ming-Shi returned again. He hovered in the air and saw Lanny and the others still waiting at the foot of the mountain. When Lanny saw Ming-Shi, he stood up at once. "We meet again, my friend. You guys sure are determined. We won't leave until we meet the master of the Evil Sky Pavilion." Lanny was worried that Ming-Shi might disappear again, so he hastily added, "This has something to do with the secret of the 9-leaf stage. Please help us obtain a passage, my friend." Chirp! The winged beast cried out deafeningly again. "The 9-leaf stage?" Ming-Shi went on alert immediately. He did not agree to help them immediately. Instead, he said, "Wait here." He turned around and passed through the barrier. When Lanny saw the blue barrier, he smiled confidently. At his side, his subordinate said, "Chief, he won't meet us as well. He will." Any expert in this world would be curious about the 9-leaf stage. "The Evil Sky Pavilion's master is no exception to this," Lanny said confidently. I heard that he's already at the 9-leaf stage. Why would he be interested? The subordinate asked. Lanny placed his hands on his back and said, Firstly, if he's truly at the 9-leaf stage, that makes him the first 9-leaf expert in the cultivation world. A person like that will be most interested in maintaining his status. What do you think he'd do if 9-leaf cultivators pop up one after another? When the subordinate heard this, his eyes gleamed and immediately slid a thumb over his throat. Secondly, if he's not a 9-leaf cultivator, it means the rumors are fabricated by Great Yen and the Evil Sky Pavilion. That will be the opportunity for us to take Liang Province with Lu Lan. The subordinate looked fearfully respectful. He bowed and said, That's brilliant, Lord Lanny. However, another person said, What if he's really at the 9-leaf stage? Lanny scoffed and said, The avatars of humans are based on their own figures. If severing the Golden Lotus allows them to reach the 9-leaf stage, then Roly, with our belief in the Wolf King, will certainly have an advantage. When that moment comes, he paused dramatically. It will be the beginning of the end of Great Yen. At this moment, a figure floated down from above. Mingxirin hovered in the air and said, My master invites you up the mountain. Lanny turned back to glance at the box on his flying chariot and said, Bring it up. Understood. The four of them admired and respected Lanny even more now. Roly and Lu Lan were currently allies. They fought against the armies of Great Yen multiple times at the borders. Then they joined in the battle at Liang Province. After the Nether sect conquered Liang Province, Roly had been looking for an opportunity to snatch Liang Province away while the situation had not been stabilized. With the appearance of a 9-leaf cultivator and the popularity of the lotus severing theory, Roly had to put its plans on hold. Tiango, stay here. Lanny snapped his fingers. A ray of light shot out between his fingers into the winged beast's forehead. Tiango lied down obediently. Mingxirin shook his head. It was clearly a bird. Why did they have to name it Tiango, a heavenly dog? The five of them walked toward the Evil Sky Pavilion, guided by Mingxirin. A moment later, inside the Evil Sky Pavilion's great hall, Lu Zhou sat on his seat in a stately manner. The Roly envoy, Lanny, walked into the hall with his fellow comrades. Greetings, Pavilion Master. I am Lanny, a Rolyan envoy. The remaining four bowed. Lu Zhou glanced at Lanny. Name, Lanny Bonner. Race Rolyan. Realm, Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm. Lu Zhou bluntly said, Let's hear it. What brings you here? Lanny bowed again and said with a smile, Esteemed Lord Pavilion Master, I heard that you're the first 9-leaf Golden Lotus elite in the cultivation world. That's why we made the effort to visit you. If it's possible, Roly wishes to be at peace with the Evil Sky Pavilion. Mingxirin said in confusion, What's he talking about? Duanmu frowned and said, Don't interrupt. Let him speak. Mingxirin. Lanny looked at Lu Zhou and said, We have two objectives for visiting the Evil Sky Pavilion. To establish a positive relationship with the Evil Sky Pavilion and to discuss the 9-leaf stage with you. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, Is there someone in Roly who's at the 9-leaf stage now? Not yet. How are you going to discuss anything if you don't have 9-leaf cultivators? This question rendered Lanny speechless. Indeed, what ideas could they exchange or what discussion could they have if none of them had any idea about the 9-leaf stage? I'm sure these other tribesmen came here under these pretexts to verify the truth. Lanny bowed and said, Please hear me out, Pavilion Master. Let's hear it. I'm from the Bonner family in Roly. About 1,900 years ago, my family received a certain object. Lanny waved his arm. The four individuals behind him brought a long box forward. Lanny pointed at the box and said, This is a coffin. Mingxirin and Duanmu frowned. Duanmu suddenly shot out at lightning speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Spear shadows rained down ferociously. Lanny did not expect the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion to attack without warning. He hastily retreated and dodged the attack. Bam! 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 The spear shadows rained down on Lanny like a storm. The other four looked frightened. Duanmushang's spear techniques were clearly much more powerful than before. "Please hear me out, Pavilion Master," Lanny hastily cried out as he retreated. When he saw the spear shadows were about to hit him, he hastily added, "The coffin contains books about the 9-leaf stage." Bam! In the end, Lanny was struck by the spear shadows. He flipped and reeled back. After stumbling a few steps back, his back slammed into a pillar. His chest was screaming in pain. His eyes widened as he sized Duanmushang up. So powerful! Duanmushang was also shocked by this man's defensive skills. Even Hua Wudao's tortoiseshell energy seal could not easily block it. And yet, this man only stumbled a few steps backward. "Stand down." Lu Zhou waved his hand. Duanmushang cupped his fists at Lu Zhou and went to the side. Lu Zhou looked at Lanny and calmly said, "Bring them to me." Lanny endured the pain in his chest as he waved his hand. He could only blame himself for acting rashly and bringing the coffin in without any explanation. After all, in Great Yen, this gesture was extremely disrespectful. One of Lanny's subordinates opened the lid and carried one of the thicker books before respectfully presented it to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou looked at the book skeptically. The 9-leaf cultivation method? There were similar books sold on the streets of Great Yen. They were basically scams. Lanny hastily said, 1,900 years ago, my ancestors found this coffin on the shores of the northern border. The personal diary of my ancestors said that there was once a powerful 9-leaf cultivator inside this coffin. Mingshi said sarcastically, "Sure, we believe you." Lanny said in a clear voice, "I swear on the name of the Bonner family. If there is an ounce of untruth in my words, my family will be cursed to live as slaves for generations to come." "Wow, that's harsh. Carry on." Mingshi gave him a thumbs up. Lanny lowered his voice and slowly said, "That cultivator remained in Roli for a month. He brought some books with him and left Roli. I heard that he came to Great Yen. Then, he was never heard of ever again." There were too many loopholes in Lanny's story. If there had really been a 9-leaf cultivator, why had nobody hailed him as a brilliant genius 1,900 years ago? Why was he not mentioned in the annals of history? There had never been rumors about him in the cultivation world as well. However, Lu Zhou was in no hurry to refute Lanny's claims. Instead, he opened the book. The cultivation method in the front pages was similar to Great Yen. In terms of cultivation theories, it was fundamentally similar to the Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist societies. He skipped to the part of the book where the 9-leaf stage was concerned. Alas, he discovered the pages were smudged with ink, and the writings were almost illegible. There was only one line he managed to make out. "The people here are weak, but it's safe here. I hope that it remains like this forever." The words were writing in Great Yan's language. Lu Zhou frowned. He flipped through the other pages and realized they were illegible. Again, he saw the same line. "I hope it stays this way forever. I hope it stays like this forever. I hope that there is no 9-leaf stage in the world. I hope that there is no 10-leaf stage in the world. I like gold, not red." There were no cultivation methods. There were only scribbled lines of incohesive thoughts. It was like a prayer and a diary. Lu Zhou looked at Lanny standing in the great hall. Lanny bowed. The covers of the books are protected from decay by special formation veins. The veins are carved into the seams. They can attest to the age of the books. Lu Zhou closed the book. He saw dense veins running along the cover. Alas, they were faded and only a handful of them was still glowing red. In that instant, he remembered the line on the last page. "I like gold, not red." This was Lu Zhou's first time seeing red formation veins. He raised his palm and smacked the cover. Boom! The formation vein unleashed a mystical power. A red stamp shot toward the skies. Then, it scattered into the surroundings like butterflies. Due to their age, the stamps were feeble. The power they had stored was nearly depleted. Lu Zhou smacked the book with his hand again. He channeled his primal chi into the cover's veins. It immediately shone with golden radiance. The veins were renewed. The red veins faded away and were replaced by golden ones. Lanny nodded. There are 100 veins in total. Every vein can protect the book for 20 years. Every 20 years, one of the veins would fade. Lu Zhou raised his palm. His expression remained the same, but he was inwardly shocked. Indeed, this book was nearly 2,000 years. Do you know where the person inside the coffin is now? Lu Zhou asked. Lanny shook his head and said, My family has protected this item for generations. We're searching for that senior as well. We've received no information about the senior up until now. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and pondered. There had never been a shortage of people interested in digging out secrets in this world, especially when it was about the 9-leaf stage and the 10-leaf stage. At this moment, Lanny said, This is the sincerity of the Bonner family. I'm willing to give these to the Evil Sky Pavilion. It was expected for them to present the books as a gift, but the coffin was really inappropriate. If it were not an antique, Duan Mushang would have long thrown them out of the window. At this moment, Lu Zhou said, I'll accept them. His eyes darkened as he looked at Lanny and asked, What do you want? There was no free lunch in this world. One would not be given gifts without having to give something in return. Lanny placed his right hand on his shoulder and said in a gentlemanly fashion, I dare not ask for anything in return, but I do have one wish. Let's hear it. We would like to have a glimpse of the grand 9-leaf stage. Is that it? Lanny nodded with an eager expression on his face. Lu Zhou walked down the steps with his hands on his back as he said, Roly has always had the ambition of wild wolves. You've trespassed on our borders numerous times. I'm afraid that a peace proposal is merely a pretext for you to verify something. Lanny's face fell. He quickly said, You've misunderstood me. A disguise card costs 10,000 merit points. How can I waste it on some other tribesman? What a joke. Lu Zhou stepped forward. Lanny took a step back. At this moment, a deafening cry rang from outside. Chirp, Mingxirin said. It's that livestock. He ran out of the great hall. In the skies, the huge winged beast flapped its 50-foot-long wings and squawked outside the barrier. My livestock is going berserk. I'll go tame it at once, Lanny hurriedly said. His 4 subordinates followed him out of the great hall. Lu Zhou waved his hand. Duan Mushang. Yes, master. Take them down. Yes, master. Although Lu Zhou did not know where these other tribesmen got their confidence from, since they were bold enough to play tricks on the Evil Sky Pavilion, they could not be allowed to leave. Having received the order, Duan Mushang picked up his overlord spear and pursued them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Surrender. Duan Mushang would not listen to excuses, so he did not give a chance to speak. 100 spear shadows formed a ferocious spear seal as he attacked. Bam! 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 Lanny struck with both palms. His energy blocked the spear shadows, and he flipped backward before dropping to the ground. We came with sincerity. Why must the pavilion master be hostile? Lanny's eyes burned with fury. Lu Zhou walked past the coffin slowly. He was still curious about where Lanny Bonner had gotten his confidence from. He looked at the coffin beside him and saw it was densely covered in dark crimson veins. Defensive formation veins? They were more complicated and powerful than the ones on the book. Lu Zhou emerged from the great hall and looked up. The huge bird was starting to attack the barrier. Bam! Ripples spread across the barrier. Mingxirin said speechlessly, Stop pretending. Even your bird can't take it anymore. Lanny frowned deeply. He glanced at Tiango and wondered, how could this be? Bam! Tiango charged toward Golden Court Mountain's barrier again. Duan Mushang could not stand this any longer. He advanced with his overlord spear. A battle royale instantly broke out before the great hall. Duan Mushang fought against 5 opponents on his own. Mingxirin did not jump in hastily. Instead, he observed Tiango in the skies. It was flapping its wings, sending blasts of energy winds at the barrier. At this moment, several energy arrows were launched from above the southern pavilion and struck Tiango's huge body. Bam! 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 These attacks were, naturally, from Hua Yueshing. Alas, she only managed to dislodge on its feathers. The other arrows were blocked with a movement of its wings. Chirp. The huge seemed extremely agitated. What is this? Mingshi Yin's eyes widened. Hua Yueshing was a three-leaf godly archer. And yet, she could not even handle the beast? Lanny turned to look at Lu Zhou as he fought and pleaded at the same time. Pavilion Master. This truly is a misunderstanding. Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he observed the huge bird in the skies. Just when he was about to use unnamed and turned it into a bow to take the beast down, the mellifluous sound of flute rang in the air. It was slow and soothing, like the gentle churning of a stream between the trees of a forest. When the tune reached the area above the evil sky pavilion, the huge bird seemed to have calmed down and seemed to have regained its senses. Lanny's eyes widened. Impossible! The tune continued playing. Who was playing the flute with such skills? The melody floated on the spring breeze and resonated across the city of Luoyang. The melody was pure, devoid of any primal qi, as it was carried by the wind, mesmerizing its listeners. The fact that Konk's flute melody could control wild beasts was common knowledge now. However, for a vicious beast such as Tiango, whose wild nature was difficult to tame, to obey the commands of the tune was a shocking discovery. Little Yuaner applauded and said, "Good, good, good. Konk, continue playing. Keep it up. It's no longer attacking." Hua Yueshing could not understand what was happening. Her energy arrows were no match for the melody of a mere mortal. She could not help but look at the 16-year-old Miss Konk. Konk was fair without any flaws. Her movements were graceful and moving. The look in her eyes as she played the flute was solemn and resolute. This was probably an inherent talent. Lu Zhou was surprised as well. Tiango was no ordinary beast. It seemed to have undergone some special Rolian training for it to be so powerful. Although it could not breach the barrier based on its attack, it was clear it was strong. Meanwhile, Duanmu Shang brandished his overlord spear in front of the Great Hall. Lanny and his subordinates surrounded Duanmu Shang. The overlord spear stabbed to the left and right. Pavilion Master. This is all a big misunderstanding. I can explain. Lanny did not expect a single Evil Sky Pavilion disciple to be this powerful. This disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion did not seem to feel any pressure fighting 5 opponents alone. Instead, as the fight progressed, he seemed even more invigorated and fought even more valiantly. He knew that he could not allow this battle to drag on. Also, there were many who were watching this battle. When the others from the Evil Sky Pavilions make their moves, it would be too late. Duanmu Shang cursed. What's there to explain? Die! Duanmu Shang suddenly waved his arm. The fruits of his constant training under the waterfall were clearly displayed at this moment. The speed at which he wielded his spear and the precision was almost flawless. Rolians had always been known for their agility, speed, and physical strength. However, at this moment they were all pushed back by Duanmu Shang. Someone has bewitched Tiango. They wanted to spur you into attacking. Pavilion Master. Lanny kept dodging as he explained loudly. Lu Zhou looked up and glanced at Tiango, who was now hovering obediently above the barrier. Mingshi smiled and said, "If you're sincere, why would you bewitch Tiango?" Lanny frowned deeply. "I like your move of advancing by retreating. I must say that you've inherited most of my skills. But alas, that's not enough." Mingshi finally joined in the fray. Bam! Bam! 2 of Rolians were sent flying by Mingshi. Mingshi chuckled gleefully. "Here comes your grandfather, me." His entrance into the fight turned the tide of the battle immediately. At this moment, Lanny began making hand signs. He made a strange hand seal with his hands and launched it. Whiz! 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 The coffin inside the Great Hall began to move. Lanny retreated as a Wolf King avatar appeared. 5 leaf. When the avatar appeared, the coffin shone with red radiance as it sailed toward it. Mingshi dodged the coffin. Duanmu Shang landed a few quick stabs on one end of the coffin. He was surprised to find that not a scratch could be seen on the coffin at all. What's it made of? It's so tough. The coffin started to spin. It flew in a sweeping motion as it spun. Bam! Duan Mushang raised his overlord spear before himself to block it. Under the heavy impact, he spun back. The abnormality of the coffin was finally on display. Duan Mushang could not move it. Not even with his heaven-grade overlord spear. The surface of the coffin kept glowing with a faint red light. This was rare among formation veins. When primal chi was condensed into energy, it would take on a golden hue. Why was the coffin shining with a red light? Ming-Shi gave up on the coffin. He dove toward the five-leaf Lanny. Capture the king to capture the thief. He held his separation hook in a backhand grip as he moved at lightning speed. Lanny pushed with both palms. His Wolf King avatar pounced. Shockingly, and no less strange, the golden lotus under the Wolf King avatar shone with a red light as well. Red. Lu Zhou's expression darkened. He recalled a line from the book again. I like gold, not red. Was it referring to this red light? Bam! Ming-Shi drew his sword across Lanny's energy shield. He retreated and hovered in the air. When he focused his gaze, he noticed ripples in Lanny's energy that was quickly restored. What a mysterious object! Ming-Shi turned to look at the coffin. Duan Mushang was occupied by it. Who would believe that a mere five-leaf cultivator was capable of dealing with Duan Mushang and Ming-Shi at the same time? However, Duan Mushang and Ming-Shi were only at the three-leaf and the four-leaf stage. It would be arrogant for them to think they were the only powerful ones in the wide world. The red formation veins on the coffin were indeed intriguing. Shortly after, the red light on the coffin shone with greater intensity. Bam! Duan Mushang's arms felt numb from the impact. He had no choice but to retreat. The coffin hovered before Lanny. He was flanked by his subordinates. He said, Pavilion Master, I've traveled to visit you. I have no wish to make an enemy out of you. I'm here in the hopes of establishing a friendship. Why must you be so hostile? Ming-Shi said coldly, Save your breath. Don't think that you can leave this place in one piece after causing such a scene. The Evil Sky Pavilion isn't a place where you can come and go as you please. This tactic of advancing by retreating was too common. Great Yen was more familiar with it compared to Roly. Lanny looked up at Tiango and flipped his palm. The coffin spun. Lu Zhou raised his palm. A palm seal sailed toward the coffin. Bam! The coffin continued spinning. However, this palm strike seemed to make Lanny happy and excited. Aha! I knew it. You're not a nine-leaf cultivator. Lu Zhou was puzzled. I only launched a single palm strike. How can he tell that I'm not a nine-leaf cultivator? Lanny began laughing maniacally. What I said is true. This coffin is real and the books are real as well. The owner of the coffin once said that only a nine-leaf cultivator is powerful enough to break the formation veins of this coffin. The people of Great Yen are shameless and despicable for spreading false information about the nine-leaf stage. He suddenly flicked his finger. A beam of light shot toward Tiango in the air. Swish! The light hit Tiango between its eyes. Chirp! The deafening cry from the beast was unbearably deafening. At this moment, the song of the flute abruptly came to a halt. Lu Zhou looked at Conk and Little Yuaner who were standing above the southern pavilion. Little Yuaner and Hua Yuexing shielded Conk behind them. Energy arrows were formed and fired. Bam! 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 Meanwhile, Lu Zhou saw Lanny jump onto the coffin before he flew into the sky. Lu Zhou looked at the deadly strike card and sighed. He thought of his extraordinary power. Then, he pointed at two of Lanny's subordinates and said, Take them down. Duan Mushang and Ming-Shi nodded in unison. A spear and a hook shot toward the two Rulians. Lu Zhou no longer hesitated. He stepped into the air. He spread his arms and straightened them before flipping them. He pushed his hand out, and a blue palm seal shot out from his palm. The scripts for Abandon Wisdom appeared between his fingers. This palm seal seemed to contain enough power to destroy the world. While standing on the coffin, Lanny sensed the incoming huge palm seal. The massive palm seal seemed to bring with it 4 stars as it soared upward. Boom! His Abandon Wisdom attack hit the coffin. Based on his calculations, 1/3 of his extraordinary power should be enough to kill Lanny in an instant. However, when the palm seal struck the coffin, it burst forth with a web-like scarlet light. When the palm seal and the red light collided, an explosion of energy rippled into the surroundings. The red coffin reeled back and dimmed. Lanny was affected by the backlash from the palm seal. His back arched with his limbs facing down as he fell toward the ground, facing the sky. He spat out a mouthful of blood when he hit the ground. Bam! The coffin and Lanny were sent out of the barrier by the attack. That was how a barrier worked. It was easy to get out but difficult to get in. Moreover, they had suffered damage from the palm strike. A single palm strike was all that was needed to deal heavy damage to Lanny. Mingshi and Duan Mushang easily took care of the two subordinates. They looked up at the same time. Their master's palm seal. This was Lu Zhou's second instance of using abandoned wisdom. The first time he used it was during the battle in Liang province. He launched it while diving from above. The Confucian school's abandoned wisdom usually required the user to join both palms and use all their power. However, Lu Zhou unleashed it with a single palm with greater might and greater destructive strength. The coffin spun as it flew back. It was no longer glowing. However, Lu Zhou did not receive a notification from the system. This puzzled him. With his 5-leaf avatar and 1/3 of his extraordinary power, it should have been enough to kill Lanny. How did Lanny survive? Lu Zhou looked at the coffin and Lanny. As he expected, there was more to the coffin than meets the eyes. Lu Zhou stepped into the air and flew toward the coffin. He pirouetted in midair, releasing faint blue light from his feet before he stepped on the coffin. Boom! A ripple spread out from the tips of his toes like a heavenly light. The others were awed by the sight. The Evil Sky Pavilion disciples were all admiring this scene. They looked on as their master rose to the skies. Since their master had made a move, there was no need for them to do anything. They truly enjoyed watching their master's energy seal. Lu Zhou stepped on the coffin and forced it back into the barrier. The coffin spun into the barrier. Mingshi and Duan Mushang understood Lu Zhou's thoughts. They took flight at the same time and caught the coffin with their energies. At this moment, Tiango suddenly flapped its wings. Chirp! With the deafening and shrill cry, a gust of violent wind was stirred up. Lu Zhou paused in midair. A 2-leaf nascent divinity cultivation base was slightly too weak, after all. As he reeled back, Lanny fought back the pain in his internal organs, and he flew toward Tiango. He seemed desperate now. His eyes were bloodshot as he stood on Tiango's back. He cried out in anger. "What are you waiting for? Go!" A sharp cry rang in the air. Under Lanny's command, Tiango flapped its wings and fled in a frenzy. Lanny turned to look at Lu Zhou, who was coming toward him in the air. He tapped his own meridian points and said in a clear voice, "Even if you're not a 9-leaf cultivator, you're at least a 7 or 8-leaf cultivator." Feeling relaxed now, he patted Tiango's back as he continued to say, "After getting away from this battle, the Bonner family will one day flatten the entire Great Yen." At this moment, an imposing voice rang from behind him. "Did I say you're allowed to leave?" Lanny's heart shuddered. His eyes widened as he turned back to have a look. He saw Lu Zhou, that old man, chasing after him on Witzard's back, the pursuer and the one being pursued. Lu Zhou was approaching Lanny as Witzard picked up speed. In a few breaths, faster! Lanny sunk his palm into Tiango's body. Tiango had wings to begin with. With its wild way of flying and speed, it seemed like a comet in the skies. Alas, its opponent was Witzard. Witzard was a mount whose speed and agility were on par with Tiango, if not superior. They would only be able to maintain the distance if they flew at the same speed. Lu Zhou stood on Witzard's back as he stroked his beard with his left hand and raised his right palm. He pointed it upward and conjured up his primal chi. Blue radiance shone from between his fingers again as the script's abandoned wisdom appeared. He straightened his arm. Whiz! When the palm seal appeared, it resonated clearly in the air. Meanwhile, Lanny unleashed all his primal chi and condensed it into energy. While his arms were crossed, A round formation vein rune shielded him. Lu Zhou found this strange. The formation vein reminded him of the seal formation method of Great Yan's Confucian societies. However, that was not important now. At this moment, the massive Abandoned Wisdom's palm seal landed on Lanny and grazed Tiango. Lanny widened his eyes. The formation vein before his arms cracked and shattered. It could not withstand Abandoned Wisdom. Boom! Lanny and Tiango fell. At this moment, a group of people inside the forest looked up and saw Tiango flapping its wings as it fell. Stick to the plan and support the chief. Several cultivators in tights shuttled through the forest and headed toward Tiango's landing point at blinding speed. Lu Zhou waved his arm and recalled Wizard. He was puzzled as he looked at Tiango and Lanny falling toward the ground. Why am I not hearing the system's notification? A trap? Fated bond. A strange term appeared unbidden in Lu Zhou's mind before realization dawned on him. No wonder Lanny was so confident and was bold enough to bring a coffin to him. How sly! The fated bond was a method to share power in Great Yan. It was then adapted into witchcraft. When Wuxia was afflicted by the binding mantra back then, he once thought of using Zhu Honggong to trick his master into breaking the mantra through this linking technique. The difference was, Lanny had tied his own life with that of Tiango's. In other words, Tiango's life was Lanny's life. So long as Tiango survives, he would not die. 1,000-pound drop. Lu Zhou Dove. Lanny had lost the ability to fight. With the strike from the Abandoned Wisdom's palm seal, his body's functions were severely affected. Boom! Tiango crashed into the dense forest and stirred up a cloud of dust. Whoosh! 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 From the forest in the distance, several figures closed in on Tiango at blinding speed. When Lu Zhou descended near the canopy, he stopped and observed the ground from the air. This was the best vantage point. He looked up. 100 figures flew toward him while maintaining a low altitude from the north. A trap! However, Lu Zhou did not think Lanny was a scheming person. The clouds of dust finally settled. The 100 individuals were closing in on him while flying on their swords. Lu Zhou's gaze fell upon Tiango. Lanny raised his palm with difficulty and placed his palm on Tiango. A pebble-like spot of light flew into its forehead. He wiped the blood away from his mouth and smiled arrogantly. He clearly thought he had triumphed over Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou saw the people rushing toward him through the forest. He saw them move over Lanny's body, carry him up, and headed back. He did not know which sect those 100 sword cultivators belonged to, nor did he know if they were friends or foes. No matter. Lu Zhou raised his palm. A disguise card appeared in his palm. He closed his fingers. A faint energy leaked out from his palm as the card shattered. Whiz! A 150-foot avatar towered in the air. The golden lotus under its feet seemed to be full of life as it shone with dazzling brilliance. 9 shining golden leaves spun around the golden lotus at a constant speed. While being carried on the cultivators' backs, Lanny opened his eyes and felt his heart stop beating for an instant. 9 leaf! Lu Zhou stood proudly above his avatar's golden lotus. Regardless of the origins of the 100 sword cultivators, he projected his voice with rich primal chi and ordered, "Take down the other tribesmen." The 100 sword cultivators were initially passing by with a mission to complete. Tiango's sighs and cries had attracted their attention. Hence, they came with their swords in hands. The 100 sword cultivators saw the pair of huge wings diving down while they were several miles away. Since people were battling nearby, they hoped to reap benefits from the battle as a third party. Their objective was to claim Tiango as their own. However, when they were about 1 mile away from the spot, they saw Tiango being struck by a huge palm seal. They stopped to observe the battle and saw an old man behind Tiango. The old man's white hair danced as he stood in the wind. His eyes were sharp. He wore Taoist robes. His aura alone was sufficient to strike fearful respect in them. 3 feet of ice was not formed in a single day. An old man with this aura would not be a weakling. However, when they were about to continue flying, an avatar rose from the ground. It was 150 foot tall and 40 foot wide. 9 leaves spun around its golden lotus. The 100 sword cultivators were stunned, riveted to their spots motionlessly. At the same time, they heard the voice of the old man. Take down the other tribesmen. The show of 9 leaves, naturally, intimidated everyone. They would obey him, regardless if he was friend or foe. They immediately dismissed their thoughts of catching Tiango. They looked in the direction Lu Zhou pointed and saw several cultivators fleeing from the area Tiango had fallen. Time waited for no man. The leading elder no longer admired the 9-leaf golden lotus. He averted his gaze and said in a deep voice, "Take down the other tribesmen. Take down the other tribesmen. Who would dare disobey the order of a 9-leaf cultivator?" They put all distracting thoughts on hold for now. The 100 sword cultivators swarmed toward their targets as they gave chase on their swords at top speed. With a 9-leaf cultivator asking for their help, they became excited and wanted to do their very best. They had never felt this way before. The sword cultivators enthusiastically chased after the other tribesmen. They conjured up several energy swords each as they advanced in a sweeping manner. Trees fell and the collisions of energy swords filled the air. They moved like swimming schools of fish. Lanny Bonner felt as though his eyeballs were going to pop out of their sockets as he was being carried. He urged his people. A hint of desperation could be heard in his voice. Run! Faster! The Evil Sky Pavilion's master was truly at the 9-leaf stage. It was not a farce. Why did he not launch an attack when he was at the Evil Sky Pavilion back then? Was he being toyed with? He suddenly remembered that cats like to play with mice, pawing at the mice before killing them. The mice would not be able to escape even if they were given wings. A deep sense of helplessness and despair rose in his heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. At this moment, his comrades, who were carrying him, suddenly stopped moving. Lanny frowned and asked, "Why are you stopping?" "Fuck you. What do you think?" His comrades cursed at him internally. The person carrying him tensed his arms and tossed Lanny away. He drew an arc in the air before he fell with a thud on the ground. The comrade looked to the left and right. Then, he turned around and looked up at the 9-leaf avatar. 10 seconds was just right. It was not long nor short. He saw the avatar, and his breathing was ragged as he cursed, "Damn you for dragging me into this." Lanny was suffering from heavy internal injuries from 2 strikes of abandoned wisdom. He only survived because Tiango took most of the brunt for him. Fated Bond had practically channeled all of the damage onto Tiango. Even so, he was on the verge of death. He could hardly withstand the fall. He had no way of voicing out his pain at all. I had no fucking way of knowing that he was a real 9-leaf cultivator as well. The coffin left by his ancestors had clearly proved that the pavilion master was not a 9-leaf elite. How did this happen? At this moment, the 100 sword cultivators searched the area on their swords. "Elder, this way. Target spotted. Capture them alive if you can." "Understood." Lanny's comrades could not care about anything else at this moment. They gritted their teeth and pointed at Lanny, who was lying on the ground, as they said accusatorily, "You've brought this upon yourself." Then they turned around to flee. Several sword cultivators landed among the trees. They carried Lanny between them and flew back. The other sword cultivators continued to give chase. 100 sword cultivators pursued them. Wails could be heard every now and then. The scene of one party bullying another with numbers seemed dull but interesting as well. Lu Zhou watched the proceedings in the air. He stroked his beard with one hand and placed the other hand on his back. The 9-leaf stage sure is convenient. The timing was just right. If the 100 sword cultivators did not pass by at this moment, he would have to use 6 deadly strike cards to kill all the other tribesmen. Now, it seemed like he could save his cards. After what seemed like hours, the 100 sword cultivators returned on their swords. 2 of them were carrying a dejected and lethargic Lanny between them. They arranged themselves in a square formation and tidied up their ranks. When the leading elder saw that they were neatly arranged, he lifted his robes slightly as he rose into the air and saluted Lu Zhou. "Greetings, old senior. May I ask if you are the Evil Sky Pavilion's old senior G?" Lu Zhou gazed at him and calmly asked, You know me? Lu Zhou's words were as good as directly confirming his identity. The leading elder bowed and cupped his fists together at once and said, I'm Ma Qing of the Qingyun Sword Sect. Greetings, old Senior Ji. The others bowed in unison. Greetings, old Senior Ji. Why did you come here? Lu Zhou asked. We were invited by the Penglai sect to a banquet on their island, old Senior Ji. Ma Qing replied honestly. He did not dare to dally. The Penglai sect? Lu Zhou thought about it for a moment. Huang Shiji, the Penglai Island's master, had been at Jing province some time ago. Was Penglai in some sort of trouble right now? Ma Qing replied, the Penglai floating island is facing some difficulties. The Qingyun sword sect has always been on good terms with Penglai Island. It's only natural for us to lend a helping hand. When Lu Zhou heard this, he did not ask for further information. Their affairs had nothing to do with him after all. At this moment, Ma Qing pointed at the half-dead Lanny and said, Old Senior Ji, the other tribesmen are wiped out. This man is the only survivor. Even then, it seems like he's on his last breath. Very well. Lu Zhou stroked his beard calmly. He would give praise where it was due. The Qingyun sword sect disciples felt delighted to hear this. Ma Qing moved two of his fingers slightly. An energy sword hovered before himself as he said, Anyone who is not of our own tribe is a deviant. There's no need to trouble yourself over such a character, old Senior Ji. I'll put him out of his misery. His energy sword shot out and split into 5 blades, all of which were aimed at Lanny. Ma Qing was about to go in for the kill when Lu Zhou tonelessly said, Stop. Your orders, old senior? Ma Qing recalled his energy swords at once. He did not dare make a move. He immediately bowed and awaited further directions. Rullians are cunning and scheming in nature. I can't let him die so easily, Lu Zhou replied. You're right, old senior. I was careless. How could I use such a crude method? Ma Qing turned around. Execute him with a sword formation. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. I've pursued him for a long time, and you're trying to steal the kill? A mosquito was still a piece of flesh. Stand down. Lu Zhou lowered his tone. Ha! At this moment, Lu Zhou readied his palm. When Ma Qing saw this, he waved his hand at once. Understood. Stand back, everyone. Yes, yes, yes. The Qingyun sword sect disciples flew to the sides with puzzled expressions. Lu Zhou conjured up his extraordinary power. A blue radiance glowed between his fingers, and the scripts for abandoned wisdom appeared again. Ma Qing exclaimed in a hoarse and surprised voice, Abandoned wisdom? At this moment, Lanny's eyes suddenly snapped open as he flailed his arms. The 2 disciples of the Qingyun sword sect were sent flying. Lu Zhou struck with his palm. Ma Qing frowned. Indeed, Rullians are sly. Lu Zhou initially intended to use 1/3 of his extraordinary power. Yet, when he saw that Lanny was capable of holding out until this moment, anger stirred in him. He said coldly, You won't be able to live if I want you to die. Abandoned Wisdom's palm seal doubled in size. It doubled in speed as well. Lanny Bonner, who had just started sprinting away, felt his heart shudder as he said in fright, Is this the 9-leaf stage? Despair and helplessness rose in his heart as the palm seal sailed toward him. Boom! The palm seal landed firmly on Lanny's body. His face, chest, and limbs felt as though they were crushed by blue magma that washed over him. Although the Qingyun sword sect was a Taoist cultivation sect, the Confucian school and Taoist societies had always had a good understanding of each other. The abandoned wisdom Ma Qing knew was completely different from the abandoned wisdom Lu Zhou had cast. He had never seen anyone launch a palm seal with just a single hand. Whether it was from below, above, or launched with a single hand, they made no difference for Lu Zhou. He was only hitting a fly. It would die no matter how he hit it. Only those who were not strong enough would think about smashing the fly against the wall or against the ground. After the palm seal landed, the target was reduced to ashes that scattered in the wind. There was no longer any trace of an other tribesman there. Ding! Killed a target. Reward, 3,000 merit points. Note: the target of fated bond was included. The palm seal did not fade away. Instead, it continued moving forward, flying down. Boom! Dozens of trees fell with a crash. When the clouds of dust settled, a clear palm print could be seen on the ground. The others did not even dare to breathe loudly. Many of them gulped in fear as they looked at the palm print and wondered just how powerful old villain G was. They did not expect the legendary old villain G to be so vicious. As expected, none of the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion were nice people. It was no wonder that practically nobody survived when the 7 great sects laid siege on the Evil Sky Pavilion. They were indeed merciless. However, it had to be said they felt satisfied as well. After all, compared to the Evil Sky Pavilion, the members of the Qingyun Sword sect loathed the other tribesmen more. Although old villain G's attack was an overkill, it was still satisfying to watch the other tribesmen being killed. Lu Zhou retracted his palm. He did not earn much from this battle. He basically depleted his extraordinary power to kill Lanny. With the palm strike and the intimidating effect of a 9-leaf cultivator, the sword cultivators of the Qingyun Sword sect showed their allegiance to him. For some reason, old villain G was not hostile toward them, but they could not help but feel that the atmosphere was peculiar. This made them nervous, and some of them even began to tremble. After a moment's silence, a gust of wind blew this suppressive atmosphere away. Ma Qing cupped his fists and said, "Your abandoned wisdom has truly widened our horizons, old Senior G. You've widened our horizons." The other disciples did not know how they should express what they felt, so they echoed Ma Qing's words. Lu Zhou looked at them calmly as he stroked his beard and said, "I'm not an unreasonable person. You've played a part in eliminating the other tribesmen. I'll grant you that beast Tiango. A living Tiango could be of some help. A dead one was useless. A vicious beast that roamed the great forests would have tough and dry flesh that was not even palatable. It might even be poisonous. So it could not even be served as food." Lu Zhou knew they were ignorant, so he said, "Tiango was a vicious beast of the land. The radiance it leaves in its wake is like a meteor in the skies that extends for several hundred feet. It moves like the wind, cries like a clap of thunder, and shines like a bolt of lightning. Its hide can be used as powerful armor, and its bones are earth-grade. Many dream to get their hands on this beast." When Ma Qing heard this, he was clearly overjoyed. His eyes lit up, and he hastily bowed. "Your explanation has enlightened us. Listening to your explanation is better than reading books for 10 years. We were foolish and ignorant. Thank you for bestowing Tiango to us, Senior." The others were shocked after listening to Lu Zhou's words as well. They bowed and thanked him. "Thank you, old Senior G. Ding. Received pious worshipping from 105 men. Reward, 1,050 merit points." The matter was finally settled. At this moment, Lu Zhou remembered the mysterious coffin and the secret tomes of cultivation methods. He no longer lingered at this place. He waved his arm, and Witzard came on the clouds. Lu Zhou leaped onto Witzard and flew away. The members of the Qingyun Sword sect bowed. "Safe journey, Senior." Witzard vanished among the clouds in just a blink of an eye. Ma Qing looked up at this moment with a faraway and admiring gaze. He muttered, "This trip is well worth it. I got to see a 9-leaf expert with my own eyes." The others nodded in agreement. When Lu Zhou returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion, the sun was already setting. Duanmu Shang hovered outside the barrier and waited quietly for his master's return. When he saw Witzard, he bowed when Lu Zhou was still some ways away. "Master!" Lu Zhou leaped off Witzard's back. He moved as though he was light as a feather. He passed through the barrier and asked, "What's the situation?" The 2 other tribesmen were already dealt with by 4th junior brother and me. "It's little Conk that seems slightly off," Duanmu Shang replied. "I'll take a look." Lu Zhou flew toward the southern pavilion. When he landed there, he walked toward little Yuaner's room. Many female cultivators were already there. "Pavilion Master! Master!" The others made way for Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou's appearance greatly reassured them. Little Yuaner walked up to him and said, "Conk says that she remembers some things. Lu Zhou thought that Conk was injured. As he entered the room, he saw Conk supporting her own head with both hands as she leaned back on a chair. She did not look too good. Lu Zhou walked up to Conk and sat down slowly. He said, "Give me your hand." "Oh." Conk was obedient. After examining her pulse, Lu Zhou nodded slowly. Her body was fine. Lu Zhou looked at Conk and gently asked, "What do you remember?" Conk said, Red lotus." Something stirred within Lu Zhou. He was shocked. He did his best to maintain a neutral expression so that he would not scare Miss Conk. He raised a palm. Whiz! A miniature avatar hovered above his palm. Under the avatar, 2 leaves were spinning around the golden lotus. Mingxirin, Little Yuaner, and Duanmusheng glanced at it. They nodded silently. Master's control over his avatar has truly reached great heights. With his skills, he can easily control the number of leaves on his avatar. After all, it was extremely wasteful of primal chi to manifest all of one's leaves. Lu Zhou pointed at the golden lotus and asked, "Little girl, is this what the lotus you mentioned looks like?" Conk blinked. After observing it, she nodded. "MHM." Lu Zhou clenched his fist. His avatar vanished. Although he was as steady as an old dog, he was still shocked. Conk's words meant that someone was cultivating the red lotus. "Do you remember where?" Lu Zhou asked. Conk pouted. She shook her head and said, "I don't know." At this moment Mingxirin interjected, "Master, is she saying that someone is cultivating a red lotus? This can't be real, right?" Duanmusheng nodded and said, "Nobody has ever cultivated a red lotus." However, they suddenly recalled their master's blue lotus and the barrier's power as well. He said, "Could it be some sort of mutation caused by a secret technique?" Under normal circumstances, the energy condensed from primal chi was golden. Fiend Zen would cause it to turn black, healing made it green, and absorbing the barrier made it blue. However, this was their first time encountering the color red. Lu Zhou did not answer their questions. He remembered the book and the coffin. The young girl might be lying or have dreamt about it. They could not rely on her words alone. They would need concrete evidence to authenticate her words. He remembered the row of words on the final page of the book. "I hope it stays this way forever. I hope that there are no 9-leaf cultivators in this world. I hope that there are no 10-leaf cultivators in this world." What did those sentences mean? Lu Zhou pondered about this for a moment before he looked at Conk again and asked, "What else do you remember?" "I don't remember anything else." Conk shook her head helplessly. "Amnesia," Lu Zhou guessed. At this moment, Mingxirin bowed and said, "Master, I don't think she has amnesia." A person with amnesia has either lost their memories or sealed the memories. When they try to recall their memories, it will certainly trigger some reaction in their heads. Yet, here she is, sitting here unaffected, said Mingxirin. "I suspect that she's more likely in some pre-awakened state." "Why do you say that?" Lu Zhou thought about this before as well, but he could not be sure. Some are born with innate abilities while some are born to cultivate. For example, the fair folk, such as Sixth Junior Sister, can reconstruct their extraordinary 8 meridians naturally. They can even reconstruct a destroyed sea of qi. Mingxirin stroked his chin as he inferred. She remembers how to play the tunes and remembers the appearance of the lotus. This means that the consciousness is still inside her mind. Lu Zhou nodded and said, "You're saying that if she starts to cultivate and enter the sense-condensing realm, the consciousness can be fortified." "You're brilliant, Master. If the consciousness is fortified, her fuzzy memories will certainly grow clearer," Mingxirin said. For a cultivator, the body-tempering stage and the mystic enlightening realm were related to the physical body. Starting from the sense-condensing realm, they would start to train their consciousness. Mingxirin had a point. At least this was a lead. They were no longer clueless. However, there was the matter of Conk skipping the body-tempering stage and directly entering the mystic enlightening realm. How was she supposed to cultivate when her meridian vessels were fragile? Mingxirin smiled and said, "I know what can be used to help this young girl solve her fragile meridian vessels." Lu Zhou's interest was piqued. Well, what do you know? Old Fourth seems more and more likable now. Although he can be too crafty sometimes, he never disappoints when it comes to it. Although Lu Zhou had 1,000 years of memories and experience, he was not omnipotent. What item is so wonderful? Mingshi said. Lantian jade. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, a luxury item sought after by some merchants and aristocrats. What can it be used for? This Lantian jade isn't that Lantian jade. Rumor has it that there's a type of jade in the eastern seas that exists inside the bellies of fishes. It absorbs the essence of the sea over the years and is full of spiritual qi. A wearer of this item will find their skin as smooth as jade and their extraordinary 8 meridians as deep as moats. Nourishing one's meridian vessels in this way can temper them, given time, Mingshi replied. Something stirred in Lu Zhou's memories when he heard Mingshi words. He nodded approvingly. Indeed, there was such a jade in existence. However, this item was extremely rare and difficult to find. Now that the cultivation world was in a lotus-severing frenzy, everyone was busy sprouting leaves. This was especially true for the grand cultivators who had experience wielding multiple leaves. Naturally, they were more confident in cultivating again. Every second was precious to them. With time being priceless now, nobody could spare their time looking for the Lantian jade. Lu Zhou wanted to think about another method when he remembered Penglai Island. He remembered a rumor about the Lantian jade many years ago. Hence, he said, send a letter to see Wuxia. If Huang Shiji is there, have him send a Lantian jade over. Yes, master. Mingshi turned around and left. Lu Zhou studied conch and remembered the diary. He wondered if this young girl shared the same origins as the person who was inside that coffin. Anyway, it was useless to ponder on these things now. Everything would become clear once she was awakened. It was meaningless to rush things. You honor. Yes, master. Protect conch well, Lu Zhou said. I will certainly protect little sister conch. Little Yuaner waved her fist and bared her canine teeth. All right. I'll believe you since you've displayed such an attitude. Lu Zhou initially thought that little Yuaner would grow jealous with the addition of this young girl. However, it seemed like he was worried for nothing. He could not help but feel the little girl had truly grown up. When Lu Zhou made his way back to the Eastern Pavilion, he brought the secret tomes with him. Duanmu Sheng followed him. He bowed and asked, Master, the coffin, what should we do with it? Usually, such an inauspicious object should have been discarded. However, when he thought about the unique formation veins on its surface, Lu Zhou said, keep it in the northern pavilion. Lu Zhou was about to leave when he added, have someone copy the formation veins on it. Yes, master. When he returned to the eastern pavilion, he did not meditate on the heavenly writing scrolls immediately. As usual, he checked the old parchment drawing for any changes on the map. Like before, he could see all 9 provinces of Great Yen and Penglai Island in the oceanic regions. According to the system's mission and Huang Shiji's statement, the Luo woman most likely visited Penglai Island before. When he thought about this, Lu Zhou wondered if this Luo woman was from the same place the coffin's occupant was, since she could help Yun Tian Luo attain the 8-leaf stage. Lu Zhou opened the secret tome. He went through it again. The cultivation methods recorded in the earlier parts of the book were basically the same as Great Yen. After checking it thrice, he noticed nothing strange about it. When he reached the part where the 9-leaf cultivation method, apart from the smudge sentences, he saw the same words. The people here are weak, but it's very safe here. Weak? How is weak equated to safe? Also, why did the coffin's occupant wish that there would be no 9-leaf cultivators here? Lu Zhou had an inkling that the key to reaching the 9-leaf stage from the 8-leaf stage lay here. He continued to flip through the pages. A red lotus was printed on the center of the book's back cover. The 9 leaves were lifelike. Perhaps it was due to the coffin owner's hesitation. He drew a few lines over the lotus. There was a line that read, "Nobody can live forever." There was nothing else. When he read this final sentence, he noticed that it was written with heavy strokes that seemed to bleed to the back of the page. Could this be a kind of truth that he believed in? Lu Zhou was puzzled. He placed the book on the table and no longer read it. The remainder of his time should be spent meditating on the heavenly writing scrolls. If the Luo woman truly had a connection with Penglai Island, Lu Zhou would have to go there. Without the extraordinary power to keep himself safe, he would a fool to solely rely on the item cards to keep him safe. I won't agree to a losing deal no matter what. In Moonlight Woodland, far away from the southwestern part of Great Yen, a perpetual mist hung over an area that rarely saw the sun. Only the moon was commonly seen hanging above the branches. Through the thin layer of mist, the moonlight made this place look like paradise. Yi Tianxin, fully clad in white, stopped under a tree. She took a sip from the water skin and hung it on her waist. Is it really here? Yi Tianxin pushed away from the ground and flew toward the depths of the forest. The 100-meter tall trees and the seemingly endless forest made her feel that she was in the wrong place. Misty Forest, Moonlight Woodland. This was a place away from the other tribes. It was said that those who entered the Misty Forest would forever be lost until their eventual demise in the forest. Many other tribesmen cultivators would only attempt to capture some low-rank beasts at the periphery of the forest. Yi Tianxin had one objective, and that was to find Cheng Huang. She walked and stopped in the dense forest. When she encountered massive beasts, she chose to hide and avoid them. When she encountered winged beasts that navigated the trees with ease, she chose to lay low and conceal her presence. Sometimes, she would make mistakes and had no choice but to fight the beasts. This naturally meant she would get hurt as well sometimes. It had been more than 10 days since she came to the Moonlight Woodland and ventured deep into the Misty Forest. Every 10 days she would feel thirsty. That was when she would drink. As the rumors suggested, it seemed like she had already lost her way a long time ago. After resting, she continued on her journey among the tree. A unique sound caught her attention at this moment. It resounded throughout her surroundings. She frowned. Her experience in the Misty Forest told her that this was a unique beast. She slowed down and stuck close to the ground as she concealed her aura. The mist hung in the air. She could not see anything ahead of her. All she could do was hold her breath. Creak, creak, creak. The sound was getting closer. Yi Tianxin felt an intense and dangerous aura approaching her. It was much more overbearing than all the combined auras of the beasts she had encountered. At this moment, the mist of the Misty Forest was swept away. Yi Tianxin gritted her teeth lightly. Her palms were drenched in sweat. She was like a divine flower in the grass, as white as snow. Although she was motionless, she still stuck out like a sore thumb. The beast was not coming at her from her front, left, or right. Above, Yi Tianxin's curiosity caused her to slowly look up. The moment she looked up, she saw something that she would not forget anytime soon. A pair of faint golden eyes could be vaguely seen through the thin mist. They were as large as soccer balls as they moved about. Yi Tianxin's heart thumped against her ribcage. Her eyes were filled with awe. Creak, creak. The vicious beast seemed to be inching closer toward her. Its huge head passed through the mist and appeared before Yi Tianxin. What made her heart race further was that the spot on which she stood was where the beast's nose was. It seemed to be sniffing in search of food. Yi Tianxin was only as large as its nostril. She had never seen such a huge beast before. Shit! There was a saying in Buddhist teachings that all meetings were the will of the heavens. All encounters were fated. There was no such thing as being early or late. You would meet the very person you were supposed to meet at the right time. The beast's fur was completely white. Its nose was sharp. It had 2 huge horns on its head. Its eyes were narrow and slender like the crescent moon. It was squinting as it looked at Yi Tianxin as though trying to figure out if she was food or something else. Yi Tianxin dared not move. Although she was a 6-leaf cultivator, she was not confident she could escape from this colossal creature. It was no wonder people said only 8-leaf cultivators dared to venture deep into the 4 forests. Yi Tianxin could not see its body. She could only see its head. If she had to describe its looks, she would say that it resembled a slender version of a white fox. The beast cried out. Run! Yi Yi Tianxin pushed away all distracting thoughts as she unleashed her avatar. Whiz! Her six-leaf golden lotus avatar rose to a height of 70 feet. Grand technique! Yi Tianxin turned and fled. Strangely, she felt a gust of wind before she felt her body and avatar being wrapped by something. It felt as though the world was spinning and being tossed in the air before falling down at the same time. She could not control her primal chi at all. You! Another sharp cry rang in the air. Yi Tianxin finally landed. To be precise, it felt she had landed on soft white feathers. She did not have time to check her surroundings when a strong wind blew against her. This is bad. Yi Tianxin conjured up her primal chi and formed an energy shield to block the wind. Swoosh! 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 Realization suddenly dawned on Yi Tianxin. She was on the back of the beast. The massive beast was carrying her as it navigated through the forest at a blinding speed. After what seemed like hours of running, the thin layer of mist faded. The layer that hung in the air parted. The beast was moving with lightning speed as it carried Yi Tianxin on its back. Every stride it took covered several hundred meters. She could see more clearly now. Under the moonlight, it seemed to be 150 feet long. Apart from the white patch on its head, the beast was yellow in color. Against the moon, it leaped off a cliff. A name surfaced in Yi Tianxin's mind. Cheng Huang. The fair folk had described Cheng Huang to be shaped like a fox with spikes on its back. Its rider would gain 2,000 years of life. She had finally found it. But why is Cheng Huang jumping off a cliff with me? You! The fall seemed to go on forever, as though they were falling into a bottomless abyss. When they descended, she saw countless vines and winged beasts. Some of them were even larger than Cheng Huang. They circled the cliff face and let out deafening howls that resounded through the chasm. At this moment, Yi Tianxin finally realized there was a possibility she would be stuck in this abyss forever. 7 days had passed by in the blink of an eye. In the eastern pavilion of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou opened his eyes. He confirmed that his extraordinary power was fully replenished. Then he confirmed his remaining merit points. Merit points, 59,880 points. He did not have to use them to buy more item cards. Besides, with his current cultivation base, using item cards was no longer economical. Moreover, he could always purchase them at the last minute to avoid unnecessary troubles anyway. Lu Zhou stood up and left the eastern pavilion. When he saw his master coming out, Mingshi walked up to meet him. Master, 7th junior brother, has replied. He said that Island Master Huang is preoccupied at the moment as the Nether sect is fighting Yu province. Mingshi said. Did he mention the Lantian Jade? Lu Zhou asked, puzzled. Island Master Huang said that the Lantian Jade is still on Penglai Island. He'll invite you to the island and present it to you himself. Lu Zhou nodded when he heard this. Very well. Ding. Killed a target. Reward, 10 merit points. Ding. Killed a target. Reward, 10 merit points. Notifications from the system kept ringing in his ear. The sources of the merit points were from Yu Shangrong and Si Wuya. Lu Zhou stroked his beard lightly and looked in the direction of Yu province. Can you conquer the divine capital in 6 months? I'll be visiting Penglai Island. Can you and Duanmushang look after Golden Court Mountain while I'm gone? Lu Zhou asked as he looked at Mingshi. Of course. It's not a problem at all. Mingshi thought. I'll be damned if there's a problem. Now that everyone knows there's a 9-leaf cultivator in the Evil Sky Pavilion, only a fool would try to look for trouble here. That's great. You should cultivate harder in the meantime. You shouldn't hesitate too much in the matter of severing your lotus, Lu Zhou said. Yes, master. It's nothing but severing my lotus. I can do it in just an instant. Coincidentally, as Mingshi spoke, Duanmushang happened to enter the eastern pavilion with his overlord spear in his hand. Old Fourth, where did he go? Mingshi shuddered. He bowed at Lu Zhou and hurriedly said, I have something to attend to, master. I'll take my leave. He vanished from sight in just a blink of an eye. Duanmushang stood outside the eastern pavilion as he bowed and said, Greetings, master. What is it? Have you seen fourth junior brother? I've developed a new spear technique. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction and said, It's good seeing both of you helping each other out. Thank you for your praise, master. I'll certainly do all I can to help fourth junior brother. Ding! Disciplined Duan Musheng. Reward, 200 merit points. Ding! Disciplined Mingshi Yin. Reward, 200 merit points. I disciplined the two of them with this sentence? Lu Zhou looked in the direction in which Mingshi Yin left and shook his head. He left the eastern pavilion and went to the southern pavilion. He saw Conk sitting alone on the stone bench outside the hall and called out to her, Conk! Conk turned and saw a gentle-looking Lu Zhou. She smiled as she leaped off the stone bench and walked up to him. You're here. Lu Zhou observed her condition again. Conk was in great shape. Everything about her was normal. She did not seem to be affected by Tiango. Tiango's shrill cry and reflecting sound technique was not something that could be easily withstood by mortals. Yet, she seemed completely unaffected. If she could start cultivating, it might not be a bad idea to accept her as a disciple as well. The bright moon shines over the sea. From far away we share this moment together, but it can be shelved for all I care. Will you come with me to Penglai Island? Lu Zhou asked. Conk nodded. Just when the two of them were preparing to leave, little Yuana ran out with a set of light blue garments in her hands. Greetings, master. Lu Zhou looked at little Yuana curiously. This little girl loved a lively scene. It was highly likely that she wanted to follow him. What is it? Little Yuana walked up to Conk and muttered, This is the cloud feather raiment second senior brother gave me. I'll lend it to you. You can return it to me when you're as strong as I am. All right? Conk glanced at the cloud feather raiment and nodded. Thank you, elder sister Yuana. You're welcome. The two of them went into the room as she helped Conk change into her new clothes. They were of similar build and height. Conk resembled a fairy even more after she donned the cloud feather raiment. Their friendship exceeded Lu Zhou's expectations. Little Yuana stood in front of Lu Zhou and said, Safe journey, master. You don't want to go? Lu Zhou asked as he stroked his beard. He was not used to this little girl being this mature. Ha! What are you standing around for? Let's go. Lu Zhou turned around. Little Yuana. She thought to herself, Can I have my cloud feather raiment back? Lu Zhou planned to bring little Yuana with him all along. Conk was not a cultivator yet. He felt safer with little Yuana looking after her. The three of them rode on Wizard and left the Evil Sky Pavilion as they flew southeast. After flying for an entire day, the three of them appeared above the seas in the east. They rested for a while when they finally landed. Master, there's an island hanging in the air. Little Yuana seemed to have chanced upon a new world as she pointed toward the faraway skies. The floating island could be clearly seen in the clear, cloudless skies. It seemed near and far away at the same time. Just when Lu Zhou nodded in reply, a voice reached his ears. Greetings, old Senior G. Lu Zhou was slightly taken aback. Did someone recognize him? As he wondered, he turned around and saw a middle-aged cultivator leading dozens of sword cultivators behind him. Lu Zhou studied him. He was certain he did not know this man. Then he said, Have we met? The man laughed. He studied Lu Zhou and said, I say, dear old man, with your appearance, I've nearly taken you as the genuine one. Lu Zhou was puzzled. What do you mean? I'm Taishu Academy's Grand Elder, Zhang Lizzie. I was invited by the Penglai sect to lend them a helping hand. Old mister, during my journey you're the third imposter I've met. You look like him the most, Zhang Lizzie said with a smile. Lu Zhou's expression darkened as he sternly asked, Who has the audacity to pretend to be me? Ever since the matter with Ding Fanqiu was dealt with, Lu Zhou was of the opinion that no one else would dare to impersonate him anymore. He did not think there would be someone so bold. Zhang Lizzie smiled and said, Old mister, your act is almost flawless. Keep it up. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Then, he said in a solemn and stern voice, I'm the master of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Zhang Lizzie said, Yes, yes, yes. Greetings, old Senior G. Contrary to his words and his actions of making the others bow, his gaze and tone suggested that he was merely playing along with Lu Zhou. The Taishu Academy disciples nodded as well. Greetings, old Senior G. Lu Zhou asked, The Taishu Academy? At your service, Zhang Lizzie said haughtily. At this moment, Lu Zhou recalled that it was the people from the Taishu Academy and the Henke branch who fought over Conk so they could use her to tame the wild beasts. Would such organizations come to help Peng Lai sect out of the kindness of their hearts? Zhang Lizzie and Zhang Rennie. Lu Zhou really had to commend their naming sense. Are you here on Peng Lai Island's invitation as well? Lu Zhou asked. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lizzie straightened his back, cupped his fists at Lu Zhou, and said, Old mister, that's about enough. I don't know the details, but everything will be clear once we reach Peng Lai Island. After saying this, he waved his hand. The Taishu Academy disciples walked on air, close to the sea's surface. Lu Zhou looked at the island hovering above the sea. It resembled something out of an oil painting. There were streams of water spilling from the edges of the island as well. At this moment, the barrier around the island seemed weak. Even its light was dim. Yuaner, let's go. All right. Little Yuaner brought Conk with her as she flew toward the island. After leaving the shore for some time, they still have not arrived. It was just as Lu Zhou had said. The island seemed close, but it was far away. They were traveling in the air, and although they could vaguely see the coastline, they had yet to arrive on Peng Lai Island. After some time, the island grew clearer in Lu Zhou's eyes. There were 5 islands gathered together. 4 of the islands surrounded one island in a circle. All of the islands were covered in a faint blue light that was refracted from the sea. For huge formations that manifested in intensely bright light seemed to stretch on for several miles. The islands were pristine. Lush greenery could be seen everywhere. Beautiful, Conk said, admiring the scenery of the islands. There are many people there. Little Yuaner pointed to the entrance to the island. The entrance was a path made of slabs of rock. How extravagant. This was Peng Lai Island, a place where everyone wanted to visit. Lu Zhou, Little Yuaner, and Conk flew toward the island. At this moment, someone ran toward them from among the crowd. Old Senior G, we meet again. The person was none other than Ma Qing, the Grand Elder of the Qingyun sword sect, whom he had met several days ago when he took down Lanny, the Rolian. He had brought his disciples with him as well. Since they had just met him recently, they were familiar with him. The Qingyun sword sect disciples bowed in unison, attracting the attention of the bystanders. Those present on the scene were mostly friends from various sects. Lu Zhou said tonelessly, There's no need for such pleasantries. Then, he observed the island that was surrounded by the other islands. At this moment, Zhang Lizzie, the Grand Elder of the Taishu Academy Grand Elder, walked over and patted Ma Qing's shoulder before he said, Brother Ma, great minds truly think alike. Who's thinking alike? Ma Qing moved away from Zhang Lizzie. Zhang Lizzie continued to say, oblivious, I think this old mister, among all those I met before, resembles old Senior G the most. What do you think, Brother Ma? Ma Qing frowned slightly. He regarded Zhang Lizzie as though Zhang Lizzie had gone crazy. He said, I don't understand what you're talking about. This is the real Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch. Don't be rude. Zhang Lizzie was stunned. However, it was only for a moment before he said with a smile, I get it. I get it. You've always been diplomatic, Brother Ma. I really like that about you. Then, he turned to Lu Zhou and said in a formal and respectful tone, Greetings, old Senior G. Lu Zhou ignored Zhang Lizzie. His thoughts were on the island in the center. Zhang Lizzie did not mind Lu Zhou's attitude as well. After bowing, he addressed Ma Qing and said, How's that, Brother Ma? I was far more formal than you were. Zhang Lizzie, what are you trying to do? Ma Qing did not understand Zhang Lizzie. If you're trying to drag someone down with you, please find someone else. As the saying went, Having a lousy teammate is worse than facing a godly opponent. I'm just doing what you're doing, Zhang Lizzie said with a knowing smile. Ma Qing turned ghastly pale. His expression darkened as he said with a righteous air, Zhang Lizzie, I'm seriously telling you this person before you is old Senior G, the nine-leaf expert. Yes, 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 I believe you. There. Are you happy now? Zhang Lizzie nodded. That's more like it, Ma Qing said. If we didn't go way back, I would have severed all ties with you because of what you said. Hey now, that's uncalled for. As soon as Zhang Lizzie finished speaking, whiz, the island in the center sank 10 meters. Everyone was shocked into silence as they looked at the floating island in the center. Soon after, the cultivators began to discuss among themselves. The floating island has sunk again. At this rate, it won't be long before the island sinks to the bottom of the ocean. When it comes to that, the formation will be damaged and the other islands will sink as well. When you put it that way, Penglai Island is truly in trouble. Most of the cultivators shared the same opinion. One of them rose into the air and projected his voice toward the island and said, Since Island Master Huang isn't around, I humbly ask that Island Mistress Huang take charge. Yes, please take charge, Island Mistress. How can you let your guests wait outside? It's been days. Someone began complaining. At this moment, the doors of the huge palace slowly opened. More than 10 women in yellow clothes flew toward them with paper umbrellas in their hands. The paper umbrellas were arranged in a square. A graceful and luxurious-looking woman stood on the umbrellas. Greetings, Madam Huang. The woman was the wife of Huang Shiji, the island master. Madame Huang's expression was calm as she took in the scene in front of her. She said to the cultivators who had come from all parts of the empire in a clear voice, Welcome, everyone. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Zhang Lizzie was the first to step forward. He looked up and said, Where's Island Master Huang? The Island Master is currently attending to some urgent matter and can't return for now. I'll be in charge of all affairs regarding Penglai Island. Madame Huang's gaze was slightly dull. There did not seem to be any hint of gratitude in her words toward the cultivators gathered here. Someone said, Madame Huang, what could be more important than the island sinking? Isn't he worried at all? Yes. Madame Huang nodded slightly when she heard this. Once the floating island sank, Penglai Island would be forever submerged. After muttering to herself for a while, she loudly said, We'll follow our previous agreement. Anyone capable of restoring the floating island's formation will have Penglai Island's thanks. Zhang Lizzie from the Taishu Academy said, I don't want anything but the Lantian Jade. No, someone refuted. Why should she give it to you? We all have a part to play in this. After hearing all these words, Lu Zhou vaguely understood the situation. The commotions under the heavens were mostly related to benefits and gains. There was no such thing as doing charity for charity's sake. It was no wonder that Madame Huang did not seem appreciative of their presence. From her point of view, these cultivators who came from afar were nothing but a pack of ravenous wolves howling piteously for food. It was possible that they would openly loot the islands when they sank in the name of protecting the treasures and riches for the island's sake. To put it bluntly, most of the people here were waiting for easy pickings. At this juncture, Ma Qing, the Grand Elder of the Qingyun sword sect, cupped his fists together and said, Everyone, please listen to me. The other turned to look at Ma Qing. Ma Qing said respectfully, Since the island master isn't here, shall we have the Evil Sky Pavilion's old Senior G take charge? Ma Qing's words were like a pebble that gave rise to 1,000 waves. The Evil Sky Pavilion's old Senior G? Everyone searched the crowd. Those who were not blind saw an old man standing at the edge of the island with 2 dumb-looking girls by his side. Old Senior G? How long has he been here? Does he usually keep a low profile like that? Some were shocked while others were puzzled. Madame Huang, who was standing on the umbrellas, looked over as well. Zhang Lizzie said, Brother Ma, don't you think you're getting way too into your act? Ma Qing snorted and said, Qingyun sword sect disciples, hear my words. From this day onward, The Qingyun sword sect is severing all ties with the Taishu Academy. Zhang Lizzie said in response. Fine with me. If he's old Senior Ji, how would you explain this? He raised his hand. The others looked at Zhang Lizzie. Zhang Lizzie held an ancient bronze mirror the size of an egg. The mirror was decorated with golden ornaments and illegible runes and veins. The Taishu mirror? There was a commotion. The Taishu mirror, or the golden Taishu mirror. It was famous in the cultivation world. However, nobody paid much attention to it since it did not help one's cultivation or improve one's strength. The golden Taishu mirror is said to be the finest mirror in the Taishu Academy. It can verify an object's authenticity, gauge a person's cultivation base, and peek into the depths of the dark abyss. The Taishu Academy seems serious about this matter to have brought this treasure here. Zhang Lizzie cupped his fists and said in a loud voice, On the orders of my Patriarch, with the golden Taishu mirror, I'm here to lend a helping hand to the Penglai sect. Ma Qing frowned deeply as he stared at the golden Taishu mirror in Zhang Lizzie's hand. He wondered if this was the reason Zhang Lizzie was so certain Ji Tiandao was an impostor. If that was the case, who was the old man who killed the other tribesmen the other day? Was he mistaken? Perhaps this old man had disguised himself as Ji Tiandao the other day? He shook his head. No. I can't be led astray by the bastard, Zhang Lizzie. He was certain he did not make a mistake. He would not suffer a loss if he trusted his own judgments. Zhang Lizzie raised the golden Taishu mirror in his hand. Primal qi surged, and qi was condensed into energy. Golden energy swirled around the golden mirror before it buzzed and shone. The veins on the mirror's surface formed an energy seal that turned into a round formation vein with a uniform pattern. It resembled the Taoist 8 Gates formation seal. Zhang Lizzie smiled and shifted the golden mirror. The 8 Gates formation seal's light was shown directly at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou was curious about the golden Taishu mirror. However, it felt quite awkward to be, quite literally, put in the spotlight. He frowned slightly. At this moment, a golden lotus appeared before the golden Taishu mirror. 2 blades of leaves spun around the golden lotus. 2-leaf nascent divinity realm. He's really an imposter. Even if he's an imposter, he's not someone we can afford to cross. A 2-leaf nascent divinity cultivator is an elite as well. Only a handful of the cultivators gathered there were in the nascent divinity realm. Even if the old man was an imposter, they would not dare offend him. Zhang Lizzie was pleased with the performance of the golden Taishu mirror. He said haughtily, I've used the golden Taishu mirror to see through many imposters on my way here. There have been at least 3 cases where someone tried to impersonate the Evil Sky Pavilion's master. He straightened 3 fingers and showed them to the crowd as he spoke. Ma Qing was not convinced by this. He glanced at Lu Zhou before he said, Nonsense, Zhang Lizzie. Stop trying to fool everyone with your lies. Elder Ma, the truth is right before your eyes. The others began to discuss among themselves. The expression of Madame Huang, who was standing on the umbrellas, turned unnatural. Why is the focus on the authenticity of Ji Tiandao's identity now? Zhang Lizzie looked at Lu Zhou. He was no longer as respectful and polite as before. He said disdainfully, A 2-leaf nascent divinity cultivator. If you don't believe me, I'll shine the mirror on him again. A disciple standing behind Zhang Lizzie chimed in, The golden Taishu mirror can also be used as a demon-revealing mirror. Whiz! The golden Taishu mirror shone again from the 8 Gates formation seal. Zhang Lizzie raised his hand and directed the beam of light toward Lu Zhou. Just when the light was about to shine on Lu Zhou, he struck with his palm. Impudent! A golden vortex swirled in an anti-clockwise direction in his palm before huge palm seals shot out. Ha! The first seal was the Soul Diamond seal. Huge 9 scripts appeared. Power, energy, harmony, healing, intuition, awareness, dimension, creation, and absoluteness. They were arranged around the seal as it sailed toward Zhang Lizzie with a dazzling golden light. Boom! Could not be dodged. The first palm seal turned the stunned Zhang Lizzie. He was like a wooden chicken at this moment. The second to the ninth palm seals shot out as well, hitting his face and chest. The sizes of the palm seals were just the right size for his height. It was not too big nor too small. A single palm seal covered his entire person. When the final palm seal struck him, he was no longer there. He had been reduced to ashes and was scattered in the wind. No trace of him was left. Clang! The golden tissue mirror fell onto the ground and rolled along a seam between the flat stone slabs, ringing loudly. It rolled for a dozen meters and circled around the same spot before it came to a stop. The sound seemed lonely as it rang in everyone's ears. The mirror faced the skies. Coincidence was the best term in the world to describe the indescribable and mysterious incidents. The sun shone on the golden tissue mirror. An 8 gates formation seal appeared in the skies. It was incomparably gorgeous. Covered everyone present on the scene. Fortunately, this was only the sunlight. Otherwise, everyone else's true cultivation bases would be revealed. The entire place was silent. Everyone was drawn by the golden tissue mirror. Then, they turned to look at the old man who had just attacked with a tense and fearful gaze. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 1,500 merit points. It seemed like Lu Zhou's words and the 9 cuts hand seals had intimidated the others. The golden tissue mirror? The Tissue Academy? 2 leaf or 8 leaf, it did not matter how many leaves his opponent had. A deadly strike card would easily take care of them. If Zhang Lizzie had committed a great offense when he shone the mirror at him the first time, he was practically seeking death when he shone the mirror on him the second time. The Tissue Academy disciples who came with Zhang Lizzie were stunned. They gulped as they looked at the empty spot where Zhang Lizzie was standing just a moment ago. He was nowhere to be seen. A chill ran down their spines. Was it really old Senior G? Everyone was looking at the old man now. Good heavens! Their hearts trembled as their knees shook. At this moment, little Yuaner's giggle broke the silence. She ran over and picked the golden tissue mirror up. Master, this mirror seems fun. She channeled some primal chi into it. Whiz! The radiance from the golden tissue mirror shone into the sea. Whoa! The sea's surface roiled, and the water rose. The strange noise drew everyone's attention, pulled them out of their shocked state immediately. They looked toward the area in the sea where the noise came from. The golden tissue mirror continued to shine. The beam of light penetrated the seawater. The clear waters suddenly turned red as a huge fish about 50 feet long appeared. Its gills shone differently under the golden tissue mirror's illumination. Luo Yu! It's Luo Yu! The crowd exclaimed in shock. The appearance of Luo Yu made them forget about Zhang Lizzie's death. They had also forgotten to confirm if this old man was the greatest expert in the world. Little Yuaner was delighted. She shone the golden tissue mirror toward the sea again. She even ran to Konk's side, inviting Konk to play. Konk, look! However, Konk seemed distracted. She murmured, "It looks so sad." Huh? How do you know? Little Yuaner asked. I can feel it. Meanwhile, the expression of Madame Huang, who was still standing on the umbrellas, changed slightly. She looked at Luo Yu in the water before bowed at Lu Zhou, who was standing at the edge of the island, and said, "Your methods are bizarre, old mister. Please take charge of the situation." Woo! Splash! Luo Yu suddenly broke the surface of the water. Its gills spread out into wings. The golden and red radiance intertwined. It flew in a circle under the floating island's formation. The fish was flying in the air. It was common knowledge in the cultivation world that Luo Yu could fly. However, it was their first time seeing it emitting such a gorgeous and steady radiance from its entire body. Dong! The floating island sank another 10 meters. When the floating island sank, Luo Yu gave a cry that resounded across the floating island. It's crying. Konk seemed to sympathize with it. Nobody noticed that. Water droplets the size of fists leaked out of Luo Yu's eyes. It did a final flip and drew a perfect arc in the air as it plunged back into the sea. It continued swimming under the formation's area with increasing speed. You wicked livestock! Madame Huang! This must be the thing that's damaging the formation. The floating island can be saved if we do away with this wicked livestock. The cultivators standing close to the edge were eager to try. Madame Huang pushed away lightly from the umbrellas before she descended. The disciples who wielded the umbrellas followed closely behind her. The crowd made way for Madame Huang. Madame Huang walked up to the edge of the island and looked at Luo Yu in the sea. The area where Luo Yu was swimming around was precisely the area under the formation. At this moment, many cultivators began urging Madame Huang. The formation must have been damaged by this Luo Yu. The floating island is kept in place by the formation. The other 4 islands rely on the floating island as the core. If the floating island is gone, Peng Lai is as good as gone as well. Madame Huang, please give the order. Madame Huang knew these people had ulterior motives hidden behind their seemingly helpful actions. However, she could not afford to lose her cool now, nor could she agree to their request immediately. However, if Peng Lai Island was not saved and the formation was destroyed, Peng Lai would truly be in danger. At this moment, Ma Qing said in a loud voice, "The way I see it, we should ask old Senior Ji for his opinion." Upon hearing Ma Qing's words, the others regained their senses. They recalled the Taoist 9 cuts hand seals they had just witnessed, and fear rose in their hearts again. With this reminder, they shut their mouths and looked at Lu Zhou. Was he truly the great individual from the Evil Sky Pavilion? Regardless of what the others thought or what the results of the Golden Taishu Mirror's examination were, Ma Qing was convinced the old man before him was the Evil Sky Pavilion's patriarch. Those who believed that the old man was only a 2-leaf cultivator either had their heads caught in a door or were out of their minds. Could a 2-leaf cultivator take down the Taishu Academy's Grand Elder in just a blink of an eye? Was that even possible? Ma Qing was an elder of the Qingyun sword sect. His words weighed more than the others. Lu Zhou extended a hand and said, "Yuaner." Little Yuaner understood her master's meaning. She placed the golden Taishu mirror in her master's hand. The glow faded. Lu Zhou gleamed at the Taishu Academy disciples, causing them to stumble back in fear. Even their grand elder, Zhang Lizi, was incapable of withstanding a single hit from this old man. One could only imagine how powerful he was. However, they were perplexed. Why did the golden Taishu mirror show him as a 2-leaf cultivator? It was not just them. Everyone present was confused as well. The golden Taishu mirror could not lie. Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, "From this moment on, the golden Taishu mirror belongs to the Evil Sky Pavilion." His words were powerful and resounded through the area. Ding! Obtained the golden Taishu mirror. Owner, Lin Xian. Recultivation needed before use. Although this item would not help much in improving Lu Zhou's cultivation base, he found it interesting. Lin Xian was the Taishu Academy's patriarch. Rumor had it that his great limit was close at hand. Yet no news of his death had spread as of yet. It made one wonder what he used to maintain his life. The effects of the golden Taishu mirror were unique. Where did he get it from? Thud. The Taishu Academy disciples fell to their knees immediately. Their faces were glistening with sweat. Just when they were about to beg for mercy, rumble. The floating island sunk again. Old Senior, now's not the time to be quarreling with the Taishu Academy. Please help Peng Lai. If the floating island is saved, I'll give you the Peng Lai Heavenly Scroll. Peng Lai Heavenly Scroll? A commotion broke out as everyone began to discuss among themselves again. It was said that the Peng Lai sect Patriarch's cultivation base had improved greatly, all thanks to the Peng Lai Heavenly Scroll. In a way, it helped lift Peng Lai Island's status to the height it was now. However, due to the cryptic nature of its contents, nobody understood it. After the passing of the Patriarch, the Peng Lai Heavenly Scroll was passed down from generation to this day. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the Peng Lai Heavenly Scroll was the foundation of Peng Lai Island. It was unexpected for Madame Huang to offer it up. The floating island is sinking. Madame Huang has no choice. However, there's only one scroll. How will it be divided amongst us? The ambition of the wolves was becoming clearer. Madame Huang's asking old Senior Ji for help. Not you. Don't get ahead of yourselves. It's true that the old senior is an elite, but whether he's old senior G or not still remains to be seen. You know too little about the golden Taishu mirror. That's no ordinary mirror. It sees through all lies in this world. It can't possibly make a mistake. How are you going to explain the 9 cuts hand seals then? An 8-leaf Taoist expert could have done that. Whether it was the Buddhist Great Seal of Fearlessness, the Taoist 9 cuts hand seals, or Hua Wudao's 9 scripts 6 compatible seal, they were all 8-leaf grand techniques. However, it was difficult to unleash these massively powerful energy seals. Hence, the cultivators rarely used them. In most cases, the results were not worth the trouble. Shoo, don't say that. I think he's the real deal. Keep your mouth shut if you want to stay alive. They could be killed with a single palm seal. It made no. Some believed while others remained doubtful. Madame Huang did not concern herself with this. All she wanted was for someone to help her get out of this predicament. She said again, "Please take charge, old senior." Lu Zhou looked at the graceful and composed Madame Huang and said, "Huang Shiji has an 8-leaf cultivation base." The others looked at Madame Huang. Madame Huang bowed and said, "I have no other choice." Lu Zhou raised the golden Taishu mirror in his hands and channeled some primal qi into it. A beam of light shot out of the golden Taishu mirror and shone on the crowd. Avatars appeared around those who were shone on by the light. Most of them were 10 worlds avatars. Only a handful of them was at the 1-leaf and 2-leaf stage. Some cultivators deliberately avoided the light to hide their cultivation bases. It was possible for there to be grand cultivators among the people here. There might be any number of cultivators below the 9-leaf stage. The allure of the Penglai heavenly scroll was great. Lu Zhou flipped his wrist. The light shone on the sea. Luo Yu swam faster. Clang. A sound similar to chains being shattered rang from the southeastern corner of one of the huge islands. Penglai Island shook with the sound. Everyone present staggered and nearly lost their footing. Madame Huang frowned slightly and said, "Bring the heavenly scroll here." Understood. The cultivators on the island registered wore expectant expressions on their faces. They were curious about what the Penglai heavenly scroll looked like. Shortly after, a Penglai disciple carried the heavenly scroll in his arms as he flew toward them from the central region of the island. He landed before the crowd of Penglai cultivators on one knee and presented it to Madame Huang. "Madam," Madame Huang said, "if Penglai is destroyed, the heavenly scroll will be destroyed as well." She took it with one hand. There were clear ornamental patterns on the outer surface of the scroll, which was made from some unique material. She channeled some primal qi into the scroll, and the ornamental patterns shone. Now! Whistling sounds rang from the 4 islands, and 3 figures flew toward Madame Huang immediately. Who cared about the Penglai sect? Who truly wanted to save Penglai? Madame Huang was not surprised. She exerted some pressure with her hand. The heavenly scroll returned to the box. With a click, it was locked. She pushed away from the ground and rose into the air. The umbrella-holding cultivators behind Madame Huang flew up into the sky as well. Bam! 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 The 3 figures reeled and spat out mouthfuls of blood. The remaining umbrella-holding cultivators escorted Madame Huang as they hovered in midair. She said decisively, "Activate the formation," for rings of light shone on the 4 islands. With the floating island in the center, the rings of light merged to form a special formation. A screen covered the skies. The huge barrier covered everyone on the island like a massive cage. For an instant, the cultivators who were making their moves looked up at the barrier with stunned expressions. Someone laughed maniacally. "What's the use of this? Once the floating island falls, these formations will be useless." Someone even bowed at Lu Zhou and said, "Old senior, we'll leave Madame Huang to you. You can leave the rest to us. You can have the heavenly scroll. What do you say?" Madame Huang looked at them from the skies. The battles on the 4 islands had already started. She had great hopes for the island before herself. "Ma Qing, my husband has invited you here. Are you trying to strike us when we're down as well?" Madame Huang looked at Ma Qing. Ma Qing said in a deep voice, "Everyone, stop." Qingyun's sword sect disciples, hear my order. Yes, elder. Defend Peng Lai. The 100 sword cultivators from the Qingyun sword sect rose into the air at the same time. Zing! 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 They unsheathed their swords. As they hovered in midair, they pointed their swords at the cultivators who were trying to take advantage of this situation. When Madame Huang saw this, she bowed and said, Peng Lai will remember the Qingyun sword sect's help. Madame Huang, now's not the time for this. Peng Lai Island's crisis was much more difficult than they had anticipated. The sinking floating island was not the only problem. There was a pack of hungry wolves waiting for the right moment to attack. Ma Qing rose into the air and said, Anyone who dares lift a finger against Peng Lai will be the sworn enemy of the Qingyun sword sect. His sound wave spread to the 4 islands and the floating island. The Peng Lai disciples on the 4 islands swarmed out and hovered above the islands. The remaining disciples who could not fly remained on the ground with frightened expressions on their faces. If the island sank, they would die. Ma Qing, you can quit your hypocritic act. You're just trying to take all the spoils for yourself, aren't you? Fat chance of that happening. I'd like to see how long you can hold out against us. The other cultivators drew their swords and sabers as they pointed at the umbrella-holding cultivators and members of the Qingyun sword sect in the air. Old senior, just give the word, and the treasures of Peng Lai Island will be ours. 2 cultivators walked up to Lu Zhou. Ma Qing looked at Lu Zhou with a worried expression. He was not worried about the others. He was worried about this old man who had been keeping a low profile all this while. The old man's stance would determine the survival of Peng Lai. Lu Zhou furrowed his brows slightly as he turned to look at the crowd. He stroked his beard and said, Did I say I'll wallow in the mire with you lot? The others were stunned. Old senior, don't you want the Peng Lai heavenly scroll? Rumble. The floating island sank another 10 meters again. The barrier above it contorted. Eventually, it could no longer withstand the pressure, and it shattered. Its power dissolved into spots of starlight and scattered in the skies. Madame Huang's face fell as she said, This is bad. Lu Zhou looked back at little Yuaner and ordered, Yuaner, protect Conk. MHM. Don't worry, master. Conk was wearing the cloud feather raiment, coupled with her protection. Unless a grand cultivator attacked them, they were in no danger at all. The instant the formation shattered, many cultivators from the seas far away above Peng Lai Island charged toward the island. Looking down from the skies, they seemed like ants. Madame Huang extended her palm and shot toward the skies. She looked down from above the floating island. At this moment, she noticed the island on which Lu Zhou was at merely contained a small number of cultivators. With the barrier shattered, the cultivators lying in wait outside the 4 islands had come out of hiding to make their moves. There were hundreds of cultivators emerging from each island. Peng Lai disciples, hear me? Fend off the enemies. Understood. The umbrella-wielding cultivators took flight. Umbrellas shot toward the 4 directions. The battle started abruptly. Madame Huang looked at the floating island and sighed softly. Dear husband, this is all I can do. The floating island was originally 100 meters above the 4 islands. Currently, it was only 20 meters from the sea's surface. Maniacal laughter rang from the floating island at this moment. Madame Huang, don't blame the others. There aren't any real friends in this world. Go, my brothers. Peng Lai Island had always been removed from the outside world and rarely interacted with other people. They had no friends to help them. Even if there were, who could guarantee they would not be stabbed in the back at the crucial moment? Ma Qing bowed at Lu Zhou. He knew Lu Zhou was the only one who could do something. Old Senior Ji, please do something. Even if Huang Shiji was here, he could not have possibly turned the tides of the battle. The cacophonous sounds of battles rang from the 4 islands. The death toll was rising. Many low-rank cultivators fell into the sea, and their blood stained the sea red. The originally pristine waters were stained red. Lu Zhou stood next to little Yuaner and Conk. Without the peak trial card, it was not practical to try to take down these many ravenous wolves with other item cards and the heavenly writings powers alone. Moreover, these people had gone wild from their greed. They were beyond reasoning. Unless he could somehow gather all the cultivators in one place, it was rather impossible to take all of them down at once with the heavenly writing power. Rumble. The floating island sank another 10 meters. Lu Zhou looked up. The huge island that spanned 1,000 square meters blotted out the sun. It was too close. The pressure made it difficult to breathe. The frenzied cultivators flew recklessly toward the floating island. Ma Qing, bring your people to the west, Lu Zhou ordered. Ma Qing was delighted when he heard Lu Zhou's words. He led his disciples and shot toward the island in the west at once. Up to 1,000 sword formations flew toward the frenzied cultivators like schools of fish in the sea. An intense battle unfolded in the sky. Meanwhile, Madame Huang stood on the floating island. Her expression was slightly blank. At this moment, Lu Zhou pushed away from the ground and flew toward the floating island. Suddenly, a voice rang in the air. Madame Huang, you're as attractive as ever. Lu Zhou turned to look. It was a middle-aged cultivator who had spoken. He sent a palm strike toward the cultivator. Boom! A light blue palm seal shot out and struck the middle-aged cultivator. He dropped at once into the sea with a splash. As Lu Zhou flew, he saw the floating island was in chaos. It was nearly impossible to tell who was from which sect. Everyone was busy looting the island. Lu Zhou continued flying upward. If it was possible, he did not want to use the heavenly writing's power. It was not an issue for a two-leaf nascent divinity realm cultivator to kill cultivators below the nascent divinity realm. Madame Huang looked down. When she saw Lu Zhou flying toward her, an expression of surprise appeared on her face. She was uncertain about Lu Zhou's stance. Therefore, she quickly raised the hand that was holding onto the heavenly scroll and loudly said, I repeat, the moment the floating island sinks, the heavenly scroll will be destroyed as well. The Penglai heavenly scroll burst forth with radiance as her sound wave rolled into the surroundings. Madame Huang, the heavenly scroll is mine. Mine! Dozens of divine court realm cultivators flew toward the floating island. If this was in the past, they would even have the chance to get so close. Alas, without the formation and barrier, the floating island was defenseless. At the same time, dozens of 10 Worlds avatars appeared as well. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. What a pain! He joined his palms together, and there was a flash of blue light. Scram! A sound wave rippled out from Lu Zhou into the surroundings and echoed in the air. This was the power of speech. The sound technique sent the dozens of cultivators reeling back like a flurry of hurricanes. They spat out mouthfuls of blood. Those who were watching from afar paled in fright. Forget about Penglai Island. Let him have the Penglai heavenly scroll. The cultivators were not fools. They would not face a powerful elite head-on or fight him for the heavenly scroll. At this moment, Lu Zhou landed next to Madame Huang. He extended his hand to her and coldly said, Give it. Madame Huang turned pale, and her body tensed. Lu Zhou saw her frightened expression and said, With me around, this won't be the end yet. His wizened palm was still extended before Madame Huang. It was normal for her to be skeptical and wary. After all, she could no longer tell who was a friend or a foe. Madame Huang glanced at the 4 islands that were all in chaos. She closed her eyes as a tear ran down her cheek. She placed the heavenly scroll in Lu Zhou's hand. Ding! Obtained the open earth scroll. Reward, 3,000 merit points. As Lu Zhou had expected, it was the open earth scroll. Lu Zhou's heart stirred as he struck with his palm. The earth scroll shattered. The outer cover was reduced to debris that scattered in the air. For a time, everyone was stunned. The heavenly scroll was destroyed. Madame Huang's eyes widened as she asked in a trembling voice, "Why?" Lu Zhou had no wish to explain himself. The open earth scroll automatically appeared in the system dashboard. Keeping its physical form would only be troublesome. The debris fluttered away like shining butterflies. Rumble! The floating island touched the waters. A huge wave rippled outward. Little Yuaner grabbed conch and flew into the air. The moment the floating island sunk into the water, Lu Zhou activated his protective energy and kept the seawater at bay. Alas, the sinking of the floating island was the final straw that broke the camel's back for Madame Huang. Penglai Island's hope was gone. Without hope, what was the point of her living? How would she face her husband? She sighed softly and no longer resisted. Just as well. Death ends all troubles and worries. When the seawater surged toward them, a palm seal sent her flying upward. Bastard! Madame Huang exclaimed in shock. She flew up above the sea's surface. When she looked down again, Lu Zhou, who was standing in his own energy shield, was swallowed by the sea. Old senior! Madame Huang was shaken. At this moment, her hope was rekindled. The old senior had saved her without any regard for his safety. She would be an ingrate to throw away her life. She circulated some of her primal chi as she looked at the floating island disappearing beneath the waves. She was slightly stunned. The floating island is gone. The 4 islands will soon sink as well. Quickly. When they saw the floating island sink, the Qingyun sword sects Ma Qing led his disciples on their swords and looked down at the 4 islands. What a shame. I've done all I could. I'm sorry, Madame Huang. I'm sorry, Island Master Huang. Madame Huang no longer cared. Loot all you want. It's better for them to end up in your hands than at the bottom of the sea. In the skies, Conk looked at the floating island that was sinking into the sea and mumbled, Luo Yu. Little Yuaner said, Where's my master? She was in a dilemma. She wanted to dive into the sea to save her master, but she could not leave Conk alone. What should she do? Suddenly, a Taoist nearby launched himself from the ground, conjured up a group of energy swords, and charged at little Yuaner. Since you killed a member of our Taishu Academy and took the golden Taishu mirror away from us, I'll have your disciple's life as payment. Sneak attack? This elite could no longer refrain from attacking. The cultivators nearby turned to look despite themselves. They were hit with a sudden realization. How could Zhang Lizzi, a mere elder, bring the golden Taishu mirror with him and speak so arrogantly to the old senior? The Taishu Academy's sword path elite? Yuan Chong? Someone among the crowd recognized Yuan Chong's unique skill at once. It was said that this person had achieved great feats with the sword a long time ago, but he had always kept a low profile. He could also be described as cunning and sinister. He usually hid in a corner before landing a powerful strike on his target. This was exactly what was happening now. Yuan Chong's eyes gleamed as he stared at little Yuaner in the skies. Little Yuaner was young and fearless. She immediately brought out her Nirvana sash and defended herself. Bam! 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 The energy swords struck the Nirvana sash. Yuan Chong had expected as much. He stepped on the Nirvana sash and advanced. Whiz! A 7-leaf avatar materialized in the air. The others exclaimed in shock. Yuan Chong is a 7-leaf cultivator? The Taishu Academy is really invested in this. They thought Zhang Lizzi was the most powerful elite the Taishu Academy had sent here. After all, when Zhang Lizzi was killed by the palm seal, nobody from the Taishu Academy stepped forward. Nobody expected there to be an elite hiding among them. Bam! 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 The energy swords and the Nirvana sash clashed. Little Yuaner was only a 3-leaf cultivator. How could she go up against a 7-leaf elite? Yuan Chong unleashed a grand technique and appeared behind the little Yuaner. Energy swords rained down. Ah! Little Yuaner pushed Conk to the back, shielding Conk behind her. Sister Yuaner! Conk cried out. Don't worry. Little Yuaner cast her 7 stars cloud treading steps. She left afterimages in the air. Since she needed to carry Conk at the same time, this was almost at the limit of her capabilities. Die, little girl! The energy swords dispersed little Yuaner's afterimages. The instant the afterimages disappeared, Yuan Chong struck with his palm. The palm seal struck little Yuaner at lightning speed. Bam! Little Yuaner reeled back as wind stirred in the surroundings. Her Dantian sea of qi was in chaos. Yuan Chong frowned slightly. He hovered in the air. You're still alive? Yuan Chong dove again. The energy swords broke free of the Nirvana sash and joined as one. He joined his palms together. I hope that you'll be reincarnated with a good life. The energy swords shot toward little Yuaner again. Little Yuaner thought she was about to die when a row of umbrellas spread out before her in an array. Energy spread and formed an umbrella-shaped wall. She looked up and saw a pretty and graceful lady descending from the sky before landing on 4 umbrellas. The thousands upon thousands of energy swords were blocked by the umbrellas. Sister Jingyi? The newcomer was none other than Li Jingyi. Li Jingyi gave little Yuaner a sidelong glance and smiled. Are you all right? I'm alive and kicking. Little Yuaner immediately flew to Konk's side. The sudden appearance of this elite attracted everyone's attention. Floating above the sunken floating island, Madame Huang registered a look of delight. Li Jingyi. Greetings, mistress. Mistress? Yuan Chong frowned and said, I heard that Huang Shiji had several disciples who are all elites. Unfortunately, Huang Shiji is tyrannical and couldn't win their hearts. Are you the genius umbrella cultivator? Li Jingyi? Li Jingyi pursed her lips into a smile. I didn't think I was this famous. Li Jingyi, Penglai Island's time is over. An outstanding talent should be able to follow the current trends. Huang Shiji wasn't kind to you. Why would you risk your life for him? Yuan Chong asked. A teacher for one day, a father forever. Yuan Chong, I advise you to give up. Yuan Chong laughed. Open your eyes and look. Who do you think is going to give up at this time? Li Jingyi surveyed her surroundings. The floating island was already submerged beneath the waves, and the formation had shattered. She saw chaos everywhere she looked. Many umbrella cultivators lay on the ground, unmoving. They were from the same sect after all. How could she be unaffected? Alas, it seemed like she was too late. She did not expect the once glorious Penglai Island to be reduced to a piece of juicy meat that was being fought over a pack of ravenous wolves overnight. While Li Jingyi was lost in her thoughts, Yuan Chong seized the opportunity to attack. He moved his hands and launched several energy swords. Li Jingyi stepped on the umbrellas as the umbrellas spun upward. She launched energy seals into the air. Their energies collided. Boom! Both opponents retreated at the same time. The competition of their energies was also a showdown of their cultivation bases. They were both 7-leaf elites and should be evenly matched. It was difficult for the sword and the umbrella to emerge superior over the other. Both opponents faced each other from a distance. Woo! A strange sound rang from the sea again, attracting everyone's attention. Konk pointed at the sea and exclaimed excitedly, Luo Yu is coming! It had the body of a fish and the wings of a bird. Its voice was like a mandarin duck. Splash! Luo Yu broke the surface of the sea. Unlike the first time, it created huge waves that rippled outward. Whoosh! 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 Li Jingyi blocked it with her umbrellas. Yuan Chong controlled his energy swords with his palms to block the splash from the water. Little Yuaner shielded Konk as she looked at Luo Yu in shock. Luo Yu treated everyone above the sea's surface as its enemies. Why? Alas, the low-rank cultivators nearby were not as fortunate. Their chests were instantly pierced by the deadly water droplets. Holes could be seen on their bodies. Ah! This livestock can kill. The cultivators nearby quickly retreated. The umbrella cultivators from Penglai Island retreated as well. They stayed away and watched. Madame Huang flew up and looked down at Luo Yu. At this moment, Luo Yu did a complete turnaround in the air and flapped its wings. It was shrouded in a faint light. At this moment, it was diving toward Konk was standing near the sea's surface. Luo Yu is going in for the kill. Stand back. This was their first time seeing Luo Yu trying to kill someone. Li Jingyi frowned. There was a complicated look in her eyes. She turned to look at little Yuaner. With a deep voice, she said, Stand back. Oh! Little Yuaner brought Konk with her and flew backward. Li Jingyi asked, Where's your master? Master! Little Yuaner smacked her forehead. That's right. Where's my master? Master! Help! I won't last for much longer. Li Jingyi. Yuan Chong. The cultivators stared at the young girl, baffled. All of them grew alert. guarding against the expert who might suddenly show up to protect the young girl. Fortunately, no such expert showed up to help this young girl. At this moment, Luo Yu moved between the young girls and the others. For some reason, it did not hurt the girls. It flicked its body, separating the two girls. Conk exclaimed in shock as she flew upward. The energy surrounding her was scattered by Luo Yu. Luo Yu's movements were nimble as it carried Conk away. Conk! Little Yuaner exclaimed in shock. The situation was out of her control. Her master entrusted Conk's protection to her. But she had let him down. A panicked expression appeared on her face, stemming from her helplessness. It happened too quickly. Who could have reacted to it? Li Jingyi could not do anything even if she wanted to rescue Conk. Yuan Chong kept his eyes on Li Jingyi as he kept her occupied. At the same time, he ordered, Taishu Academy disciples, kill that young girl. Understood. The Taishu Academy disciples' voices were thunderously loud. 100 disciples from the Taishu Academy flew on their swords and shot toward the sea's surface at the same time. None of them cared about Luo Yu or Conk. They were focused on their target, Little Yuaner. The 100 cultivators conjured up energy swords. The densely packed energy swords formed a mass of swords that flew toward Little Yuaner. Li Jingyi's heart sank. The young lady was in danger. At this moment, whiz! A blue light shone from beneath the water's surface. The sea between the 4 islands was completely covered by the blue light. The members of the Taishu Academy did not even have time to react when they heard a splash. The floating island? The floating island broke the surface of the water, creating huge waves. The cultivators who were fighting intensely on the 4 islands were drawn by this scene. They stopped fighting and looked at the floating island. At this moment, they saw a dark blue palm seal huge enough to carry the entire floating island beneath the island. Everyone held their breaths. They looked at the massive palm seal that seemed to be able to cover the skies. For a time, they forgot about the battles they were engaged in. They forgot everything. The waves and the spreading blue energy struck the Taishu Academy disciples who were advancing toward Little Yuaner. All of them were sent flying, spitting out mouthfuls of blood in the sky. Under the huge massive palm seal, one could see an old man who was the size of a leaf when seen from afar. The old man held his palm above his head. A blue light shone from his palm. It was obvious the massive blue palm seal came from him. His action of propping up the floating island was akin to directing the great rivers to flow east and returning the mighty waves. It was only natural for the others to be shocked. Lu Zhou stared at the underside of the floating island as he concentrated on controlling the massive palm seal. His extraordinary power surging out of his body in an eye-catching manner. He saw the stunned expressions on everyone's faces as they looked at him. Many of them sat limply on the ground, trembling in fear. It seemed like they had given up on resisting. Lu Zhou did not have the time to care about these people. He continued to hold the island up. Everyone was silent, in awe, as they watched this magnificent scene. Whiz! The huge palm seal carried the floating island and propped it up 100 meters above sea level. When the core island of Penglai Island returned to its position, a crisp sound rang in the air. It sounded grating and unearthly. Penglai Island's mistress could not suppress the joy that welled up in her heart after she regained her senses. Tears streamed down her face. At this moment, Little Yuaner had temporarily forgotten about Conk. She looked at her master who was carrying the island with one hand and murmured, "Master!" 100 meters in the skies. Lu Zhou's palm seal was still in position, but his extraordinary power was running out. He ignored everyone with a slight frown on his face. He had some extraordinary power left. Should he save some for himself or should he finish it? Rumble! The floating island shook. The palm seal shrank. When he saw this, Yuan Chong snapped out of his awe. He exclaimed in delight, "No risk, no gain. Who's with me?" Bam! Yuan Chong shot out like a fired arrow. The elites in the surroundings stirred. No risk, no gain. A handful of elites made their moves at the same time. The others resumed their deathly attacks against the Penglai Island's umbrella cultivators. They knew that one or the other had to die in this battle. In fact, many of them merely wished to fish in troubled waters. However, with many people doing this, there were, naturally, a few individuals who were willing to gamble with their lives. Moreover, a desperate person could easily spur others into action. Ma Qing looked at the extremely chaotic battlefield and shook his head. Madness! This is madness! Li Jingyi flew with her umbrella in hand. The umbrella in the air launched densely packed energy seals. This was a Penglai skill, the green bird. At this moment, about 5 cultivators summoned their avatars and charged toward the underside of the floating island. Wu! Luo Yu! Luo Yu rose among swirling waves that rose toward the floating island in a pillar of water. Conch was riding on Luo Yu's back, but she showed no signs of fear. She spurred Luo Yu along the water pillar as it flew upward. The moment she blew on her conch, Luo Yu spread its wings and released beams of light. The fish leaped above the floating island. The sun shone on the waves. A rainbow appeared above the floating island. It was an absolutely stunning sight. Showered in the light, Lu Zhou suddenly felt as though the scripts of the heavenly writing scrolls in his mind were activated. Interesting. Did Luo Yu possess magical healing abilities? Was Luo Yu obeying Conch's commands? In any case, this was certainly the will of the heavens. His extraordinary power was, with Luo Yu's help, replenished. Lu Zhou's expression was calm as he continued to hold the island in place. Rise! The floating island returned to its original position. Lu Zhou lowered his arm and surveyed his surroundings. The first person he saw was Yuan Chong. When Yuan Chong was 10 meters away, Lu Zhou struck with his palm. The power of past lives. The great seal of fearlessness. A massive palm seal that seemed to belong to Tathagata Buddha was launched. Yuan Chong wanted to block it. He summoned his 7-leaf avatar. There was a collision of golden lights before the huge palm seal smashed onto his face. Impossible! He's really a 9. Bam! Before Yuan Chong could finish his sentence, he exploded in midair. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 1,500 merit points. Lu Zhou did not look at Yuan Chong. He swept his gaze in several other directions. If holding up the island with a single hand could not intimidate these desperate cultivators, the only option was to kill them all. You want to die? I'll grant you your wishes. Madame Huang widened her eyes. She saw several palm seals flying in several directions. It was as though blue fireworks were exploding in the sky. When the palm seals disappeared, corpses dropped like flies from the sky into the sea. The seawater was stained red. Wu! Luo Yu wanted to continue flying. Conch patted Luo Yu and softly said, "Go home." Luo Yu seemed incapable of flying anymore. It could not circle around the floating island any longer, nor could it help Lu Zhou restore his extraordinary power. It shifted its direction and dove. Lu Zhou raised his palm. He condensed his primal qi into energy that wrapped around Conch. When Conch was lifted away, Luo Yu leaped into the air again, seemingly reluctant to part with her. It hovered in the air and looked at her. "You'll be all right." Conch waved her hand. "Wu!" Luo Yu opened its mouth. A beam of blue light emerged. The cultivators who saw this exclaimed in shock. The Lantian Jade. Lu Zhou raised his palm and pulled the Lantian Jade toward himself. Against the sunlight, the Lantian Jade released puffs of green smoke that resembled Luo Yu's tears. The tears turned into pearls that dropped into the ocean as smoke rose from Lantian Mountain, where jade was produced under the sun's warmth. It was rumored that the Lantian Jade existed inside the belly of oceanic beasts, just like how rare pearls existed in clams. As Lu Zhou witnessed this, he allowed himself to be in awe of the world's wonders. Luo Yu gave a final cry before it dove from the skies into the sea. It swam a few circles before it disappeared from sight. Whiz! Whiz! The radiance of a formation shone under the sea. It shone on Penglai Island. The 4 loosely arranged islands were shifted back to their rightful positions. The beams of the formation's light seemed to spin as they were reactivated. Clack! The unique sound of the formation being activated resounded across Penglai Island. The barrier was restored. After being washed by seawater, the buildings and plants on the floating island seemed exceptionally brighter. Against the setting sun, the gorging seawater spilled over the island's edges. The unique formation sent the seawater back to the floating island in a loop. The rainbow above the floating island and the rainbow from the waterfalls complemented each other in their brilliance. Penglai Island was back to normal. Everything seemed like a dream. At this moment, Li Jingyi suppressed the excitement in her heart as she looked at the 4 islands with the wax paper umbrella in her hand. She said in a clear voice, "The formation is completed. All Penglai Island disciples, take down all those who acted against us." Under the formation's energy, the other cultivators were suppressed. Even flying seemed extremely difficult. On the contrary, the combat strength of the umbrella-wielding Penglai disciples was boosted. The tides of the battle on the island turned. The Penglai Island disciples began their counterattacks. Madame Huang finally registered what was happening. She wiped her tears away. She bowed slightly toward Li Jingyi. Li Jingyi was taken aback. She hastily returned the gesture. "That won't do, mistress. In any case, you saved Penglai. The person you should be thanking is Senior Ji, mistress." Li Jingyi looked at Lu Zhou, who was hovering under the floating island. Madame Huang said in shock, "You're really Senior Ji of the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Lu Zhou placed the Lantian jade in Kang's hand. He looked at Madame Huang and said, "In the flesh. No wonder, no wonder. Who could compete against a 9-leaf cultivator?" Madame Huang bowed emotionally and said, "Penglai Island is forever grateful for your deeds." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "I've always been reasonable. I took your heavenly scroll and saved your floating island. Apples to apples. We're indebted to you, Senior Ji. We never could understand the Penglai heavenly scroll in the first place. If it could be used for a greater cause in your hands, Senior Ji, all the more reason for you to have it. In any case, Penglai Island shall erect a monument to remember your deeds, Senior Ji. It'll be consecrated daily." Erect a monument to remember his deeds and consecrate it daily? This seemed overboard. It sounded awkward as well. Only a dead person would have a monument that was consecrated, right? Lu Zhou looked at Madame Huang and said, "There's no need for that." Madame Huang had heard about how the Evil Sky Pavilion Master was someone who rarely changed his mind. When she saw he was determined, she no longer said anything. At this moment, little Yuaner's voice reached them. She flew to Lu Zhou's side, delighted. "Master!" Lu Zhou nodded and asked, "Are you all right?" Little Yuaner replied with a smile, "I'm fine." However, as soon as she spoke, her blood essence surged as blood trickled from the edge of her lips, and she nearly fell. "Sister Yuaner." Lu Zhou extended his hand, his energy supporting little Yuaner in the air. When Madame Huang saw this, she hastily said, "The floating island is completely wet. Please follow me to the eastern island." However, Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "Wait, is there anything else, Senior Ji?" As he looked down at the 4 islands, he saw the cultivators who were still desperately struggling. He could hardly find any sympathy in his heart. After muttering to himself for a moment, he said, "Don't leave any survivors from the Taishu Academy." After a slight pause, he added, "I'll watch from here." Li Jingyi was inwardly shocked. However, she did not object. This time, they did not even have the chance to be captured as prisoners. They could not blame anyone else for their lots in life. She lowered her gaze and bowed slightly. "I'll get to it." After she said this, she dove. Her 7-leaf avatar dove as well. Her avatar swept through the low-ranked cultivators. For a time, there was a rain of blood. When Lu Zhou carried the floating island on his palm, he had already killed an elite. Even if there were more elites, they would not be able to change the situation much. Within the formation, the Penglai Island disciples had the upper hand. The ornamental veins on the umbrellas seemed capable of resisting the suppression from the formation. The 7-leaf Li Jingyi gracefully and calmly tore through the cultivators who trespassed on Penglai Island. Although she was a woman, her aura, after being in the army for many years, was stronger than the others. Madame Huang hovered in the air. transfixed by Li Jingyi's movements. This was how the cultivation world operated. It was a dog-eat-dog world. Some of the cultivators, still in shock, seemed to have gone insane as they laughed before jumping into the water. Old Villain G. He's truly Old Villain G. In the waters, Luo Yu did not care about the circumstances of the swimmers. With a flash of movement, it killed them. The Taishu Academy caused us too much trouble. Curse that Taishu mirror. It's getting us killed. Under extreme circumstances and with a strong will to survive, humans could erupt with terrifying power. A couple of nascent divinity elites burned their sea of cheese and charged toward the barrier above. Lu Zhou raised his palm and launched a palm seal to his left. He raised his other palm and sent one to his right. The palm seals seemed to have eyes of their own as they chased after their flying targets and shot them down. Thud! Thud! They crashed onto the island's hard rock ground. Their heads were the first to touch the ground and splattered like watermelons, spilling their contents all over the cold surface. Lu Zhou did not mind using his extraordinary power. Whenever he saw a target taking flight, he sent a palm seal his or her way. When he had firm control over the skies, everything became deathly still. He looked down from his high vantage point and swept his gaze at the land below. Who's next? Madame Huang was not young or inexperienced. She was well prepared for Penglai Island's huge crisis. The hearts of men were often unpredictable. It was rare to have an exchange of benefits fairly, let alone receiving help with no demand of repayment. She knew how furious old Senior Ji was. His youngest disciple had been harmed. Could the Taishu Academy still hope for a peaceful end? It was relatively easy for the Taishu Academy disciples on the island. The problem was solved once they were all killed. However, the other members of the Taishu Academy might be dragged into this mess. Meanwhile, Li Jingyi showed no mercy. As a former genius disciple of the Penglai sect, she displayed a mighty commanding power at this moment. Starting from the eastern island, the 4 islands were gradually cleared. The struggling cultivators registered looks of despair on their faces when they saw the wax paper umbrellas blotting out the sun as they flew toward them. Many fell on their knees and begged for mercy. As for the Taishu Academy disciples, begging for their lives made no difference. Many cultivators tried to fly out of the barrier as well, but they were repelled by the barrier and fell into the sea. Luo Yu was king in the water, killed them as they came. When the smell of blood from the water had dispersed considerably, Luo Yu leaped out of the water with a school of fish in its wake. Tens of thousands of fishes broke the surface of the sea. It was a breathtaking sight to behold. If old Senior Ji had not propped up the floating island with a single hand before this display alone would have been unforgettable. The fish let out a collective deep cry, like that of a mandarin duck, that reached Konk's ears. Konk waved at the fishes. Goodbye. Madame Huang regarded Konk with an expression of shock. She said softly, I didn't expect this little girl to be capable of communicating with Luo Yu. Luo Yu is no ordinary beast. It lived in Penglai for a century. Over 100 years, the Penglai disciples didn't dare to enter or approach the water. I'm surprised to learn that Luo Yu was living right under the floating island. Lu Zhou said, When I dove into the sea, the formation was already damaged. With Luo Yu's wisdom, why would it smash its own foot with a rock? You're saying, Senior Ji, that someone else damaged it? Madame Huang was shocked. That's your problem, and none of my concern. Thank you for the reminder, old Senior Ji. A moment later, the cultivators who tried to take advantage of the situation were practically cleared away. As expected of an elite who experienced killings on the battlefield, Li Jingyi was not stained by a single drop of blood after taking care of her enemies. If one did not know her background, it would be difficult to imagine her as a warrior who had served in the army for many years. Lu Zhou could not have cared less about the condition of the others. This was Penglai Island's matter. He had obtained the Penglai Heavenly Scroll and kept the floating island up. They were now even. The Lantian Jade was a welcome surprise. At this moment, Lu Zhou suddenly remembered Luo Yu. He turned to look at Konk and asked, Konk, can you understand Luo Yu? Konk nodded lightly and said, Eminem. It said that its child is right below. How did you make it follow your orders? Lu Zhou asked, puzzled. A vicious beast of the sea such as Luo Yu had cultivated far longer than humans. It had at least cultivated for 100 years or up to tens of thousands of years. Although they were less talented than humans, they accumulated experience over the years. Up until now, humans had not figured out how expansive the seas were. There was once an 8-leaf cultivator who tried to cross the endless ocean to reach the shore on the other side. However, due to the long flight, his primal chi was depleted. He fell into the sea and was devoured by the oceanic beasts. Many oceanic beasts could fly for short spans of time. It was too dangerous for cultivators to fly too near the surface, and it was a waste of primal chi to maintain a high altitude. Hence, no cultivator had successfully crossed the endless ocean yet. Conch shook her head, seemingly at a loss as she said, I just told it what to do and it listened. Luo, you had considerable wisdom after all. Surely, it did not wish for the floating island to destroy this place. Madame Huang said with a sigh, From now on, we'll treat Luo Yu with kindness. Lu Zhou said, Once bitten, twice shy. Perhaps Luo Yu will leave this place. It leaped out of the surface to bid farewell to Conch earlier. That was a clear sign of its departure. Madame Huang nodded with a helpless expression on her face. At this moment, Li Jingyi had finished cleaning up the stragglers. She leaped into the air, bowed, and said, Senior Ji, the Taishu Academy cultivators have been eliminated. Lu Zhou nodded, pleased. Madame Huang said at once, Come with me, please. Lu Zhou glanced at Conch and Little Yuaner. Little Yuaner was injured. She needed to rest here. Hence, he followed Madame Huang and landed on the eastern island. The Penglai disciples from the other islands, excluding those on the floating island, were already gathered on the plaza outside the Great Hall. Ma Qing led the Qinjian sword sect as they stood in neat rows outside the Great Hall as well. The people were arranged on two sides. The Penglai disciples, regardless of their strengths, were all looking at the sauntering old man with fearful respect. In line with Penglai's rules, the disciples bowed in turn to welcome them. It was also a show of respect. Welcome, old senior. On the steps before the Great Hall, Madame Huang turned around. She waited for Lu Zhou to walk up the steps. Then, with a deep voice, she said, Kneel. Her voice resounded across the plaza. The Penglai disciples, including Li Jingyi, who had left the sect a long time ago, fell to one knee. Their movements were synchronized, and they kept their eyes on the ground. Ding! Received devout worship from 2,805 individuals. Reward, 28,050 merit points. Everyone was sincere in their worshipping. With a clear voice, Madame Huang said, Senior Ji kept the island afloat with a single palm and saved Penglai while we were in crisis. Please allow me to salute you. This time, she formally and respectfully saluted him. Lu Zhou waved his hand. A surge of energy stopped her. There's no need for this, Lu Zhou said. It won't do for the great Penglai Island's mistress to kneel before another. You're right, senior. Madame Huang was moved. At this moment, Lu Zhou suddenly said with a stern voice, Well, aren't you going to show yourself? The others were shocked. They looked to their sides. The Penglai disciples got to their feet hastily and searched the area. They thought there were still stragglers hiding amongst them. No, no, no! Behind the door of the Great Hall, a figure flitted out. The man held a sword in one hand and raised the other as he walked out of the Great Hall with a smile on his face. The others focused their gazes on him. Many Penglai disciples tightened their grips on their weapons tighter, filled with the urge to charge at the newcomer. However, Madame Huang exclaimed in shock, Lu Chun, Mistress, that name sounds awful. Call me Aijin. The AI means love, and Jian means sword. In other words, sword freak or greatest sword under the heavens. Jiang Aijin shamelessly said. Madame Huang frowned slightly. When he said this, the Penglai Island disciples seemed to stir with emotions. Eldest senior brother? Is it really eldest senior brother Lu Chun? Jiang Aijin raised his hand again and waved at the crowd. He said, That's right. Back by popular demand, I'm the Penglai genius cultivator, the handsome and cool sword path eldest senior brother Jiang. AI Jian. He emphasized his name. Lu Zhou said in a deep voice. Had enough fun? Jiang Aijian stumbled. He bowed with a chuckle. Nothing escapes you, old senior. I've been observing for a long time. I've even taken care of several elites who wanted to attack the little girl. Little girl, don't give me that look. All in a day's work. Little Yuaner bit back the pain and spat on the ground. Conk followed suit and spat on the ground as well. Jiang Aijian. Lu Zhou said. I had to hold up an entire island with a single hand, while you seem to be having a good time watching the show in the shadows. Old senior. That's unfair and untrue. Jiang Aijian waved his hands frantically. I killed several of their members in secret. They were all first-rate elites. Look at my arm. There are wounds from swords. Lu Zhou frowned. Jiang Aijian no longer dared to retort. He hastily said, You're right. You're completely right. Lu Zhou remembered that Li Jingyi had displayed some powerful umbrella cultivation techniques during the battle at Liang Province and Upper Prime City. However, he did not relate those to Penglai back then. In hindsight, it was not surprising for the two of them to be Penglai Island disciples at all. Jiang Aijian, you cultivated Dao invisibility and love sword techniques. Penglai is known for its umbrella cultivators. How did this work out? Lu Zhou asked as he stroked his beard. An umbrella is not fit for a man. I like the sword better, Jiang Aijian said as he hugged his sword close to his chest. Madame Huang stepped forward and grabbed Jiang Aijian's ear. You bastard. Ow. That hurts. Mistress. Let go. Let go. Madame Huang pushed him away and reprimanded him. Penglai was in danger, and yet, you remained stubborn and rowdy. I came as soon as I could. Junior sister Jingyi came after me. You know? Jiang Aijian covered his ear and retreated. Madame Huang gave it some thought. Penglai had survived this crisis anyway. Jiang Aijian's personality had been this way since the beginning. He must have expended much effort in secret that they did not know about. In the end, she sighed and said, I'm grateful for all of you. Jiang Aijian shook his head and said, I don't dare take credit. It's thanks to old Senior G for the island afloat. It wasn't even this exciting when old Senior G defeated the 10 great elites. This is even more exhilarating to watch. Propping up the island with a single palm was indeed magnificent. But it used up nearly all of Lu Zhou's extraordinary power. If it were not for Luo Yu's magical power, he could not have maintained it. At this moment, a faint green light glowed at Lu Zhou's side. Madame Huang, Jiang Aijian, and Li Jingyi looked to the side at once. They were looking at Konk's palm. The Lantian jade? The sudden radiance drew everyone's attention to it. Lu Zhou turned to look as well. However, he had to treat little Yuaner's injuries now. He said, Put it away for now. Oh, Konk did not want to part with this jade. Jiang Aijian said, The Lantian jade can be made into a pendant. It has protective and reconstructive properties on one's internal organs and extraordinary 8 meridians. It's well suited for this little girl. Little girl, you don't look too good. Come inside, Madame Huang said immediately. They went into the Great Hall. Although Penglai Island's fame and strength were not comparable to the Evil Sky Pavilion, each of the islands had its own palace. That was not something ordinary sex could afford. Inside the palace, Madame Huang said, Men. Yes, mistress. Go and fetch Dr. Fong. Madame Huang turned to face Lu Zhou. Dr. Fong is a skilled healer, and the best we have on Penglai Island. She'll be fine in his hands. Lu Zhou raised his hand and said, No need. Madame Huang was taken aback. She did not understand. At this moment, Lu Zhou's palm was already raised. Faint blue light shone from between his fingers. A miniature blue lotus emerged from his palm. He pushed forward lightly. The blue lotus fell onto little Yuaner's body like willow seeds. Little Yuaner felt comfortable when the blue lotus fell on her. She shut her eyes despite herself. Konk looked at little Yuaner with a guilty expression. It was clear she blamed herself for little Yuaner getting injured. She looked at the cloud feather raiment she was wearing. If little Yuaner had not given her the precious garment to wear, little Yuaner might not have gotten injured. The blue lotus enlarged and blossomed in a blink of an eye. Powerful vitality was surged out. This is... Madame Huang was dumbfounded. She had never seen such a healing technique before. Zhang Aijian spread his arms and said, I don't know what it is either. There are plenty of wonders in the world. Humans were even killed by Luoyu. What's there to be surprised about? Madame Huang nodded. When the Penglai Patriarch obtained the heavenly scroll, he merely studied a small part of it. To this day, nobody could understand it. It was normal for there to be new and mysterious techniques. Senior Ji's feat of holding up the island alone was unprecedented in itself. After the blue lotus's radiance faded, little Yuaner opened her eyes slowly. How do you feel? Lu Zhou asked. Little Yuaner moved her limbs about and said, It doesn't hurt anymore. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said with a nod, You'll have to recuperate for 3 days before you'll be completely healed. Conk said remorsefully, It's my fault for holding you back. Conk's words drew everyone's attention to her. Zhang Aijian wondered out loud, Old Senior Ji, is she your new disciple? Lu Zhou shook his head. Her foundations and talents are great. She's comparable to your 9th disciple. You certainly have a discerning eye. She directly entered the mystic enlightening realm, Lu Zhou said. Ha! Zhang Aijian's jaw dropped. His mouth remained agape for a long time. He had personally seen Conk control Luo Yu as it flew around the floating island. With that power alone, the major sects would have fought over her. How could he not be shocked to find out she had directly entered the mystic enlightening realm naturally? As the saying went, comparing oneself to others would only give rise to endless misery. Zhang Aijian. Yes, I'm here. Zhang Aijian shuddered and raised his hand at once. What's the situation inside the palace? Lu Zhou asked. Zhang Aijian shook his head and said, Senior Ji, the lotus-severing method is widely spread. Everyone's using every waking minute to try and get ahead of the others. Your 1st disciple is going about conquering cities. Your 7th disciple is slightly more excessive. He has eyes on me even when I'm using the toilet. He's a great. What's Lu Gu doing now? Lu Zhou asked. Well, when the emperor was mentioned, Zhang Aijian hesitated. At the end of the day, he was Great Yan's 3rd prince. After the Jinghe Palace was burned down many years ago, he left the palace and joined Penglai, eventually becoming the sword freak. However, Lu Gu was still his father no matter what. In truth, this was the reason why Zhang Aijian had seldom been in contact with the Evil Sky Pavilion lately. He had foreseen that the imperial family was on a collision course with the Evil Sky Pavilion and that the situation would only escalate. Yu Zhenghai's advances had pushed the imperial family into a corner. The more frustrating thing was that the imperial family had taunted the Evil Sky Pavilion several times. Even the Taishu Academy and the Henke branch, which had been active lately, had gotten close to the imperial family. He's your father after all, Lu Zhou said knowingly. Zhang Aijian remained silent. Lu Zhou continued, You've been my source for so long. Even if there weren't any meritorious deeds, you've worked hard. If only you tell me. Zhang Aijian widened his eyes slightly. In other words, could he be spared if he told Lu Zhou what he knew? His thoughts were immediately transported back to the past. The scenes in Jinghe Palace replayed in his mind. There was his tutor whom he feared and respected at the same time. His cultivation teacher who put him on the path of the cultivation world. And his biological mother, whose face he had long forgotten. Everything seemed close enough to touch, but they were from a time that could not be reversed. After what seemed like hours, Zhang Aijian's smile was replaced by a solemn expression. It was rare for him to be so serious. He bowed at Lu Zhou and said, The fates of each man are predetermined. I've done all I could. Lu Zhou nodded. With his hands behind his back, he walked up to Zhang Aijian and regarded with a deep look. You're smart. Zhang Aijian remained silent. Regardless if you begged for mercy or not, it wouldn't change my mind. Jiang Aijin felt speechless. Then what was all the talk about meritorious deeds and hard work about? He was shocked as well. Clearly, the old senior had asked this question because he did not want him to be an obstacle in his path. When he thought about this, a chill ran down his spine. However, in light of your special relationship with Lu Gu, I won't make you meddle in the affairs of the imperial family from now on. When he heard this, Jiang Aijin cupped his fists at Lu Zhou. Thank you, old senior. If he was not going to meddle with the imperial family's affairs, he would certainly be assigned to other tasks. Jiang Aijin suddenly remembered something. He hastily said, Senior Ji, that Luo woman you told me to look for, there's no way of searching for her. Little is known about her at the moment. That's also the reason why I'm here, Lu Zhou said. Luo woman? Madame Huang asked, puzzled. Jiang Aijin said, this Luo woman helped Yun Tianluo become the leader of the three sects 300 years ago. She's gifted in tune as well. I haven't found anything about her up until now. It's like looking for a needle at the bottom of the ocean. How could a woman like that remain unknown? Madame Huang was perplexed. You're right, mistress. She's someone without a reputation. In any case, I couldn't find out anything about her. I don't think Si Wuya can as well, Jiang Aijin said. At this moment, Conk held up the Lantian jade and said, hot, hot, it's hot. The Lantian jade was emitting green smoke. Quick, quick, quick. Place it under the sun, Jiang Aijin said urgently. Conk was slightly stunned. She looked at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou nodded and said, go. Conk ran out of the palace and placed the Lantian jade on the steps. The sun shone on the Lantian jade. The green smoke thickened as it rose into the air. Under the sunlight, the Lantian jade seemed to glow vividly. With a deep voice, Lu Zhou said, raise your hands, regulate your breathing, and focus your mind. Oh, Conk did as she was told. Lu Zhou waved his hand. The Lantian jade floated. The sunlight seemed to be melting the Lantian jade. Acknowledge your owner. Swish. Lu Zhou fired an energy blade that pricked Conk's finger. A drop of blood flew toward the Lantian jade under his energy's guidance. A crackle rang in the air. The Lantian jade seemed to have been activated. It grew softer as it released a gentle and green glow. The Penglai disciples before the palace wore envious expressions on their faces. There was no need to elaborate on the rarity of the Lantian jade. Anyone who obtained it was certainly someone who had a lot of luck. There were those who once risked their lives by traversing the ocean to capture various beasts and kill them in search of the Lantian jade. For a considerable period of time, the Lantian jade became a rare treasure in the cultivation world's black market. However, the oceanic beasts were too ferocious. Low-rank cultivators dared not cross the sea, while high-rank cultivators did not care much for the jade. With this, the Lantian jade's rarity increased. At this moment, the Lantian jade seemed like it was going to acknowledge its owner. Envious or not, this was something everyone wanted to see. The drop of blood that flew out from Conk's slender finger activated the Lantian jade and turned the green smoke crimson. The Lantian jade seemed to liquefy as it hovered formlessly in the air. What shape do you want it to take? A jade pendant, a hanging ornament, a bangle, or a necklace? It was up to her. Lu Zhou thought about the accessories that girls liked. He was prepared to fix its shape for her with his energy. Conk looked at the floating Lantian jade happily. She replied without hesitating, a flute. A flute. The others were puzzled. A Lantian jade was more suited to be worn as an accessory to modify one's extraordinary 8 meridians. It was their first time hearing someone wanting to turn it into a flute. Regardless, the shape of the jade was up to Conk. No matter how good the item was, if it was not to her liking, it was useless. Lu Zhou knew Conk was gifted in tune. Perhaps a flute might just be what she needed. The short flute she brought back from Jing province was only an ordinary flute and would not stand the test of time. The new flute would be a good match for her. All right, Lu Zhou waved his hand. Energy wrapped around the Lantian jade. Under the sun's rays, the Lantian jade was slowly taking shape. A moment later, The green smoke dispersed, revealing an almost translucent and glittering Lantian jade flute. The sunlight was dazzlingly reflected off the jade flute's surface. Its surface was smooth enough to reflect the images of the others. The flute was beautiful and exquisite. Soon enough, the dazzling Lantian jade flute flew into Konk's hand. It was cold to the touch in the beginning before it gradually rose to her temperature. If it were me, I'd have chosen a sword, the Lantian jade sword. Trading 10 years of my life for it wouldn't even be too much. Jiang Aijin clicked his tongue and muttered under his breath. He was almost drooling as he looked at the jade flute. The more he thought about it, the more he felt Dragonsong was not as stunning as he had initially thought it was. Konk held the flute and looked at it in admiration. It was exactly what she wanted. After playing with it for a moment, she looked up at Lu Zhou and politely said, "Thank you." Jiang Aijin asked, "You know how to play the flute?" Konk did not answer him. Instead, she brought the Lantian jade flute to her lips, playing a fast-paced melody. There were no unnecessary notes or mellifluous melody. It was different from the tunes she used to play. The quick notes resonated in the air. When it reached the sea's surface, schools of fishes leaped out of the sea in beautiful arcs. Konk only played it once. However, once was enough to prove her mystical talent and ability. Jiang Aijin's mouth was agape as he stared at the 4 islands, where the sound of the flute reached, as schools of fishes leaped out from the sea. He applauded and said, "Congratulations, Senior Ji. You've obtained another little ancestor." Konk turned to look at Jiang Aijin and repeated his words quizzically, "Little ancestor? Don't mind him. No ivory can come from the mouth of a dog," Little Yuaner said as she held Konk's arm. "Oh." Konk nodded. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, satisfied. It seemed like the Lantian jade flute was a much more formidable weapon compared to normal heaven-grade weapons. If Konk could enter the ranks of grand cultivators in the future, she would be able to control more powerful beasts. Lu Zhou noticed Konk seemed to be in a better state with the Lantian jade flute's influence. He asked, "How do you feel?" Konk raised the Lantian jade flute, looked at it and said, "I like it. Give me your hand," Lu Zhou said. Konk extended her arm obediently. Lu Zhou placed 2 fingers on her wrist. He could sense her extraordinary 8 meridians were being nourished by a faint energy. He was shocked. Is this the effect of the Lantian jade? He could even feel that Konk's 5 orifices were opened. Who would believe him if he told them this? In the annals of history, it was recorded that genius cultivators could open 1 orifice in the morning and open 5 orifices in the afternoon to enter the Brahman sea realm. This was the limit of humans. Although Konk had skipped a few steps, she was essentially uninitiated in cultivation. She had never meditated or deliberately cultivated and had directly progressed. It was mind-boggling. Lu Zhou decided to wait until Konk could harness the full potential of the Lantian jade flute. If she could cultivate, he would accept her as a disciple. After everything was almost completely dealt with, Lu Zhou turned to look at Jiang Aijin and said, "Jiang Aijin." Jiang Aijin raised his hand again, almost reflexively. Here. Notify Taishu Academy's Lin Xian to give me an explanation within 7 days, Lu Zhou said. Jiang Aijin was shocked by Lu Zhou's words. However, he did not dare to have an opinion. He only bowed and said, "Understood." At this moment, Lu Zhou recalled the red coffin and said, "Also, the Luo woman might be from somewhere else." Since the person in the coffin was certain about the existence of the 9-leaf and 10-leaf stage, it was possible that he was from the same place as the Luo woman. What a headache. Will I be able to find you? It was meaningless for him to ponder on it now. He could only take his time to find her. I'll search for her as best as I can, Jiang Aijin replied. Lu Zhou nodded and walked out of the palace. Little Yuaner and Konk followed him. When Jiang Aijin saw this, he knew they were leaving. He escorted them out of the palace with Madame Huang and the others. He bowed. Safe journey, old senior. On the plaza in front of the palace, 2,800 disciples said in unison, Safe journey, senior. Lu Zhou and the others left on Witzard's back. They vanished from sight in an instant. After Lu Zhou left, Jiang Aijin carried his sword, cleared his throat, and said narcissistically, "Aren't all of you going to greet your handsome and cool eldest senior brother?" The crowd stepped forward. Eldest senior brother? Eldest senior brother. How did you get acquainted with Senior G? Eldest senior brother, is Senior G really at the 9-leaf stage? What a shame that we didn't get to see it today. Eldest senior brother, the person I admire the most in the Evil Sky Pavilion is Mr. Second, the sword devil Yu Shangrong. Is he handsome? Tell me. Tell me. Eldest senior brother, why aren't you saying anything? Jiang Aijian. Li Jingyi could not help but cover her mouth as she tried to stifle her laughter. She was used to awkward situations like this. Without thinking much about it, she walked toward the shore and looked up at the sky. The sun shone on the Penglai Island, lending it an air of magnificence. Could a human truly hold up an island with his hand? In the deepest part of Moonlight Woodland, the misty forest, in a bottomless abyss, a glittering water droplet slid off a leaf and dropped on Yi Tianxin's fair face. She opened her eyes, still groggy. What happened? Am I dreaming? When she saw the scene before her eyes, she was deeply in awe. Vines crawled all over the extremely tall cliff face. Various beasts flew in the air. Their sizes ranged from being as large as mountains to as delicate as butterflies. Yi Tianxin trembled as she sat up. Where is this place? As soon as she got up, something moved under her. Yi Tianxin cried out involuntarily, "Chang Huang!" Her memories came crashing back to her at this moment. She was not dreaming. This was real. The creature that carried her off the cliff was Chang Huang, the beast that she had been painstakingly searching for. She traversed all of Great Yen, through fields and mountains, through the nations of the other tribes, crossing thousands of miles, just to find it. Oh, you. Chang Huang stood up and looked behind. Their eyes met. It was like placing a soccer ball next to a soybean. Yi Tianxin tried her best to calm her racing heart and maintained her stillness. Her instincts told her that Chang Huang was not hostile. Otherwise, she would have been dead long ago. Chang Huang. Chang Huang did not respond. Its delicate eyelashes moved as its eyes moved. Do you recognize me? Yi Tianxin attempted to communicate with it. However, Chang Huang could not speak the tongue of men. It merely looked at her silently. Just when Yi Tianxin was about to try again, "Oh!" Chang Huang cried out. Then it stepped forward and ran. Yi Tianxin nearly lost her footing. She quickly circulated her primal qi to stabilize herself. With her previous experience in mind, she was not in much of a wretched state compared to before. She quickly held tight with energy seals and faced forward. The endless forest was ahead of her, countless winged beasts were above her, and countless vicious beasts were around her. Yi Tianxin was greatly shocked by the sight. Chang Huang leaped across a small forest patch before it finally descended and came to a halt. Then, it sat on the ground and raised its head, letting out a cry that was clearer and louder than before. Oh! Its cry resounded through the surroundings, instantly causing the beasts in the vicinity to scamper away. Yi Tianxin looked at the skies. She noticed a 100-foot-tall stone statue opposite a lake. The statue was of a woman. Yi Tianxin, who was shocked by this sight, flew over and landed near the statue's feet. She discovered the word "Fairfolk" etched on the statue's feet. There were smaller rows of letters protected by formation veins. However, with the erosion that came with time, the carvings were no longer illegible. They were now a collection of dents and holes. For some unknown reason, when Yi Tianxin saw the word "Fairfolk," tough as she was, she could not control her emotions and began to cry. Scenes of the past played out in her mind. The citizens of the Fish Dragon village seemed to be standing before her. Alas, everything had changed. However, her efforts had paid off. Her hard work was worth it. Chang Huang cried out at this moment, pulling her back from her thoughts. Yi Tianxin quickly calmed herself down before she turned around. She stood at the feet of the statue, dressed in garments as white as snow. Her gaze seemed more in her garments as white as snow. Her gaze seemed more steadfast than before. Chang Huang, I, Yi Tianxin, have found you. Chang Huang lowered its head and body. Its nose touched the surface of the lake. The small lake was only the size of its palm. Yi Tianxin was puzzled. Are you telling me to drink from the lake? Chang Huang shook its head. Bathe. Chang Huang nodded. Yi Tianxin. She was a woman, after all. How could she not feel embarrassed about bathing out in the open? Swoosh! Chang Huang suddenly swung its paw at her. Yi Tianxin started. She instinctively conjured up her primal qi and condensed it into energy to defend herself. Bam! Yi Tianxin was sent flying. Splash! She fell into the lake. Yi Tianxin poked her head out of the water with a quizzical expression on her face. Chang Huang lowered its head and looked at her with what seemed like a helpless expression. It raised its paw as though to say it had been gentle with her. Then, wind stirred in the air as it turned around and leaped away. When the place finally fell silent, Chang Huang was no longer anywhere to be seen. Meanwhile, she felt the warmth from the lake. The water contained some unique primal qi that was surging toward her. It felt exceptionally comfortable. What a unique lake! She lowered her head and was amazed to find a huge formation at the bottom of the lake. The formation illuminated the entire water body and shone through the surface, casting an imprint of its veins in the skies. The primal qi contained within the formation began to surge wildly into her body at this moment, and she felt her Dantian sea of qi filling up. She was shocked to discover her cultivation base was improving just by submerging herself in the lake. The energy from the lake kept surging toward her. She did not dare to let her thoughts wander. She quickly sat with her legs crossed, half submerged in the lake, and closed her eyes. Primal qi began to gather around her at an alarming speed. The next day, in the discussion hall of the Taishu Academy, the evil sky pavilion is an insufferable bully. They killed 100 of our disciples at the heaven worship platform, and another 100 on Penglai Island. Jiang Rennie, Jiang Lizzie, and Yuan Chong all died in battle. The golden Taishu mirror has also been taken by the evil sky pavilion. I can't let this enmity go, Xiao Shan, the president, said. That's right. The evil sky pavilion has gone too far. Patriarch, we can't just let this slide. At this moment, one of the elders rained on their parade and said, The evil sky pavilion's Ji Tiandao is at the 9-leaf stage. How are you planning to seek revenge? They were loud when they vented their anger earlier, but they were rendered speechless now. Seated higher than the others, Lin Xen frowned slightly and said, A warrior may be killed but never humiliated. The Taishu Academy has always been on good terms with the divine capital and never colluded with parties of dishonest conduct. If we make a request to the divine capital's imperial family to intervene, maybe use the 10-terminal formation to lay out an inescapable net, perhaps, we can capture a 9-leaf cultivator. That's right. A warrior may be killed but never humiliated. Old villain Ji has never regarded us as humans. His Majesty has been experiencing successive breakthroughs. He might be the next 9-leaf cultivator after old villain Ji. When that time comes, we'll see how the old villain can remain as obnoxious as he is now. At this moment, the voice of one of the disciples rang from outside. Report. A letter from the divine capital. The divine capital? Who is it from? The disciple opened the letter and said, It looks like it's from the evil sky pavilion. Why would a letter of the evil sky pavilion be sent from the divine capital? With no time to dwell upon it, Li Xian said, Read it. The disciple scanned the contents of the letter. Various expressions flitted across his face as he read the letter. Xiao Shan, the president, frowned and said impatiently, You were told to read the letter. Be quick about it. The disciple gulped before he began to read aloud. I'm the first 9-leaf expert under the heavens, the master of the evil sky pavilion, master of 9 disciples. Do you fear me now? I'm demanding an explanation from Lin Xian, the Patriarch of the Taishu Academy Patriarch, within 7 days. If you fail to do so, I'll kill your entire family. Ha ha ha. The others frowned. They regarded the disciple with puzzled expressions. Were these the words of the Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch, Ji Tiandao? Was it not some hooligan impersonating him? They had their doubts, but none of them dared to say anything. Bam! The old Lin Xian slammed his palm on the table, causing it to shatter immediately. He's bullying us just because he's a 9-leaf cultivator. I'll be damned if there isn't a way for us to deal with him. However, Xiao Shan, who was seated next to Lin Xian, suddenly rose to his feet and said, "Patriarch, why don't you apologize to him?" Lin Xian glared at Xiao Shan. The elders around Lin Xian rose to their feet and bowed at him as well. "Patriarch, the Taishu Academy has suffered a lot to reach where we are today. We can't afford to offend the Evil Sky Pavilion." That's right. The Evil Sky Pavilion's villain doesn't bat an eyelid when he kills someone. None of the 10 great sects had a good end. The Taishu Academy has worked hard to be where it is today. We can't let it be destroyed overnight. When one of us attains the 9-leaf stage in the future, we'll surely get our revenge. But until then, Lin Xian's wizened face and eyelids twitched. Just moments ago, were they not filled with indignation due to the injustice of the situation? It did not seem like they thought much of a 9-leaf cultivator when they were cursing him earlier. Was it all an act? Lin Xian's gaze darkened. He looked at them resentfully for not meeting his expectations. He said through gritted teeth, "I'd rather die than submit. I'll head to the divine capital tomorrow. I'll see who can do anything to me then." Meanwhile, the story of the Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch holding up the floating island with his hands spread like a wildfire. It spread to Yu Province City. It was the talk of the people in the taverns and tea-houses. Some even made it into a saga and wrote songs about it. "Comrade, I'm sorry to bother you. Can you repeat your tale about how the Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch propped up the floating island with his hand?" A green-robed swordsman to a cultivator opposite him in a tea-house. "If you want to hear it, I'll tell you all about it," the cultivator replied with a smile. He poured a cup of water for himself, straightened his back and said, "The Peng Lai sect seldom dealt with the outside world. They managed to gain a foothold in the cultivation world thanks to their 5 islands formation. Somehow, recently, there was a glitch in their formation. The floating island is the core island of Peng Lai. It's 10,000 feet in length, and its weight is immeasurable. It only stayed afloat due to the powerful formation. If the island sinks into the ocean, the other 4 islands will surely sink as well." He stopped for a moment when he realized the others in the surroundings were talking about it as well. Then, he continued to say with a smile on his face, "Alas, the Peng Lai sect had no allies. The island master, Huang Shiji, an 8-leaf expert, invited various sects to lend them a helping hand. Unfortunately, they were all ravenous wolves with ambitions of their own. They wanted to take advantage of the situation. Naturally, they wished for the floating island to sink. In the end, somehow old Senior Ji went to Peng Lai. When the floating island sank, the 4 islands descended into chaos. Coincidentally and also, unfortunately, Huang Shiji wasn't around." The cultivator continued to say animatedly. "One thing led to another. The Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch, a 9-leaf elite, killed the Taishu Academy's Zhang Lizzie with a single strike. With the strength of Atlas, he held up the floating island with a single hand. He brought it out of the ocean 100 meters up in the air. Everyone was naturally frightened. In the end, he obtained the golden Taishu mirror and the Peng Lai heavenly scroll. There was a hubbub of discussion in the tea-house. Many of them had heard this story multiple times, but they could not get enough of it. The green-robed swordsman smiled and asked, "How do you know so much about this, comrade?" "I've always admired the Evil Sky Pavilion. I always keep an ear out for anything that has to do with the Evil Sky Pavilion," the man replied with a faint smile on his face. The green-robed swordsman nodded. The man's gaze fell on the scabbard in the green-robed swordsman's hand. He said with a smile, "Dear sir, that sword you got there bears some semblance to the sword of the Evil Sky Pavilion's Yushangrom." "Is that so?" The green-robed swordsman looked at his sword with a straight face. "Why, of course. I heard that the Sword Devil is back with a new hit list and that he's in this U province city now. The man said. Do you know him as well, my friend? The green-robed swordsman was as gentle as ever. The man placed his teacup on the table. He chuckled and said, I've heard about him, that's all. In that case, do you know that you're on his hit list as well? The green-robed swordsman smiled faintly. BZZT. 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 The sword in the green-robed swordsman's hand vibrated slightly. The man was shocked. He looked at the green-robed swordsman, horrified. The green-robed swordsman said, Mouse King, Li Song, I'm sorry, but your time is up. The Mouse King, Li Song's eyes widened. Realization finally dawned on him. He looked at the polite and gentle green-clad gentleman sitting opposite him as he said tremblingly in a hoarse voice, Sword Devil. Zing. The longevity sword left its scabbard. With lightning speed, the energy sword shot toward Li Song. The runes flickered with energy, gleaming coldly. Zing. The longevity sword returned to its scabbard. It was as though nothing had happened. All of these happened in just a blink of an eye, leaving everyone unaware. After the longevity sword returned to its scabbard, a weak energy surged into the scabbard. The surroundings were as lively as ever. The customers continued chatting away merrily. Everything went on as normal. Yu Shangrong raised his teacup and took a sip. He placed it back down and looked at Li Song, the Mouse King, who was seated opposite himself. He smiled faintly. Goodbye. After Yu Shangrong went down the stairs and vanished from sight, Li Song remained motionless like before. His eyes were half open as though he did not have time to fully open them. A hint of fear and shock could still be seen on his face. His lips were slightly parted, but no sound came from it. The Mouse King, Li Song, was the best scout of Yu Province's garrison general. He was skilled in gathering intel from various sources, infiltrating enemy bases, and creating opportunities for the army. He was a competent subordinate of Ji Qingqing, one of the 8 great commanders. He usually kept a low profile in the tea house. He would listen to the others brag about their glorious experiences. This was the first time he had spoken about what he knew. However, he clearly did not expect to run into the Evil Sky Pavilion's Yu Shangrong. Alas, it was too late. After what seemed like hours, the tea house's waiter came to clear the table. Sir, sir. When the waiter saw Li Song, the Mouse King, keeping quiet, he waved his hand in front of Li Song's face. Still no reaction. Hence, he poked Li Song. Thud. In just a split second, Li Song, the Mouse King, fell backward. At this moment, a bloody slit appeared on his neck, and blood began to gush out. Murder! There has been a murder! Inside the general's mansion in Jing Province, Yu Zhenghai was discussing his next course of action with Si Wuya. Hua Chongyang hurried into the room with the Darknet's information in his hand. He bowed and said, Sect Master, Mr. Seventh, Yu Zhou's Mouse King, Li Song, has been assassinated. It was a sword slash from the front. Then he drew a finger over his neck. How many times does this make? Yu Zhenghai asked with his hands on his back. This is the 5th time this month. The garrison general of Yu Province is one of the 8 great generals from the divine capital, Ji Qingqing. The 5 deceased are her subordinates. Hua Chongyang replied. Yu Zhenghai said, Jing Province's general when Shu included. That makes 6. Who's this person? Do we have anything on him? Hua Chongyang shook his head and said, This man made a hit list, just like Mr. Second did. He would add names to the list every few days. Unlike Mr. Second's hit list, it seems like this hit list is intended to scare the others. Those who leave Yu Province may live, while those who are stubborn will be killed without exception. Interesting, interesting. If I'm able to meet this interesting person in the future, I must form a friendship with him, Yu Zhenghai bluntly said. Si Wuya asked, Is it possible that the person is Second's senior brother? Yu Zhenghai's expression darkened. Him. Under the heavens. I'm afraid Second's senior brother is the only one who can kill his opponent in such a direct manner. After saying this, Si Wuya quickly added, Of course. This includes you, eldest senior brother. In fact, you're probably better. Wise brother. Do you really think that it's him? Yu Zhenghai turned around and looked at Si Wuya. Si Wuya was taken aback. He said, perhaps, I'm just overthinking. That's what I think as well. Hua Chongyang understood the situation, so he did not comment on it. He bowed and said, I have another matter to report. Let's hear it. Hua Chongyang produced a stack of papers and said, the incident of Senior Ji holding up the floating island with a single hand is currently spreading. From what I know now, it seems like the news isn't fabricated. Yu Zhenghai took the papers and looked through them. They were mainly ditties and limericks sung by the general public. After going through them, Yu Zhenghai tossed the papers on the table and said with a laugh, regardless of its authenticity, this is good news for us. With the Evil Sky Pavilion's fearsome reputation, the cultivators of Great Yen will think twice before meddling in the affairs between the Nether sect and the imperial family. Si Wuya said, but, eldest senior brother, Master doesn't like you using the name of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Yu Zhenghai shook his head and said, wise brother, you're intelligent, but even you can have a lapse in judgment. Si Wuya was puzzled. Yu Zhenghai said shamelessly, Master has made it clear that he's not going to go easy on me. In that case, I might as well do as I please. He was going to be punished anyway. He would still suffer the same consequences if he did not do this. He might as well do as he pleased. Hua Chongyang said, when Island Master Huang heard that Senior Ji propped the island up with a single hand, he hurried back to Penglai Island without stopping to rest. Yu Zhenghai nodded. Huang Shiji had been helping the Nether sect lately. When Penglai Island was in danger, he was helping the Nether sect here. In terms of morality, it had been more than enough. Very well. This meant that he would have one less helper in his quest to conquer Yu Province. However, with a mysterious elite helping him in the shadows, he felt less pressured. Inside the abyss of the Moonlight Woodland, there was no sun to help Yi Tianxin keep count of the days. All she could do was estimate the time. After what seemed like days, Yi Tianxin felt that her Dantian Sea of Qi was completely filled. She opened her eyes slowly. Yi Tianxin conjured up her primal qi and leaped out of the lake into the sky. She hovered in the air as she looked down at the lake. The glow from the formation had faded. Most of the primal qi had been absorbed by her. She raised her hand and studied her palm. Whiz! A dainty and delicate 100 tribulations insight avatar floated above her palm. 6 leaves spun around the golden lotus under its feet. Yi Tianxin circulated her primal qi. Rings of energy appeared on the avatar and traveled downward. Winged beasts flew between the valleys. However, none of them dared to linger. The bright moon seemed like something from a painting. It remained in the night sky, never setting. The top of the abyss seemed too far away to be seen. The energy rings whizzed as they traveled down the avatar's body like hula hoops. Yi Tianxin focused her mind. Although she had absorbed a huge amount of power, she could still feel the difficulty of sprouting a leaf. She steadied her breathing and willed herself to focus. Again, the radiant ring's brightness intensified. Her unwavering determination increased the avatar's brightness. Whiz! A soft sound rang in the air. Yi Tianxin was surprised to discover one of the corners of the golden lotus was parting. It did not take long before a shining golden leaf sprouted. The appearance of this leaf immediately made her extraordinary 8 meridians flow extremely smoothly, and her Dantian sea of qi grew. The rich primal qi in her body was instantly channeled into her sea of qi. A breakthrough. 7-leaf 100 tribulations insight. Yi Tianxin was overjoyed. She summoned her avatar. It enlarged rapidly. Her original 6-leaf avatar was only about 80 feet tall. After reaching the 7-leaf stage, it was now 90 feet tall. She flew forward with her avatar. Alas, she had barely flown for 100 meters when the winged beasts above the abyss seemed to have noticed their prey, and they began to lunge at her, numbering in the thousands. Their deafening cries resounded throughout the abyss. Danger! Yi Tianxin immediately turned around. Countless winged beasts dove toward her in the skies. Their eyes and claws were glowing with a faint light. Bam! 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 Yi Tianxin's avatar shielded her from all the attacks. She frowned slightly. She blamed herself for losing her sense of measure and attracting the beasts around the abyss to herself. Although she could kill low-rank beasts, who knew how long it would take to clear all the low-rank beasts here? Grand technique! With a flurry of movements, Yi Tianxin escaped with her avatar. The abyss was too huge. Its borders could not be seen at all. If she ran into a more powerful beast while running away, she would be as good as dead. The winged beasts in the air gathered and continued to fly toward her. Can't a seven-leaf cultivator deal with this? She looked at the vines on the cliff wall. Let's give it a try. With her unyielding temperament, she directed her avatar toward the skies without a second thought. Countless winged beasts pursued her as they attacked. Yi Tianxin was focused on flying up. In just a blink of an eye, she was several hundred meters up in the air. She surveyed her surroundings and found various beasts holding on to the cliff wall as well. Her hairs stood on end. She did not want to remain in this dangerous place for another second. She did not even have the urge to kill them. She continued flying up. Suddenly, boom! A wing that seemed like a heavenly screen passed by and struck her avatar. Bam! Energy rippled out horizontally. Bam! 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 Rocks fell from the cliff face. Vines were severed. The blow on her avatar caused her to drop. The wind roared in her ears as it scratched at her energy shield like knives. She looked behind her. Countless flying beasts were still coming at her. Sharp beaks, cold, gleaming claws, and green eyes were all she could see. Her heart sank. Was she going to die from being killed by beasts right after she attained the seven-leaf stage? No! Her avatar suddenly appeared and grew in size. Boom! The wild beasts were sent flying. Many of them were killed on the spot and fell due to gravity. However, compared to the beasts that survived, their numbers were negligible. More and more beasts were eyeing this falling prey. They lunged again. This was food from the outside. It was fresh, a never-before-seen delicacy. Yi Tianxin summoned her avatar again and merged with it. Bam! 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 The beasts attacked the avatar, growing more and more ferocious by the minute. Oh! A huge being sailed through the skies. Its broad back with golden feathers caught Yi Tianxin as it swiped its paw at the other beasts. Boom! Hundreds of winged beasts were scattered and fell. Severed limbs rained down the depths of the abyss. The cliff face that once seemed like paradise was now hell. The 10,000 years Cheng Huang was here. When Cheng Huang struck, there was a rain of blood. It lowered its body and bared its fangs. Its sharp cry that shook the lands scattered the incoming beasts. Cheng Huang leaped into the air. It easily covered 100 meters in just a move. Yi Tianxin was stunned. Cheng Huang was terrifying. Was an 8-leaf cultivator a match for it? She immediately felt a great sense of security. At the same time, she started blaming herself. How could she have been so foolish? She had been searching for Cheng Huang for such a long time. Why did she not think about leaving with it? Instead, she thought she could return to the top of the abyss with her 7-leaf cultivation base. How was that different from rushing toward her own death? Cheng Huang landed and swung its paw again. Boom! Rocks from the cliff wall shot into the air. Bam! 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 Each of the rocks was bigger than Yi Tianxin. Yi Tianxin was stunned by this display. With this attack, the winged beasts scurried away. They vanished from sight in no time. Cheng Huang growled and leaped back to the shore of the lake, before the rock statue. The distance she traversed after flying for such a long time was nothing to Cheng Huang that covered the same distance in a few simple leaps. Cheng Huang laid itself on the ground and lowered its head. The surroundings were extremely quiet. Yi Tianxin understood at once. This was its domain. A beast that was powerful enough would have its own domain. The other beasts would surely steer clear of it. Yi Tianxin kept her eyes trained in the distance. She hovered before Cheng Huang's eyes. She said, "Thank you." Cheng Huang remained on the ground without giving a reply. Its eyes merely shifted. "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" Yi Tianxin immediately felt worried. She flew around Cheng Huang. After examining it, she found no injuries. At this moment, Cheng Huang raised its paw and parted a pile of leaves before the statue. Yi Tianxin looked at it. There were signs of carvings on the rock. It was a golden lotus. There were 8 leaves on the golden lotus. The words carved beside the golden lotus were practically worn away by time. Yi Tianxin was stunned. She flew forward and touched the veins. Only humans could be capable of this. Humans were the only ones who would leave symbols like these behind. After pondering on it for a long time, Yi Tianxin turned around and faced Cheng Huang. "You want me to reach the 8-leaf stage?" "Oh." Cheng Huang lowered its paw. Yi Tianxin nodded and said, "All right, 100 years human and 10,000 years Cheng Huang." Inside the Eastern Pavilion, the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou called up the system dashboard and checked the merit points he had accumulated. Merit points: 97,430. He had close to 100,000 merit points. If he continued to save his merit points, he could purchase 2 golden lotus leaves. His current cultivation base was only in the 2-leaf nascent divinity realm. With these many merit points, he would be lying if he said he was not tempted to spend them. However, he knew he had to restrain himself. If he saved them until he became a grand cultivator, they could be used to their full potential. In any case, it should be fine if he spent some of them on lucky draws, right? "Lucky draw," Lu Zhou muttered. "Ding!" Spent 50 merit points. Obtained reversal card X1. "Not bad." Again. "Lucky draw." "Ding!" Spent 50 merit points. Obtained the mount Ji Liang. Note: due to the system having spent too much energy sending the legendary mounts, Wuxia and Baian, to the host, this mount would be coming to the Evil Sky Pavilion on its own. Ji Liang. A good steed from the land of Wuwang in the distant north. Lu Zhou's eyes widened when he saw this. "It's been so long. When was the last time I received such a good reward? Finally, I'm a European emperor." Ever since he obtained Wuxia and Baian, Lu Zhou had witnessed how powerful legendary mounts were. Even when Ji Tiandao was still around, he did not obtain a powerful mount. His first disciple, Yu Zhanghai, on the other hand, obtained a powerful mount. But who knew how much trouble Yu Zhanghai had gone to just to obtain his mount? The mounts owned by a handful of major sects were only lesser beasts. Lu Zhou's mounts were treasures that one could never hope to encounter. One could only dream about it. Not bad at all. I should quit while I'm ahead. I won't make any more draws. You can't do anything about that, can you? Based on Lu Zhou's understanding of the system, the next draws would only be thank you messages. Lu Zhou was extremely pleased. Meanwhile, in the faraway land of Wuwang in the distant north, a group of wild horses whose hooves glowed brightly was galloping across a grassless plain. At the end of the group, a horse that was clearly different from the others, with a snow-white coat and fiery red mane that was 10 feet length and 80 feet height, came to a halt. It seemed like it had heard its summons. It neighed before it broke off from the group and flew south. After obtaining the mount, Lu Zhou no longer touched the lucky draw system. Instead, he returned his attention to the 3 scrolls of heavenly writing. After meditating on the human scroll, Lu Zhou had practically understood the ways to use the 4 powers and their effects. He looked down, curious. What would the earth scroll be? Rows after rows of mysterious scripts appeared before his eyes. They looked strange and squiggly. If the scripts of the human scroll resembled hieroglyphs of ancient human civilization, the scripts of the earth scroll could only be described as extremely messy. He could at least find some pattern in the scripts of the human scroll. The earth scroll was just baffling. In any case, the chance for the heavenly writing powers would be slowly revealed to him when he began to meditate. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Calm down. Let's look at the prices of the item cards to calm down. After that, he separated the human scroll and earth scroll. He did not rush to meditate on the earth scroll. Instead, he continued to meditate on the human scroll of heavenly writing. I should replenish my extraordinary power for now, just to be safe. With this thought in mind, Lu Zhou sat down with his legs crossed and placed his palms before his dantian, breathing in and out. This was akin to a double cultivation exercise. Inside the discussion hall of Taishu Academy. Patriarch, how are we supposed to go against a 9-leaf cultivator? We're running out of time. Who can hold off the 9-leaf cultivator when he comes? We only have a few days left. One of the elders was so anxious that his face was flushed red. Unless the divine capital is willing to help us, I don't see another way out. The divine capital is currently engaged with the Nether sect. They don't have the time to look after us. All of the people present in the hall had something to say. They looked at Lin Xian, whose brows were tightly knitted. Lin Xian was in a bad mood as well. In the cultivation world now, even the top sects would retreat for a 3-day march if they encounter a 9-leaf cultivator, let alone the Taishu Academy. Most elites would choose to hide behind the barriers of their sects and cultivate in secret to improve their cultivation bases. Unfortunately, it was not easy to reach the 9-leaf stage in a short time. In truth, Lin Xian was completely out of ideas. At this moment, a disciple walked in, cupped his fists and said, "Patriarch, His Highness the Crown Prince is here." The others were shocked to hear this. "Bring him here, quick." In no time at all, a disciple led the current Crown Prince of Great Yen, Lu Ji, into the discussion hall. The Taishu Academy's elders rose to their feet. Lin Xian descended the steps. Without waiting for them to speak, Lu Ji waved his hand at once and said, "No need for that. Let's get down to business." He strode into the discussion hall and assumed Lin Xian's seat at once. Lin Xian had no choice but to take the seat to the left. Lu Ji sat down and said, "I know you're being targeted by the Evil Sky Pavilion. I'm here to give you a clear direction." The eyes of the members of the Taishu Academy brightened. Lin Xian cupped his fists and said, "Kindly enlighten us, Your Highness." At this moment, Lu Ji beckoned to someone outside the hall. 2 soldiers who escorted him here walked in, carrying a box between them. They lowered it onto the floor with a loud clang. The others looked at the box in confusion. Lu Ji said, "Open it." The 2 soldiers opened the box. When everyone looked over, they saw a set of armor that seemed extremely old inside the box. There were red threads made from a unique material running along the armor, forming defensive veins. There was also a unique red knot on the corners of the armor. However, having been eroded by time, this armor was worn out. Its red now carried a purple tinge. "What's this?" Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Lu Ji said, "I don't have time to beat around the bush with you lot. It's quite impossible for the Taishu Academy to face a 9-leaf cultivator head-on. Under the heavens, the imperial family is the only one who can. I'll lend you this armor, but I have one condition." Lin Xian was still baffled. "Armor? Condition?" Lin Xian hastily said, "Kindly enlighten us, Your Highness." Lu Ji glanced at Lin Xian and asked, "Do you know why the previous emperor was capable of subduing the 9 provinces and unifying the 12 nations from Rongxi to Rongbei? Naturally, it was due to the power that only the imperial family has. The Taishu Academy was close to the imperial family. Naturally, they knew just how powerful the imperial family was." Lu Ji smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, this armor came from an elite. The secret scrolls of the palace state that the elite came from the northern borders on a coffin. He traversed the 12 nations of the other tribes and reached Great Yen. He once said that nobody should and can attain the 9-leaf stage. The special power of this armor will be awakened when faced with a 9-leaf cultivator. An elite." When the others heard this, their expressions turned fearful. They looked at Lu Ji. He did not seem to be lying. Was this one of the imperial family's trump cards? Lu Ji suddenly said, "By the way, this elite was the one who created the 10-terminal formation in the divine capital." The power of the 10-terminal formation was known by everyone under the heavens. No matter how many leaves an elite had, they still had to maintain a low profile in the divine capital. For thousands of years, people had always assumed that the 10-terminal formation was born out of the collective wisdom of the Confucian schools. However, Based on Lu Ji's words, that was clearly not true. Just how many secrets did the imperial family have? After a long pause, Lin Xian finally asked, "Are you asking me to don this armor and fight old villain Ji, Your Highness?" "That's right." The others exchanged a look among themselves. Although Lin Xian had lived for a long time, he still felt uneasy when he heard Lu Ji's words. "How do we know if this armor is genuine, Your Highness?" The nine-leaf stage itself was a dream in and of itself. If old villain Ji did not show the splendor of the nine-leaf stage to the world, perhaps nobody would believe in the existence of the nine-leaf stage until today. "You don't have a choice," Lu Ji replied in a deep voice. Lin Xian was speechless. "If you don't believe me, you can have a good look at the armor. Who can forge this in this time and era?" Lu Ji said. Lin Xian's fingers were shaking as he bent down and picked up the helmet. It was heavy, about 100 caddies. However, for cultivators, this weight was nothing. Lin Xian cradled the armor in his hand and studied it. He was the Taishu Academy's patriarch and an 8-leaf expert, after all. He was naturally more discerning than other people. When he saw the exquisite ornamental patterns on the armor, he felt his emotions stirred. He cried out excitedly, "Unprecedented! Truly unprecedented!" The other elders with lower cultivation bases could not understand Lin Xian's excitement, nor could they discern what was so special about the armor. Seeing Lin Xian's reaction, Lu Ji knew Lin Xian could tell the armor was unique. He smiled haughtily. "Do you think His Majesty would expend so much effort to study the nine-leaf stage just because of some baseless legend? No wonder, no wonder. That's enough. The formation veins on the armor are one of a kind. It can't be copied," Lu Ji said. Lin Xian suppressed his excitement and asked, "What's your condition, Your Highness?" Lu Ji straightened his back and rose from his seat. With his hands on his back, he said, "I'm trying to help my father out. I'm sure you've heard that the Nether sect is set on conquering the 9 provinces. The Battle of Yu Province is close at hand. The Taishu Academy is to send every one of its members to the battlefield to aid General Ji." Lin Xian was not surprised by Lu Ji's condition. He had expected as much. If the Taishu Academy wanted help from the divine capital, there was naturally a price to pay. He nodded, acquiescing to Lu Ji's condition. "Okay. You have my promise, Your Highness." Lu Ji stood before Lin Xian as he said, "Don't think you're getting the shorter end of the stick here. After this tribulation, you'll receive another 5 leaf-sprouting pills as a reward. Don't forget. The Big Dipper Academy only listens to the imperial family's orders." "Thank you, Your Highness." Lin Xian bowed. "The Battle of Yu Province is of high importance. You should send your men there as soon as possible. I'll give you another something to calm your nerves." Then, Lu Ji moved his head close to Lin Xian and whispered to Lin Xian. The others could not hear what was said, but they saw Lin Xian's eyes widening and eyelids twitching. Lin Xian had tried to maintain his dignity as the Patriarch of the Taishu Academy before this. However, at this moment, he could only respectfully say, "Thank you for the pointers, Your Highness. I'll leave it to you then. Farewell." Lu Ji did not stay for long. He turned around and walked out of the discussion hall. Lin Xian hastily said, "Zhou Wanliang, see His Highness off." "Me? Yes, you." The second elder, Zhou Wanliang, nodded and ran out at once. Lin Xian said, "Xiao Shan, bring 1,000 core disciples with you to reinforce General Ji's army." "Patriarch, see, can we trust the Crown Prince?" Xiao Shan seemed apprehensive. Lin Xian's expression grew stern as he said in a low voice, "Do it." "Understood." Ever since the elders had proposed that he apologize to the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lin Xian had been furious with them. He was in no mood to waste words with them. So long as he could survive this disaster and continue to ally with the divine capital, it might be possible for them to attain the 9-leaf stage in the future. At that time, his great limit would be a thing of the past. Zhou Wanliang returned soon after Xiao Shan left. He looked at the armor in the box and tentatively asked, "Patriarch, is the armor really that powerful? Can it repel a 9-leaf cultivator?" It can't be fake. Lin Xian placed his hands on his back and said, I visited the Imperial City many years ago and was fortunate to enter the inner warehouse. The items there are rare treasures and weapons gathered from all over the world. The person who managed the inner warehouse back then was Princess Yunzhao. At that time, she had maintained that the 9-leaf stage was achievable. The second elder, Zhou Wenliang, bowed and said, Patriarch, the academy is safe with you personally making a move. Lin Xian glanced at Zhou Wenliang and said, I want to find the best place to lay out a formation and come up with a plan to defeat old villain Ji. Send the armor into my room. Understood. 7 days passed by in just a blink of an eye. In the Evil Sky Pavilion, when Lu Zhou opened his eyes again, he gauged his extraordinary power. After confirming that his extraordinary power was completely replenished, he called up the dashboard. He checked the menu for the Earth Scroll and noticed that nothing had changed. It can't be meditated on at the same time? If they were two different kinds of extraordinary power, that would be troublesome. He would have to spend more time meditating when he cultivated. To confirm this theory, Lu Zhou opened the menu for the Earth Scroll. He tried to meditate on the scripts of the Earth Scroll. It was just like that time when he first encountered the Human Scroll. He had to meditate while looking at the Earth Scroll's menu. However, the scripts did not emerge from the Earth Scroll's menu as he expected. He sighed. So, the Earth Scroll isn't as easy after all. He closed the Earth Scroll's menu. There was a new mission on the mission list. Search for the remnants of the Open Earth Scroll. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. This is too much. Even the Human Scroll wasn't like this in the beginning. At this moment, Mingshi Yin's voice rang from outside. Greetings, Master. What is it? The Taishu Academy requests an audience. Lu Zhou had been too focused on the Earth Scroll that he had forgotten all about this. The Taishu Academy had repeatedly challenged the Evil Sky Pavilion. If they could not give him a satisfactory explanation, he would not let them off the hook. Lu Zhou walked out with his hands on his back. When he saw Mingshi Yin standing respectfully, he asked, You're alone. Lately, Mingshi Yin was the only one who came to greet him. He did not see the others. Mingshi Yin scratched his head and said, 5th junior sister and 8th junior brother are brave enough to sever their lotuses and have been cultivating. As for the others, I have no idea where they are. As soon as Mingshi Yin finished speaking, an excited voice rang in the air. Old Fourth, where are you? I've improved a lot in my Overlord spear skills. You have to believe me. Swoosh. Mingshi Yin disappeared without a trace. It's no wonder he has been lingering around the Eastern Pavilion. He knows the others wouldn't dare to recklessly come in. Duanmu Shang did not enter the Eastern Pavilion. He passed the Eastern Pavilion and soon vanished from sight. Lu Zhou shook his head as he walked toward the Evil Sky Pavilion's Great Hall. Inside the Great Hall, Lu Zhou sat in a stately manner on his seat. Apart from Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng, the others were not there. It did not look like the Evil Sky Pavilion at all. 3 members from the Taishu Academy were escorted into the Great Hall by the female cultivators. Once they entered the Great Hall, the 3 of them fell to their knees. Greetings, old Senior Ji. I'm Taishu Academy's 2nd elder, Zhou Wenliang. Greetings, old Senior Ji. I'm Taishu Academy's 3rd elder, Wang Jianrang. Greetings, old Senior Ji. I'm Taishu Academy's 5th elder, Zhang Gong. What do we have here? Before this, it was Ren Yi Li Ji Xing, and when Liang Gong Jian ran are Confucian virtues that mean benevolence, justice, courtesy, wisdom, sincerity, and moderation, kindness, respect, frugality, and magnanimity. Ren Yi Li Xianxia. This time, it's Liang Gong Jianrang. What a complete lineup. The 3 of them looked up and to their sides. The Great Hall was empty. They were puzzled. Was this the Evil Sky Pavilion? It was so underwhelming that they briefly thought they were in the wrong place. After all, there were many who impersonated Ji Tiandao and his 9 disciples lately. It had almost become a trend. Finally, Zhou Jifeng said in a deep voice, What are you looking at? How dare you behave impertinently before the pavilion master? Please forgive us, Senior Ji. We're here to sincerely apologize. Zhou Wanliang hastily replied. Apologize? Lu Zhou looked down at the trio. If you're sincere, Lin Xian should have come. Pan Zhong thought Lu Zhou's words made sense. He instantly cursed at the trio. A bunch of fools. Do you think the evil sky pavilion can be easily deceived? A wave of satisfaction rose in his heart after he vented his anger. Moreover, with the other disciples absent, the pressure on him had lessened considerably. He felt great. He had to seize this opportunity and leave a good impression on the pavilion master. As the saying went, when the tiger is away from the mountain, the monkey would take charge. Zhou Wanliang shuddered and hastily said, Senior Ji, I can explain. He immediately pulled the package that the older two elders were holding between them. He opened it and said, Senior Ji, have a look at this. The others were puzzled. They looked at the content of the package. There was a dark red armor. The veins were densely packed and extremely fine. It was normal that Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong did not see anything special. However, Lu Zhou's emotion stirred when he saw the armor. The veins on the armor resembled those on the coffin the Rulain. Lanny, brought here. Senior Ji, Lin Xian is colluding with the Crown Prince and plans to do you harm. It said that this item can be used against a 9-leaf cultivator. How absurd.